Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 1251, Setting the Stage. Chapter 1251, Setting the Stage. That wasn't ominous at all, Lilith said, chuckling as she looked at the smoke rising from the top of Lex's head. Yeah, that's a thing that's been going on for a while, Lex admitted. He turned to look towards Jeffrey, who was completely lost within the illusion now. With his own sanity crumbling to pieces, mind meld, and the heart demons all attacking him together, there was no way that Jeffrey would be able to figure out what was happening at all. This was perfect because Lex wanted to use Jeffrey to find the more important members or even the more important bases of Sanguis Pluvia, but an ordinary tracker would not work at transmitting their location in such hidden and secure locations. Even if they worked, they would be easy to find considering all the security those bases no doubt had. For this exact reason, a heart demon was perfect. By nature, heart demons were very difficult to discover, which is what made them so dangerous to begin with. Originally, Lex intended to let Jeffrey escape and then follow him. When Jeffrey realized that he couldn't lose Lex, he would call for powerful backup, which he had other preparations for. Yet Jeffrey could not escape this zone for whatever reason. For situations like this, Lex had many contingency plans in place, and using a heart demon to track Jeffrey was one of the better plans. Lex wasn't worried that Lilith wouldn't be able to come to the trial of eternity. As the daughter of a Tao Lord, even if she was not particularly favored, it should not be a problem for her to go where and when she pleases. As for controlling the heart demon, he was even less worried. Lex was extremely familiar with how strong the influence of devils on demons was. Should not be a problem, she said, and placed a hand over the wyvern's heart and closed her eyes. After only a few seconds, she withdrew it. The heart demon will hide until the right time, then strike. I've also bonded with the demon, so it will stay under my control wherever it goes. Great. Of course, Lex knew the answer to that question. Mary kept him updated, but it was only polite to make some small talk with those helping him infiltrate the largest terrorist organization in the realm. Well, the time limit was too short, but he did what he could. Excellent. I'll just kick things off here and then finish up my deal with the dragons. This should be exciting, Lilith said with a charming smile, and then exited through the same portal she entered. After making sure she was gone, he began preparing the stage for his performance, and waited till his fifth tribulation was close to ending. When there were only a few strikes left, Lex threw himself back while launching Jeffrey's body far away, as if he had been struck from a devastating lightning strike. The wyvern suddenly woke from the illusion of the abstract color field where Lex had trapped him and looked around, his eyes filled with hysteria. He laid eyes on a devastating crater that filled the landmass, charred completely black. On the other side of it, he saw Lex, kneeling on one knee and holding his sword like a walking stick for support. His entire body was covered in lightning burns, and he seemed incredibly weak. He looked up and saw that the final strike of the fifth tribulation was forming, taking the shape of a different lightning beast at last. Yet with two lightning beasts staring down on him, Lex did not have the luxury to pay attention to Jeffrey at all. For a brief moment, the wyvern was unsure if this was reality or an illusion. But his mind snapped, and he no longer cared. There was no use in protecting secrets if it got him killed, and if he revealed them and got freedom from the illusion, then all the better. Just to be safe, he activated his last contingency plan, and then flew into the sky as fast as he could, flying directly into the lightning beasts. Lex did not try to stop him, and as soon as he came close, Jeffrey's body was burned to ash from the lightning. Back in the origin realm, within a certain pod, was an egg that suddenly cracked. A small reptilian head popped out, its eyes not filled with wonder, but panic and fear. Yet upon seeing its familiar surroundings, it relaxed. For a while, it waited for the illusion to end. But nothing happened. He was free of the illusion at last. But what if he wasn't? Paranoia has set in, and the baby wyvern clawed out of the shell and hurried to find someone who can help. The reason he burned his body to a crisp using tribulation lightning was because it could burn away all causality, eliminating any and all tracking methods, just in case. But what he never expected was that Lex was not tracking him through some spell or technique, but rather through a heart demon. So long as Jeffrey was alive, the heart demon could follow him effortlessly, unless he overcame the heart demon himself. Back in the Trial of Eternity, Lex smiled, but then looked up at the sky solemnly. He was not afraid of the lightning beasts. Far from it. Rather, Lex was greatly worried about somehow eliminating both the beasts without somehow triggering yet another tribulation. Growing stronger was great and all, but he had a war to fight. The timing was a little inconvenient. As if they could sense his thoughts, the two lightning beasts growled in anger and then spread their wings. It was time for their showdown. Chapter 1252 cut through. Chapter 1252 cut through. Everyone in the Trial of Eternity felt a change take place. Just as they had felt a jolt when the first tribulation was triggered, they now felt the zone calm down. It was as if all the excess energy within the zone had been sucked dry. More importantly, the chaotic laws within this place, which are causing the environment here to become so dangerous, suddenly became docile and inactive. At that moment, many realized that whatever the problem was within this zone, it had been temporarily halted. The underlying issue which was causing this place to be so dangerous was still a mystery and likely still existed. But at least for a while, the dangers it posed were gone. That also meant that there would be a wave of treasure hunters approaching this place, hoping to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Giselle walked out of the building where she sat and looked out into the distance. She hadn't gained much, and it wasn't worth it to stay here any longer. She would have to change her plans, but that meant getting out of here first. For some reason, she felt like Lex might have a way to exit this place. She really hoped he did, because she herself did not, and she did not want to waste a year here if it didn't bring her any benefits. She was aware that if she had a high enough privilege level in the Midnight Inn, she could use it to teleport elsewhere, but she had already used that and needed to wait a total of 10 years before she could use it again. What she didn't know was that for such services, the flow of time that mattered was the inn's, and it had already been more than 10 years at the inn since she used it. Giselle took flight under the scarlet light of a lava sea that was now hovering in the sky. She was not the only one paying attention to Lex, though she was the only approaching him. Countless other immortals had sensed the change in the zone and knew that it had to do something with that maniac undergoing a lightning tribulation here, so they all watched. A very deep, very ancient will, the very one that recognized which ancient beast Lex was fighting, also watched patiently. Lex had his sword drawn and was focusing all his strength and energy into his sword. His tenant was almost entirely exhausted, so manipulating any laws through it was impossible. He would need to rely on the ability of his eye, which used formations and arrays to manipulate laws. It need not be said that his own immense physical strength would also play a part in it. But just because of how immensely powerful the two lightning beasts seemed, he entered his berserk state. Much like his flow state, which allowed him to make the best decisions and react without the slightest delay, and his overdrive state in which his speed of thought increased manifold. His berserk state allowed him to exert more physical strength than he normally could. He clicked his teeth and produced golden sparks, which coated Naraka in the flames of his golden inferno, and honed his sword intent. The two lightning beasts, with their wings spread, also gathered their energy, absorbing everything that this zone could offer them. This clash promised to be genuinely dangerous, yet Lex did not feel any pressure. Instead, he felt like he was standing in darkness, on a path, all alone. In front of him was the whole universe, and behind him there was no retreat. He was on the path of supremacy, where failure could easily lead to death, and so the universe was responding by challenging him appropriately. Let alone succeed, weaklings did not even deserve to stand on this path. Lex did not know if the universe was actually going out of its way to make things tougher for him, but that's how it felt. That's how it had always felt. The Midnight Inn had been a great boon, but the reason he got this far was because of himself. A million times he had been a hair's width away from death, and each time he had succeeded. This time will be no different. The lightning beast sensed that Lex had entered his peak state, and giving him any more time to hone himself would only make him stronger, so they waited no longer. The twin beasts roared, the strength of their bellows causing a ripple in space, and they leaped down, as if pushing against the clouds would increase their speed. Lex, in turn, did not move at all. He stayed ready, his sword in hand, his gaze locked on the enemy. He would move only once, when the beasts were in the perfect range to strike, and end this with a single strike. There was no fear in his eyes, even though his body was covered in real scars from weaker lightning strikes. There was only immense, intense focus. Time and time again, Lex repeated a mantra in his mind. No more tribulations, no more tribulations, he said to himself, determined to use just enough strength to avoid triggering another tribulation. The beast came close, and Lex moved. A single, deep beat traveled through space, as if his heartbeat had been enough to cause space to shake in fright. Despite his immense apprehension about triggering another tribulation, Lex felt like he should use a little more strength. So, for the first time, he gripped Naraka not with one hand, but with two. As if that single change had determined the entire outcome, Lex relaxed and swung his sword with ease. There was no clash, no contest between titans and titanic forces. A single sword slash cut through the two lightning beasts like they were air, and then through the black clouds up above. Lex narrowed his eyes as he felt like, for a split second, he had cut through not just the tribulation clouds, but to an entirely different space altogether. But when he focused once more, there was nothing there. Chapter 1253 Old Friend. Chapter 1253 Old Friend. Lex studied the clearing clouds for a while more, even using his left, but saw no traces of anything unusual. For a second, Lex wondered if he had been mistaken, but then immediately dismissed that idea. Let alone the fact that Lex's senses were incredibly sharp. Even if he were an ordinary immortal, it would not be so easy to fool his senses, and it would be even more unlikely for him to mistake nothing for something. That meant that, somehow, Lex had momentarily cut open a path to another place with his sword. He wondered if the key to doing so again was just a random cut, or if he had to cut tribulation clouds. Verifying it would require some testing, but Lex had no interest in doing that at the moment. Not only was he occupied with other matters, he had no idea what might be waiting for him on the other side. Since he suspected that this was something which could be accessed through cutting apart tribulation clouds, he could do some research on the topic first. It was unlikely that he was the first person to ever discover something like that. He made a mental note to look into whatever happened, but it was not a priority at the moment. Fortunately, he had not triggered a sixth tribulation, which was great. He closed his eyes and felt his body healing for a moment. Despite taking some medication, he was far from completely healed, not to mention that his body was still catching up to his realm. Technically speaking, even his immortal body was still being formed. Lex flexed his shoulders, causing his bones to crack. He was a little stiff, but that was mostly because his muscles were cooked. They would heal soon enough. "Mary, let everyone know," Lex said, cracking his neck. "We're waiting on word from Lilith. As soon as she gives the signal, all teams are to be deployed. But call back Dr. Best." Mary appeared in front of Lex, this time wearing a judo uniform with her hair tied in a pony. "You know he'll be cranky if you do that." "He's about to." Yes, I know. That's exactly why I want him to stop." Mary shrugged and disappeared. Lex turned and looked in the distance where the purple dragon was watching and raised an eyebrow. The dragon was stronger, though not by much. It was not enough to be a threat to Lex, but it was a little absurd for him to grow stronger for no reason at all. Lex had to deal with him, but yet there was something else he had to deal with first. He sensed a familiar aura before from a strange metal where he hadn't recognized. Yet now he finally recalled where he had sensed it before. Lex teleported over and looked at the shiny metal. "It's been a while, Larry. Where have you been? Hiding from your girlfriend?" Lex asked casually. For a moment, the metal was unreactive, but then there was a loud, audible sigh, and the metal began to change form, turning into Lex's old, perverted friend. "Single people shouldn't make fun of couples," Larry said, his face forming before his body, which was still forming. Lex grinned as he sensed Larry's aura. He was at the peak of the nascent realm himself, almost ready to undergo the immortal tribulation himself. If this were back on Earth before everything happened, he'd be the strongest human on the planet. Unfortunately, too many things had changed since then. Before Lex could continue his banter, Larry threw Lex a vial full of green, liquid metal. Don't ask me what it is or where it came from. Only Raphael knows that. Lex raised an eyebrow. He was suddenly reminded of how Jeffrey hadn't been able to leave the zone because of a green glow on him. Was that Larry's doing? Just do me one favor. Larry didn't let his voice waver, but how could Lex not sense the immense pain in it? Unfortunately for him, Lex had already looked into that. Without saying a word, Lex extended his finger and placed it on Larry's forehead, transferring some information via mind meld. Jeffrey had already killed all of Larry's family long ago, but took DNA samples of all of them and had clones of them made which he used as slave for manual labor. He had suspected that he would meet Larry again, since he knew about Larry's ability to grow by absorbing metal. His plan was to repeatedly kill Larry's family in front of him whenever he met Larry again, slowly agonizing him until he broke his mind. He had quite a comprehensive plan on how he would do that. To Lex's surprise, Larry let out a sigh of relief as he closed his eyes. "It's better to know than to not know," he said, explaining since he knew his actions would seem strange. "Do you think I can come with you?" Lex shook his head. "It's too dangerous for someone at your level. Trust me." Lex asked. Larry shrugged and turned away. "Let them be free and live however they want to live. Even if they're clones, they're not the same people. I have to go help Raphael with some things. I'll drop by the inn when I'm free. We can catch up. I'll look forward to it," Lex said, and let Larry go away. He felt sorry for his friend, but he also felt very curious about what Raphael was doing. There was more to his old teacher's son than he realized. Chapter 1254 Arrogance. I could do better. Chapter 1254 Arrogance. I could do better with nothing else left to do. Lex turned and looked towards the dragon. Truthfully speaking, involving dragons into his plans was a risky move on his part. Unfortunately, it was necessary. When facing an enormous organization that even the Henali struggled with, Lex wanted each and every asset he could gain, and dragons were one of the most powerful races in existence. If he could harvest their power somehow, it would go a long way towards fighting off Sanguis Pluvia. Unfortunately, asking nicely was not going to work, and no matter how irredeemably evil and corrupt Jeffrey was, he was not stupid enough to provoke the dragon race. It would have been nice if Lex found evidence of him trying to clone dragons or something, but Lex did not believe there was any entity stupid enough in the universe to try something as provocative as that. That only left one thing that Lex could do. He had to use his own infamy and hatred to attract them together, or as many of them together as he possibly could, and then use some other means to divert their attention. He had already arranged for how to divert their attention. He only hoped that it actually worked, or that the dragons didn't do anything unpredictable. Speaking of dragons, Lex used his treasure finding glyph to search for the most valuable thing nearby, and quickly grabbed it before putting it away. He owed Vera a considerable debt now, with all the prophecies she kept giving him, only telling him to pay what he thought that revelation was worth. The crystals in this zone, which could help in passing tribulations, were extremely valuable, and should make a dent in his debt to her. He wasn't really too worried about paying her back, but it would be nice to get some variety to shake things up. He couldn't just rely on the inn for everything and get lazy. With that done, Lex teleported to the purple dragon who had locked his legs. No matter what happened, he was determined to not kneel in front of the human once more. Suddenly, Lex realized why he had grown stronger. It was not enough to face Lex, but it should be enough to put up some resistance against Lex's domination. Unfortunately for the dragon, his domination had grown only stronger with his realm, but that was fine. Lex didn't intend to humiliate the dragon, not with domination anyway. Now then, with that taken care of, why don't we get down to business? Lex said with a smile. Though, given the state of his body, his smile made him look menacing instead of charming. "I presume you were sent here to what? Capture me? Do not patronize me, human, The dragon spat forth, his spirit already recovered. Even though he was suppressed and completely overpowered by Lex, he never admitted defeat. Say what you want and get it over with. I will not scurry or apologize for my intentions. The dragon was angry and humiliated, but Lex didn't mind its harsh words. If anything, he appreciated them, for it made him feel less guilty about using the dragons for his own goals. Apology? Do you think I'm here for something like that? The purple dragon's body was larger than Lex, although it was not even as large as Pelvalin's hand. That only made sense, since Lex could sense that as far as dragons were concerned, this one was a juvenile. You dragons are pretty impressive, I'll admit that. The first time I saw a dragon in real life, I was blown away. But the more time I spent thinking about it, the more I realized that you all are not so great. Lex's words caused the little dragon to growl aggressively, but that is all he could do. He could feel just how dangerous Lex was, and knew exactly how much he could afford to push things. Should he actually succeed in aggravating Lex, his future would not be so bright. Being able to tolerate humiliating circumstances was also included in the training that he took, although he never thought he'd actually have to use that training one day. Your dragon's might, I could do better, Lex said as he took a step forward, domination flaring out. Your dragons. Breath. I can do better, he continued, a small streak of golden flames escaping from between his teeth. My skin is tougher than your scales, and my fingers cut deeper than your claws. Lex did not summon his lotus tattoo. Since he literally could not for now, he did trigger momentarily and flashed a much stronger, deeper aura. He approached the dragon and grabbed its face, pulling it down so that Lex could look it right in the eyes. Your whole species is so arrogant. For a moment, Lex continued to stare into the purple dragon's eye, its entire body under Lex's control. Then he grinned. But even arrogance. I could do better, he said, his voice radiating with powerful pride. The reason I didn't hurt you is so that you can act as my little messenger boy. Go back to your elders, let them know. Within the same realm, there is no dragon who can stand against me, and only at a higher realm is a dragon worthy of becoming my mount. Dragon's Bane is not a name I chose for myself, but in the future when the universe sees me, they will see me standing atop the head of a true dragon. If you have the guts to face me, then come. Let's let the dragon go, but it was not able to move or retreat even if it wanted, since Lex's influence remained. If you want to find me, you can follow this, Lex said as he walked away, his back to the dragon. He left behind a vial of green metallic liquid. Since Lex had the demon guiding his path, he did not need the liquid, but it would do a good job in leading the dragons to the right place, assuming it worked. If it didn't, well, Lex had faith that the dragons would find him anyway. Truthfully, after spending so many years with Pel, he knew better than anyone just how wide the scope of a dragon's power truly was. Chapter 1255, Difficult Decisions. Chapter 1255, Difficult Decisions. Lex was about to return to the Midnight Inn when he sensed a gaze fall on him. If someone even as much as thought about him within 100 miles of his body, Lex would be able to sense, which is why it was so easy for him to detect someone looking at him. Much more than that, Lex even sensed the emotions within the gaze. They were filled with curiosity, but much more than that, they were filled with a competitive spirit. How was it? Lex asked, even before Giselle revealed herself. Unfortunately not, said the ballerina, without divulging that he was responsible for that failure. Even then, Lex could easily surmise what had happened. If you don't mind me asking, is there something specific that you're hoping to achieve by finding such obscure treasures? Giselle shook her head. Not everyone can go through a bunch of tribulations on a whim like you, she said with a hint of accusation. Lex snorted, not believing her at all. But then again, it was true that not everyone had as easy access to treasures as he did. I am kidding. I just have a challenge coming up that I'm preparing for. Some of the treasures I'm searching for are to buy others' help, while some of them are to genuinely aid my own growth. This place, for all the valuable treasures it still holds, no longer has what I need, so I was thinking of leaving. I'm just going back to the Midnight Inn. I've already used the inn's privilege to travel to another planet. I can't use it for a few more years. If I have to spend time in some place, I might as well spend it here. Lex let out an amused chuckle. Trust me, You can use the privilege again. Lex held out a golden key for her, but she produced one of her own and left. A moment later, Lex also left. He didn't know how much time he had before Lilith sent word, so he had to recover as much as possible. The faster time flow of the midnight and was perfect for that, not to mention that he needed to check up on some things. Giselle, who returned to the inn after years, was stunned the moment she returned. It was not just the world eater in the sky that shocked her, or the exceptionally nourishing spiritual energy, tinged with elements that she could not find anywhere else. It was because she could feel the faster flow of time. This was definitely not the case the last time she was here. Giselle had been to her fair share of other realms, and, generally speaking, the flow of time was slower, not faster than the origin realm. The flow of time was usually determined by the size and maturity of a realm, but even then, lately there had been fewer and fewer realms with faster flows of time. It was like there was a universal trend for realms to reach a flow of time closer to the origin realm. In fact, the ongoing trend was to reach an even slower flow of time than that, as the flow of time, even in the origin realm, was steadily slowing down. It was just that such a process occurred over a few million years, which is why it was not noticeable right now. Giselle knew a few things that most in her realm did not, mainly concerning the ongoing realm wars which were wreaking havoc across the universe. The fact that the innkeeper was so openly displaying a realm with a faster flow of time was a blatant challenge to some immensely powerful entities. She felt afraid. Spending even a second here was incredibly dangerous. She wanted to immediately use her privilege to escape this place and teleport to another planet. At the same time, she was immensely tempted. The faster flow of time would not only aid in her cultivation, it could rapidly increase her understanding of her affinity with time. She dared not directly peer into the secrets of the law of time, but developing her affinity and letting the natural influence her affinity allowed her over time should not be a problem. She was caught between two immensely critical decisions. Ultimately, her thoughts went to Lex and his overwhelming performance within the trial of eternity. Even though, on a universal scale, he was still incredibly weak, she had to admit that even the topmost forces of the universe might have trouble making someone that powerful. Of course, she herself did not count. She was an exception due to her unique circumstances and was more than certain that if she went all out, she could go toe-to-toe with Lex. But when she considered that he had only just entered the immortal realm, she felt slightly inferior. She clenched her fists and directly went to rent out a meditation room of the highest level. At the same time, Lex walked into his personal meditation room and looked at the giant, slumbering dragon there. Pel Valen, or rather Pel, Jr. was wearing the Midnight in uniform, meaning that the massive dragon was wearing a suit. This was not an aesthetic thing, though Lex had to admit that the dragon looked quite dashing. Instead, the purpose of the suit was solely to help the soul trapped within the body to be able to move the body. In the distance, Jeeves was standing on a stepladder, hand-stitching something near the tail of the dragon. Lex ignored him, appeared near the head of the dragon, and gently laid out the cultivation mat he had received as a gift before sitting down. It was time for his first cultivation session as an immortal. Chapter 1256, Casually Growing Stronger. Chapter 1256, Casually Growing Stronger, his cultivation technique automatically informed him about how cultivation changed now that he was in the immortal realm. For the most part, cultivation was now divided into two steps. The first, as usual, was to absorb energy into his body and refine it, though that too had become more complex than it was before. Basically, prior to the immortal realm, cultivators in general just generically absorbed spiritual energy. Yet that was no longer sufficient within the immortal realm. Now, he needed energies of a higher level to cultivate. If, for example, he were in an environment such as Earth, which only had low levels and concentrations of energy, not only could not cultivate at all, but replenishing his energy reserves would also take much longer than usual. In essence, a planet with a 2-star rating would barely be sufficient to sustain his level, but he would need the environment of a 3-star planet to be comfortable and have sufficient energy to cultivate to reach a higher realm. One of the reasons Lex did not need to absorb energy to directly reach level 5 Earth Immortal Realm was because his body was already oversaturated with the highest quality energy he got from cultivating within the Midnight Realm. The cultivation technique did not give him a breakdown of energies, how they were ranked and differentiated, but Lex could simply inherently feel their differences. This was something he would need to study in greater detail, for what the cultivation technique did inform him of was that his growth will be affected by the type of energy he absorbs. It also let him know of the most powerful and highest ranked energy in the universe, Proto's energy. How could he forget it? That was the energy he absorbed in the smallest quantifiable amount to end up evolving his cultivation technique. Something told Lex that it would not be easy to find such energy once more, or that he should depend on such an energy for his cultivation. While it might make him incredibly powerful, there was one drawback to cultivating with increasingly powerful yet rare energies. Getting enough of it to help continue to fuel his growth would be difficult. For now, Lex did not delve too deeply into this matter. The energy within the Midnight Realm was more than enough to support his growth. The second aspect to cultivation was a deeper understanding of laws. So far, Lex had a lot of very surface-level comprehension about laws and how to apply them in general, but he could not be considered knowledgeable on a deeper level in any law, including defense. His understanding was at best better than other new immortals, but it was a far cry from that of even Earth immortals at the peak of the realm. By increasing his understanding of laws, he could directly increase his power without even raising his realm. By absorbing higher-level energy, he could directly increase his energy reserves, but more importantly, his immortal body and its parameters. All of that was the traditional way one cultivated within the immortal realm. Lex, of course, had an additional way of training due to his unique cultivation technique, and it was what he had been doing all along. He could absorb the strengths of any treasure he consumed, any energy he absorbed, or anything he was touching. So by sitting atop the dragon and cultivating, he could more effectively draw the strengths of dragons into himself and make himself stronger. This was very important, for Lex was not truly as arrogant as he had presented himself to be in front of the dragon. He had not forgotten that a majority of his newfound strength and abilities came from absorbing the strengths of dragons. That was not even considering the fact that glyphs, which had become an integral part of his combat capabilities, were essentially just a way for dragons to learn to use their powers. The way that the laws of the universe naturally just willingly changed around dragons' desires was actually quite scary. Lex knew for certain that the powers dragons could wield was greater than that. After all, he had spent years with Pell in his ring. The only reason he had even given that ring to Moon to begin with was because he had upgraded it slightly, giving Pell the ability to launch a powerful soul attack. It could act as a secret protective weapon for her. Regardless, the point was that a more mature dragon at the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm would be much more dangerous and challenging than the one he had faced in the Trial Zone. Not that he was increasing his strength to fight dragons. He was increasing his strength to become the best. Once he had absorbed everything he could from the dragons, he would move on to other powerful races. He'd already made a list of some impressively powerful ones he'd learned about, including Reiju, Phoenixes, and even Jin. But getting his hands on their corpses, the way he had with this dragon, would not be simple. These were matters for another time. Lex closed his eyes and began cultivating. It felt so easy. It felt so simple. When Lex was immortal, spiritual energy traveled in his body via meridians, but now that he was an immortal, it flowed freely through his body, yet that did not cause any chaos either. There were patterns to the flow, traveling through a certain sequence, orbiting his golden core, which was also the seat for his tenet when it was inactive. Lex felt his mind tremble as he came to a realization that the outline of the flow of his energy formed the array character for supremacy. As the flow of energy within his body gained momentum, his body subtly started to absorb energy from outside. His cultivation technique kicked in, absorbing the strongest, most powerful attributes that the dragon underneath him could provide. Yet, almost immediately, Lex felt a certain blockage. Something deep inside of Lex sensed that the gains he could get from the dragon were limited by his own body. And though his technique could strengthen and enhance his body beyond anything he was supposed to ordinarily achieve, it could not change what his body was on a fundamental level, and so ultimately remained restricted. This sensation did not come from his cultivation technique, but something deeper and more inherent to his existence. Then his physique activated in conjunction with his cultivation technique. Lex was under the impression that his physique could only work on other humanoid beings and not himself. Yet that's exactly what was happening. His physique was actively and subtly changing his body, allowing his cultivation technique to absorb even more from the dragon than it was already doing. Chapter 1257 Heart. Chapter 1257 Heart, Lex immediately felt the changes and felt his physique activate as well. Yet instead of being alarmed by it, Lex paid more attention to it now. He wanted to gain complete control over his physique so that it would stop randomly being triggered. It had been fine for now, but it could cause him some huge issues down the line. Since Lex's brain had evolved when he became immortal, now able to directly peer at the secrets of the universe, understand them and comprehend them, it was much easier for him to pick up on things now. He immediately perceived that there was a lot more to physiques than it seemed. Unlike bloodlines, which had a definitive origin, physiques could occur randomly and did not need a history in one's family tree for it to occur. That meant their origin was not simple, which became evident to him as he observed his physique in action for the first time as an immortal. There was something fueling his physique, but whatever it was escaped Lex's vision. Even his left, I couldn't trace the source. That definitely aroused his curiosity, because Lex was under the impression that laws were the underlying cause for everything. They defined all of reality, and so should have been at the root of all occurrences. Yet Lex could see countless laws working on his body under the influence of his physique, yet they were being directed by something else. The actual laws at work did not attract Lex's attention at all. Those are just the ordinary operations of laws. Anything and everything that occurred within the universe was as a result of the normal operation of laws. That was not the same as what immortals did, who could wield laws as they desired, bringing about changes and results outside their normal operations. Then again, he had merely stepped foot into the immortal realm, so it only made sense that Lex was not privy to the deeper secrets of the universe. He fell into a meditative state, conscious of his changes, allowing them to happen while studying them. At the same time, his body was rapidly recovering from its injuries, finishing completely entering the immortal realm while at the same time evolving beyond the function that the human body was designed for. Even when humans became immortals, the makeup of their bodies did not change. Even though they no longer relied on many of the functions that the base human body was designed for, it was not like the body just removed those organs. Instead, it made those organs stronger and gave them additional functions to suit their new realms. Well, Lex's body, under the effects of his physique, took that a step further. It pulled from the heavenly immortal underneath Lex and added it to his own body. His kidneys, like the dragon's, gained the ability to filter not just the blood within his body, but the energies as well. Lex's brain evolved, even though it had recently undergone an upgrade upon becoming an immortal. Not only did he gain a finer control over his entire body, but the way it stored memories altered just a bit. Mortal human brains did not have the capacity to exist for very long periods of time, which is why normally when humans live for too long, they started to get bored, numb, or depressed. Cultivation naturally evolved the brain to resist these and make the brain more suitable to exist for hundreds of years. Immortals' brains took this to a whole new level. But that didn't change the fact that the origin of the brain was based on that human brain, which still affected how humans process the universe around them. Comparatively speaking, dragons, who were born as immortal beings, had brains that were designed to constantly wield greater power as the years went by, and were adapted for infinite life. Although Lex's consciousness, or spirit, was no longer restricted to his brain. The evolution of the brain was still reflected in an evolution of his spirit. While the changes to Lex's other organs were still subtle for now, and would require a long period of cultivation to complete the evolution, the changes to his heart were the greatest and the most drastic. The muscles that made up the human heart, known as cardiac muscles, were special because, unlike other muscles in the body, they never got tired. They were also strong enough to pump blood across the entire human body, which was no easy feat. The muscles that made up the dragon heart were even more special, not in the least because they had to pump dragon blood, which was thick and viscous like flowing lava. Just like every other being, the heart of a dragon contained the strongest, the best that their body had to offer, making it nigh indestructible. It was not as durable as a dragon's scale, but compared to all the other muscles in a dragon's body, its heart was the most resilient. Instead of mimicking the quality of the heart, Lex's evolution directly replaced his human heart with that of a dragon, while the rest of his body adapted subtly to accommodate such a change. Lex was reminded of the fact that his older sister, Belle, was said to have the heart of a Valkyrie, which allowed her to use the actual powers and abilities of angels. He wondered what impact the change in his heart might have on him. He would have to wait to find out. Meanwhile, he continued to observe his other changes. While not as drastic as his heart, his other organs changed as well. He just hoped his skin wouldn't turn into scales. Fortunately, that is not the aspect of a dragon that his skin took on. Instead, as the organ responsible for the temperature control of the body, his skin took Lex's fire immunity to a whole new level, while also giving him direct control over the temperature around him. More importantly, domination fused into his skin like dragons' might was fused into their very bodies. This was bound to result in an interesting change. Chapter 1258, It's Time. Chapter 1258, It's Time. Even though Lex did not need to breathe to live ever since he became an immortal, and could literally live the rest of his life without taking another breath, he felt a mild sense of suffocation as his lungs began to change. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lex activated his right eye, imprinting the very glyphs and arrays which gave birth to golden inferno into the walls of his lungs. His lungs, which were growing strong enough to cause gales and hurricanes, suddenly started to morph in a different direction. The evolution, which was started from his physique, guided in a certain direction by Lex himself, was taken a step further by his cultivation technique. Since Lex's growth using the technique was dependent on his own actions, and it saw an opportunity to elevate him based on his own actions, it immediately began to adapt his body. But then as his lungs adapted to generate and tolerate the flames of golden inferno, the rest of his body adapted to support the ability. His stomach gained the ability to digest anything and everything, becoming a way in which he could absorb energy from any material in case he needed it. Lex's gallbladder, his spleen, his intestines, his pancreas, everything evolved, shedding some of its older functions and gaining new ones to suit his new status as an immortal. The minutes flowed by as Lex's condition slowly went towards the peak, a state he was reaching for the first time in his immortal state. Pell Jr., who had inhabited the dragon body for years already, for the first time felt a change within it. Over the past few years, it had steadily been growing stronger, nourished by the energies of the realm. To a small extent, that nourished Pell Jr. as well, but for the most part it just oppressed the soul further. But now, for the first time, it sensed movement in the opposite direction. The energy and strength within the dragon's body was finally heading towards weakening, even if it was only barely comprehensible. It was like a small, thin stream of water was escaping a giant dam. At the current rate, it would probably take years to deplete the dam, if ever, considering it might replenish on its own. But at least it was a positive change as far as Pell Jr. was concerned. It was especially pleased since, with the addition of the new suit, it would be able to move about within certain limits. He was extremely excited to go out and move around for the first time. Outside, Leonidas was overlooking the expansion to the Midnight Battalion, watching them form the Midnight Mech. He had heard many stories of how well the previous battalion implemented it, and wanted to live up to their legacy. Who knew that with a new battle on the horizon, Many soldiers from the previous battalion once again signed up. Although they had not trained for combat for years, they retained a certain edge that even those who had specifically trained for combat did not have. More importantly, even though they had more combat experience than Leonidas, they did not raise an issue with him leading them. Unfortunately, not all the previous members joined the battalion. Not because they didn't want to fight, but because they were more effective alone than in a group. Z, who was deep in the wild lands of the inn, stood at the edge of a canyon, looking down. He was not wearing the usual in uniform, but instead he was wearing a hoodie, jeans, and a pair of headphones. Jeeves nearly fought with him for asking for such a set of clothes, but in the end he relented. All around Z, the ground trembled, forming a symphony that resonated with the earth and the sky. He raised his hand, as if he were a conductor in front of an orchestra, and the ground crumbled, forming a new canyon. Luther was meditating within a chamber of fire, while Gerard sat at a cafe with Lilith. Countless other workers, who had spread out across the entire Origin realm, had been recalled to the Midnight Inn. Although it looked like they were relaxing, each and every one of them were just conserving their strength, waiting for the moment. They would be sent out once more. It could take a few minutes, a few hours, or maybe even days or weeks. Such things could not be determined. From within Jeffrey's heart, the heart demon looked out and took in everything, reporting its location to Lilith constantly. The more it felt how panicked Jeffrey was, the more it grinned. The wyvern had long since gone through numerous cleansing techniques, ridding itself of any tracking methods. But no matter what it did, it felt like Lex was always watching him. He could feel Lex's gaze on his own neck, and a chill traveled down his spine. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong, which it tried to explain to its superiors, but none took him seriously. Finally, feeling desperate, he reached out to Her Majesty. He received approval for an audience, but before he could be taken to her, he was brought to a secure facility where the personal guards of Her Majesty checked up on him. I'm telling you, I've already gone through countless precautions. No one has tracked Dash. Jeffrey's voice was caught in his throat when it noticed a familiar green aura suddenly emerge from his body. The guards suddenly released a deep killing intent as they moved towards Jeffrey to detain him. Meanwhile, deep within Jeffrey's heart, the heart demon suddenly felt threatened. Those guards, whoever they were, might be able to find him. Unwilling to wait any longer, he sent the final signal to Lilith. Sometime later, Lex, who was still meditating atop the dragon, heard Mary's familiar voice. "Lex, it's time," she said. Lex ended his meditation and looked up at Mary, who was dressed in the familiar style of suit worn by the Midnight Battalion. Chapter 1259 Panel Upgrades. Chapter 1259 Panel Upgrades. There was a sudden, invisible change that occurred throughout the Origin realm. It was not a shift in the energies of the realm, nor a change in the major powers that existed within. It was a change in destiny. Such things were actually a frequent occurrence, for the future was in a constant state of flux. Destiny, too, was flexible, at least in how it occurred, even if the ultimate final outcome was a little less flexible. There were countless such subtle laws that flowed and guided the direction of existence towards what it should be. Some felt that this manipulation was a guidance of powerful forces, while others simply thought this was a large-scale application of simple, fundamental forces such as the diffusion of heat, which always sought to balance out. While the underlying cause for such things was open to debate, the fact that they existed and were measurable and comprehensible was a fact, which is why as soon as the change occurred, a mysterious force which seemed to be waiting for it covered the change, so that it was imperceptible. The change, and the veil appearing to hide the change, happened at almost exactly the same time. No one would notice, at least for another few minutes. Even after they noticed, they would not understand what happened for a little while longer. Hundreds of people appeared across the realm, and then disappeared. Armies started moving out, and then vanished. At the same time, workers teleported to hundreds of new planets and silently connected them to the Midnight Games, without anyone noticing. For now, no new armies arrived on those planets. Yet in the Midnight Inn, the countless guests who were watching the games suddenly noticed a new screen pop up. It was small, so that it would not intrude on anyone's viewing experience, and one could turn it off if they wished. Yet the fact that it appeared so suddenly surprised them. When they enlarged the screen to see what it held, their breath caught. This was no new competing world, nor was this a planet at war, being invaded by insects. This was the Midnight Inn. An army stood in front of them, thousands, no, tens of thousands strong, all wearing the vaunted suit of the Midnight Battalion. Lex watched the screen as well. The first time that he had sent out the battalion, he had unlocked the battalion panel, which gave him access to formations that the battalion could use together. That is how the Midnight Mech was born. But he could do nothing else, for every other aspect of the panel was grayed out. Mary had told him he probably needed to recover system functionality to 20 or 25% before getting more functions. Now that he was at 40%, he had unlocked 2 more functions. One was augmentations, of which Lex had unlocked a few. Only one could be active at a time. So for this time, he selected the mirror image augmentations. As soon as he selected it, another army, exactly as strong, appeared right beside the first one. They looked completely identical to the first one and gave off the exact same aura. With a single selection, Lex had doubled his army in size, though the strength of the mirror image army was only 50% of the real one. It was tragic, but that didn't change the fact that Lex had created a new fighting force out of this air. More importantly, they could still use the other functions of the battalion panel. The third function he unlocked was a simple one, an effective one, but also one that cost 1 metric ton to use. It was called Bargain, and gave the battalion a 20% discount. What that meant was that the battalion would spend 20% less spiritual energy, take 20% less damage, suffer 20% less exhaustion, and so on. Most common negative influences on their combat ability would be 20% weaker for the next 1 week. After that, he would have to pay another MT. This was also limited to 1 million battalion soldiers. So, if for example the Midnight Battalion contained 1,000,001 soldiers, the cost would become 2 metric tons. Lex wasn't concerned about the cost though, even though he was practically bleeding MT. To host the Midnight Games, if the viewers tipped the battalion, he would naturally make his money back. A hush fell upon the inn as all the guests tried to understand what was about to happen. They felt like there was about to be a big change in the games, but why had there been no announcements about this? Lex asked Pell Jr., who had activated the effect of his suit. 10 minutes, give or take, Pell Jr. answered. 10 minutes within the inn meant that it would be around 3 minutes in the Origin realm. He could make it work. Don't be late then, Lex said as he prepared to leave. Lex nodded. Hey, Mary, Lex called as he disappeared from his meditation room, appearing on a random planet the inn was connected to. Actually, there had been some changes. Within a realm already connected to the inn, as long as you approach any celestial body, you can purchase a ticket for it. How long the inn takes to connect to it depends on the star rating of the place, but in general the speed has decreased drastically. Now, instead, you have to purchase higher level tickets to connect to new realms, though establishing a connection to any new realm should take a year at minimum. Lex nodded, then looked at the coordinates of the place where Gerard was supposed to be. Traveling across galaxies was not something an Earth immortal should have been able to do easily. But Lex did not care about what should or should not be easy. A moment later, he disappeared once more. Chapter 1260, Wasting Time. Chapter 1260, Wasting Time. Her Majesty's guards were in the peak heavenly immortal realm, which is why Jeffrey stood no chance to avoid their grasp. Not that he intended to avoid it to begin with. He was panicking as it was when he saw the green aura emerge from his body, panic once again spreading through his mind. How could this green aura still be covering him? Not only had he ditched his previous body, cleansing the connection between them through tribulation lightning, he had then proceeded to repeatedly cleanse his mind, body, and soul, so that there was no chance for Lex to trace him at all. Their previous fight had left Jeffrey rattled, and he believed that Lex's plan for revenge was genuinely a huge threat. It was as if everything was playing right into his hands. Unless Jeffrey began looking around frantically, exerting his mind to try and determine if he was still in an illusion. This had to be fake. This had to be unless. As Jeffrey's sanity slowly unraveled, the heart demon within him smiled remorsefully. Were it not for the two incredibly dangerous guards outside, this would have been its opportunity to devour Jeffrey's heart and take over his body, effectively becoming a new Jeffrey. Unfortunately, it could not. Asked the first guard, tall, slim orc. He peered into Jeffrey's body, trying to understand what that unusual green light was. The other guard, who looked like a massive leopard, scanned the planet they were on, observing for any anomalies. It detected signs of teleportation, though it couldn't locate where it happened. The orc asked as he choked the baby wyvern's neck. No. Why would I betray you? Of course we know we're being targeted, the orc scoffed. But even the best of the Henali Dao lords cannot find us. No, it's not the Henali who are targeting us, nor are they Dao lords. It's Lex. It might be the Midnight Inn. A puny human, barely entered into the Earth immortal realm. Is he even worthy of targeting us? As far as the Inn is concerned, we have already started to observe it on the insistence of Einstein. Bersh, someone teleported onto the planet, but I can't find them, the leopard said after a few seconds, startling the orc. The orc narrowed its eye, beginning to wonder if Jeffrey's claims had some truth to them. At that very moment, Jeffrey's body disappeared from the orc's hands. Do not worry, brother Jeffrey. Lex's voice boomed over the entire base, suddenly forcing it to enter into a state of emergency. The two heavenly immortals reacted instantly, attacking the source of the voice, but what they attacked was a mere illusion. As soon as it was destroyed, another illusion appeared of Lex holding Jeffrey. I will not let these guards hurt you. Just like you said, brother Jeffrey, Sanguis Pluvia is too focused on defending against the Henali. They did not expect some other force to act against them at all. The two heavenly immortals focused on the illusion and immediately saw through it. It was being projected onto the planet using some kind of treasure. The actual person who kidnapped Jeffrey had already left the planet. Just as they thought they had been duped, they sensed another spatial fluctuation. By the time they arrived at the location, the person had come, and once again left the planet, locked down the planet. We've been discovered, said Bersh the orc. Yet while that was what he said, the two immortals began acting against the infiltrator. No matter how powerful Lex was within his realm, he could not contend against a heavenly immortal yet. A moment later, when he reappeared on the planet, he discovered that he could no longer access space laws, effectively preventing him from teleporting. The two heavenly immortals appeared right after, ready to capture him, but paused when they saw the sight of two heavenly immortal-level missiles hanging above a smiling Lex. Meanwhile, the tiny wyvern within Lex's grip seemed to have gone insane, repeatedly muttering, "This is an illusion to itself. It is impossible for Jeffrey to betray the organization," Lex asked, cocking his head. Before he could get an answer, the two heavenly missiles behind him fell out of the sky. Lex lost all control of them, unable to touch them at all, and they became inert as well, unable to explode. The two immortals struck again, this time grabbing on Lex. But instead of an illusion, he was a clone, and as soon as he was attacked, the clone popped. Another Lex appeared in the distance. The two immortals frowned. Guys, let's make it easy for one another. You just bring Damien to me, and I'll forget this whole thing ever happened. Instead of responding, the heavenly immortals instead asked him a question. I can clearly feel your aura. You're only an earth immortal. How can you fool our senses of laws? No, wait, you can't possibly do that. Who is backing you up? Lex only shook his head. Why would he answer such a question? The answer was to spend as much time as possible. After brother Jeffrey told me that you're wary of the Henali, why would I ever work with them? A black portal opened next to Lex, and a devil stepped out. Chapter 1261 Plans Within Plans. Chapter 1261 Plans Within Plans. The two heavenly immortals narrowed their eyes, observing the devil with great concern. Although it appeared as if the devil was standing next to Lex, both the devil and Lex were just illusions. The laws that they saw seemed to indicate otherwise, but they had already determined that there was some entity messing with their senses, an entity far stronger than Lex himself, and possibly far stronger than themselves as well. Look, I'll say it one more time. Things don't have to get ugly. Just hand over Damien William, and we'll just go our separate ways. For a few moments more, the two heavenly immortals did not respond, as if deliberating. But then they smiled. Little Lex, I already told you once. Jeffrey's figure suddenly disappeared from the illusory Lex's hands and appeared next to the two heavenly immortals. He was still tiny in stature, but his entire demeanor had changed. He no longer looked panicked and on the verge of a mental breakdown. Instead, he looked completely calm, as if everything was playing out according to his plan. The atmosphere around the planet suddenly turned a light shade of red as a formation activated and covered the planet, trapping Lex within completely. On top of that, incredibly powerful spirit senses began sweeping the planet, searching for where his real body was hidden. Lex asked curiously, though his expression did not change, nor did that of the devil beside him. In fact, the devil summoned a pina colada with a bright pink umbrella in a glass and began to sip from it. You're a scary guy, Lex, Jeffrey admitted honestly. It takes a lot to scare me, and you did it, which means I never took you lightly for even a second. You know that seal inside my mind you try to look through? I can hide my consciousness behind it as well. So while my outer consciousness was a bumbling buffoon, my inner consciousness was arranging everything. I was completely confident that you'd find a way to track me. Even if you didn't, it's not like I lost anything. Lex smiled. It seems like while he was planning in secret, so was Jeffrey. Now it would come down to who had planned more thoroughly. You're overconfident, Lex. Just because the organization that supports you has a single Dow Lord, you think you're all that. Lex did not answer, and instead just kept looking at Jeffrey. And you, the cocky wyvern said, looking at the devil. We have a non-interference deal with devils, which means you have no backing whatsoever. Even if we kill you, no one from whatever your background is will come looking for us. Yet even with the threats, neither Lex nor the devil looked too concerned. Ah, it looks like you got me, said Lex. You outsmarted me, and I was too arrogant for my own good. Lex looked left and right as if searching for Damien. The devil beside him just chuckled at the antics. Laugh all you want, Lex, Jeffrey said, suddenly becoming angry. Lex said casually, we have a lead on his location. Bearsh interrupted and teleported them away. Yet no matter where they teleported to, Lex's illusion was a set distance away from them, as if curiously watching them search. Like I was saying, let me ask you a question. Jeffrey snorted. You cannot even begin to fathom what the seal within my spirit does. Lex asked with a raised eyebrow. Jeffrey, who was putting up a strong front, suddenly started to feel bad, as if something terrible was about to happen. He's right there, the heavenly immortal said, and smashed an entire mountain into rubble. Yet even so, Lex was not discovered, making both the immortal frown. Jeffrey wasn't paying attention, though. He was still looking at the illusion of Lex. Lex asked softly, Wait, I found him for real this time, said Bearsh again, bringing the group with him. It's impossible. Lex asked softly and raised his hand into the sky. Bearsh destroyed another mountain, but Lex was still not there. Above the illusion's hands, black clouds started to appear, floating towards the sky. These are just tricks. You can't really, Jeffrey began, but his words were caught in his throat when the sound of thunder rumbled across the planet, and he felt the familiar aura of a lightning tribulation. These are just tricks. You can't really, Jeffrey began, but his words were caught in his throat when the sound of thunder rumbled across the planet, and he felt the familiar aura of a lightning tribulation. Everyone looked up, and the sky was red no more, instead covered in black lightning clouds. The sound of thunder roared across the planet, like the steady beat of a war drum right before a battle. Jeffrey started to hyperventilate. If this is not an illusion, it would be pretty odd if, say, I just summoned a suit-wearing dragon to fight for me, Lex whispered, yet Jeffrey heard the words like thunder in his mind. The dragons hated Lex. They would never work with him. Never. Bearsh exclaimed and launched an even stronger attack against another mountain. Yet before it could land, a massive claw appeared in thin air, blocking the attack as if it was blocking the wind. A very handsome-looking dragon wearing a dashing suit appeared in front of them, out of thin air. You're right. This totally can't be an illusion, Lex chuckled. Chapter 1262, Mental Breakdown. Chapter 1262, Mental Breakdown. When Lex teleported onto the planet where Jeffrey was, he was not the only one who was making a move. Countless forces had already begun to act. The war had begun, his targets just didn't know it yet. Involving a Tao Lord would be dangerous as it would attract attention. Fortunately, he knew plenty of celestial immortals as well. Asked Fahad, the celestial immortal Henali. Not yet. Wait for my signal, said Lex, accepting the immortal's enchantments onto his body. It would take another celestial immortal, and a strong one, to discover Lex. This was the absolute minimum precaution he had to take, since he didn't know what he would be facing. As soon as Lex teleported onto the planet, he hid himself and waited. His arrival on the planet went undetected, since everything about him was hidden. Yet he saw two immortals acting against Jeffrey, which wasn't good. Jeffrey was still integral to their plans, so Lex purposefully revealed an illusion of himself for the others to discover. While the two heavenly immortals were distracted, he used his stealth to kidnap Jeffrey. At the same time, he began to search Jeffrey's memories to see if this was some kind of trap, but discovered nothing useful. Now Lex needed to delay long enough for the inn to connect to this planet, since he had already initiated the process. Hopefully, the dragons would also trace Jeffrey till here, since the green aura was apparently still on him. In that sense, delaying was better, so Lex began wasting time. He even conjured the illusion of a fake devil to distract everyone. Without Fahad's enchantments, this would be impossible, since he could not fool two heavenly immortals. But with them, it was a piece of cake. A few minutes of banter later, the inn was connected, but Lex was taken by surprise when it turned out Jeffrey had been putting on a performance. You really can't trust terrorists these days. Fortunately, Lex was also just putting on a performance. No matter how he pretended otherwise, Lex knew that Jeffrey wasn't in as good a condition as he stated, or else the heart demon would not have been born. Now all he needed to do was trigger Jeffrey's mental problems once more. After all, Lex had reason to believe that Jeffrey's position within Sanguis Pluvia was far from simple. Pushing him so far had revealed this planet, but Lex was convinced that if they kept pushing Jeffrey, the Wyvern would only reveal more secrets. So he began his plan to destabilize the Wyvern's mental state. Mary, you can tell Charles that he doesn't need to hold back his tribulation anymore. Come to the planet where I am and trigger it immediately. Lex told his trusty assistant while his illusion body pretended to conjure lightning tribulations. Teleportation from the inn left no traces, which is why no one noticed Dr. Best suddenly teleported onto the planet and triggered his tribulation, hiding in a city nearby. The sudden appearance of the tribulation clouds triggered Jeffrey's PTSD and made him doubtful. Was this really an illusion? But it wasn't enough. It was best to make the situation even more absurd. Although Lex himself was far from where the immortals were attacking, that did not mean he would reveal his true location. So, in front of a random mountain, he summoned the dashing Pell Jr. The black and white of the suit complemented the deep bronze of the dragon's scales, enhancing the magnificent dragon's charm that the dragon was radiating. The two heavenly immortals were stunned, but not as stunned as Jeffrey. What was this? How could this be happening? How could a dragon be working with Lex? Jeffrey was getting close. He was on the verge of losing himself, but he wasn't quite there and needed just a little push. The illusion of Lex disappeared and then reappeared standing on the dragon's forehead. Pell Jr. unleashed the dragon's might of a heavenly immortal dragon, suddenly converting this planet into his own territory. Lex hijacked that aura and fused it with his own domination. Since Pell Jr. did not resist, and even coordinated with him, it was a simple task. I told you to just hand over Damien, Jeffrey, but you wouldn't. Pell Jr. roared, causing not just the planet, but the whole star system to tremble. The red formation around the planet shattered, and across the galaxy, many dragons felled an unfamiliar dragon marking his territory. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. For though Charles' tribulation was not as absurd as Lex's, it was far from simple, causing the laws in the region to fall into chaos. Across the Origin realm, many strong beings finally noticed that something was being obscured, but they could not tell what it was just yet. On the planet, Jeffrey started hyperventilating as Pell Jr., and the two heavenly immortals flew into the sky, beginning their combat for dominance. The real Lex strolled up behind Jeffrey, touched him with his finger, and caused him to fall into a real illusion. His body and spirit, which were greatly sensitive to illusions now, panicked and warned the Wyvern that he was in an illusion, but the Wyvern misunderstood. It thought that this was merely Lex finally allowing him to sense the illusion. "Show me all your other secret plans, Brother Jeff," said an illusion of Lex, who walked up to the Wyvern. Within his heart, with the danger of the two immortals gone, the heart demon finally struck, beginning an internal battle to take over Jeffrey's identity. But with his mind falling into chaos, Jeffrey could not put up any resistance at all. Jeffrey said, "This is not real. This is not real." Losing his mind, Jeffrey summoned a locket and crushed it. Chapter 1263 Insight. Chapter 1263 Insight. The plan to bring down Sanguis Pluvia could not be simple. It was clear that they were working with the Fugan to fight the Henali, and could possibly even be a part of the Fugan themselves. The reasons behind their attacks against the Origin realm were unknown, but it was a fact that they had managed to hide from the Henali. Lex did not, for a moment, think that he was stronger or even smarter than any Dao Lord. The only advantage he had working for him, according to the research he had done, was that Sanguis Pluvia were focused solely on hiding from Dao Lords and did not consider anyone else a threat at all. That made sense in a way. If they could even hide from Dao Lords, then how could those weaker than Dao Lords ever possibly find them? Lex had a theory, and it began with plotting everything within the Midnight Inn. The separation of an entire realm, not to mention the protection of the inn's own destiny-level formation, created the possibility that all of Lex's plans would remain undetected. That is why, while not all, a majority of Lex's secret meetings occurred within the inn. The second thing was finding a way to their core base or bases, discovering their most important members. Whether they themselves had celestial-level cultivators, or if they could borrow them from the Fugan, was unknown. But what was known was that they left no traces. Even after the inn workers infiltrated countless bases, they could not find any information about the core operations and personnel of the terrorist group. They only found hints and traces of their upcoming actions. So then how could Lex get to the heart of the organization? Lex's anger, held firmly within, yearned to be let out, but that could never happen until Lex caught and killed not only Damien, but the whole organization backing him. Lex studied the history and activity pattern of Sanguis Pluvia and discovered one vulnerability. For the most part, the organization operated in silence. They may strike and devastate a country, or a star system, or even more, and never be discovered unless by accident. Yet that was not true for all of it. There was one who took great pleasure in being known, in being hunted, and in fooling everyone time and time again. It was Jeffrey. Not only did he like to cause a big scene, he always wanted to be recognized for his work, and yet somehow continued to evade the best of efforts to capture him. Considering that the Henali, an organization that could rule an entire realm, were unable to find him, meant that the resources being used to ensure he remained hidden were massive. Lex didn't know if Jeffrey was doing this because he was willful, or if this was a deliberate plan by Sanguis Pluvia. Either way, it was evident that he held an important position within it, so he became Lex's target. Of course, it was pure luck that Lex encountered Jeffrey within the Trails of Eternity, but even if he hadn't, Lex had plans in place to slowly find him. Now that everything was in place, Lex just needed to continuously push Jeffrey to the breaking point, forcing him to reveal more and more of Sanguis Pluvia's secrets. No interrogation would yield results. Of that Lex was certain. So instead he used an approach where Jeffrey revealed everything on his own. By pushing him to the limits of his sanity, but not quite killing him, Lex could get him to reveal greater and greater secrets. Of course, this plan wasn't foolproof. Nothing ever was. But all the evidence pointed towards the fact that Jeffrey was not an ordinary member of the organization, and so Lex was willing to bet on it. Even if he wasn't, Lex would squeeze him until he was drained and make Sanguispluvia feel some pain. Then, he would find a way to eradicate them eventually. Jeffrey crushed his locket, and suddenly Jeffrey's cultivation began to skyrocket. This was not some kind of artificial boost, but rather a sign that he had been suppressing it on purpose. Since the real Lex was still hidden from detection, and was still touching Jeffrey, causing him to suffer from mild illusions, he noticed that a part of the seal within his mind crumbled. This was both interesting and a little disappointing. Lex immediately read through a number of Jeffrey's memories, but at the same time, he was pushed away. Jeffrey suddenly went from being in the middle of the Earth immortal realm to the peak of it. Moreover, his new memories insinuated that Jeffrey himself did not know much of his past, or even his own secrets. They had been locked away for unknown reasons. Lex still did not get to the bottom of things, but he did learn some interesting things. Sanguispluvia was ruled by someone that Jeffrey referred only to as Her Majesty. Lex hadn't been able to get any more information, but even that was pretty good. He also discovered some tidbits about Jeffrey's own secrets that were hidden in the now unsealed part of his brain. Jeffrey roared, his wyvern body growing larger as more power funneled into it. With burning red eyes, he looked towards Lex's illusion, but he wasn't there. He declared, a feeling of pride swelling within his chest. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his neck, and Jeffrey's vision began to change. He saw his own body, and he saw Lex casually sitting on Jeffrey's back holding his sword. Lex scoffed. I'm a little disappointed. I knew you were a demented little worm, but who knew that you don't just make clones of others? Even you, yourself, are just a clone. Chapter 1264, Say Her Name. Chapter 1264, Say Her Name. Suddenly, a lot of things made sense to Lex. Jeffrey's obsession with cloning, or perhaps it was the obsession of Sanguispluvia, was quite notable. Damien had taken up the cloning, but he was at most trying to recreate a perfect clone of Moon, which was harder than it seemed for reasons he could not understand. Jeffrey, on the other hand, liked to clone anyone he came across, or anyone who attracted his attention. Maybe it was because, deep down, he knew that he himself was just a clone of someone else, and so wanted to create others just like himself. Whatever his personal or mental issue was, it was a fact that this Jeffrey himself was a clone, though that knowledge had been sealed away so that he himself did not know. It was only upon undoing a part of the seal on himself that this knowledge came out, and it clearly brought Jeffrey a lot of distress. After Lex cut off the wyvern's head, he destroyed the soul fragment within and observed the rest of its body regrow its head. Understand making clones of oneself using a technique. The soul is the same, and even the clones are still yourself. But creating biological clones just creates new souls to inhabit the body, just living inside the clone as its own person. Why would one do that? Do you think the real you uses the clones as a backup in case it ever dies? As the body grew back its head, the wyvern twisted and attacked Lex. But the attack went through the body like it was nothing, and the rage in the wyvern's heart was suddenly replaced with a hint of fear. Was it still caught in the illusion? Even after undoing its seal and raising its power? How is that possible? Guessing what the wyvern was thinking, Lex asked it a question. Are you so sure that you really unsealed yourself? Or maybe do you just think you unsealed yourself? Whereas in truth, we're still back in the trial of eternity, with only a few seconds having passed in reality. The name is quite apt, don't you think? The anger in the wyvern's heart suddenly faded, and doubt once again rushed into his mind. No, you're just messing with me. This can't be happening, the wyvern muttered. From within the wyvern's heart, the heart demon attacked even more. Taking control of this wyvern was a lot harder than it appeared, but he could clearly sense that it was not impossible. Come now, Jeffrey. Lex's voice echoed in his ears. Try harder to break free from this illusion. Break free before I learn who Her Majesty is. A couple things happened as Lex said those words. First, he felt a chill travel down his spine, as if he had provoked an incredibly strong foe. The second was that a chill that traveled the wyvern's spine, as if it saw a genuine eternity of pain and anguish. If you know her, the wyvern roared, its eyes suddenly turning red from madness. Even in illusion, if you know her name, your demise is written. Her name is Sei. The two heavenly immortals who were fighting the dragon roared as they sensed something, but it was already too late by the time they sensed what was happening. The wyvern tried to yell the name, as it finally completely lost its mind. Even though the seal still existed within its mind, it began to crack, and the heart demon grinned as it attacked his psyche even more. But it had only uttered the beginning of her name when everything changed. A massive portal opened behind the wyvern, as if triggered by some mechanism, with an overwhelming aura spreading out from within, freezing everyone in their tracks. Lex was frozen where he stood, and the enchantments all over his body shattered, revealing his true body. The wyvern froze in midair, tears and snot covering its reptilian face. The heart demon within Jeffrey's heart could not move. In fact, even its thoughts were frozen still, so that it did not even know it was frozen to begin with. Even the heavenly immortals were not spared, frozen where they were, fighting against the handsome dragon. Only Pell Jr., protected by the immense power of a heavenly dragon, was not frozen, though. He was still suppressed to the ground. Lex, who was staring right at the portal, saw something emerge from it slowly. At first he could not understand what he was seeing, due to the enormous size of the creature coming out. But eventually he realized what it was. It was the tip of a cobra's face. The cobra was gold, with streaks of red, blue, and green covering its magnificent scales. The cobra was in the celestial realm. Lex could comprehend that much. But within the celestial realm, where its strength lay, Lex knew not. It did not matter. He was prepared even for this. "Mary, send word," he said in his mind. A booming voice roared across the planet, shaking it to its very core, and nearly causing it to collapse in on itself. The cobra was not even looking at Lex or anyone else. In fact, it looked incredibly pissed at Jeffrey. But the more it was like this, the more Lex was determined to push the wyvern further. Clearly, the identity of Her Majesty was a huge and sensitive secret which would upset many things. Since that was the case, he was determined to learn of it today. Since Sanguis Pluvia had crossed him, then it should be prepared to suffer the consequences. "Good attempt, Jeff." Lex's voice suddenly echoed across the land, attracting even the cobra's attention and driving Jeffrey further into madness. A portal opened behind Lex, from which Emperor Jotun walked out wearing a grim expression. Since he was assigned by the Henali to represent them at the inn, naturally, he was one of the first Lex was able to recruit into this plan to rid the origin realm of this vermin. The situation on the battlefield changed once more, but the greatest change was the spreading crack on the seal in Jeffrey's mind. It could not hold on much longer. Chapter 1265, Unleashed Rage I. Chapter 1265, Unleashed Rage I. Lex had a wonderful impression of Emperor Jotun, at least as far as his competence and strength went. The man worked closely with the Henali and was the sovereign for a very large intergalactic empire. That was not the kind of thing a weakling could achieve, and even among strong men, it required a certain level of influence and power across the realm. It required a kind of foresight many did not have, and a kind of brain that could encompass countless variables. Most importantly, it required unquestionable personal might, so that others would not covet what was his. But even though the arrival of the Emperor freed Lex from the restraints of the cobra's aura, Lex could tell that the Emperor, as strong as he was, would have an uphill battle in front of him. It was a little unbelievable that a random celestial summoned by Sanguis Pluvia was so much stronger than the Emperor, which is why Lex didn't think that the cobra was just a random celestial. Chances were high that he was very close to the top of the organization. There was an element of irony in the fact that Lex was closer to uncovering the very core of Sanguis Pluvia without being even the slightest bit close to discovering Damien's location. But if Lex helped take down Sanguis Pluvia, then even if he didn't find Damien now, he would be a lot easier to find. "You cannot hide from me, Jeffrey." Lex's voice echoed in the wyvern's ears like an infernal howl from the very depths of Garbets. Up above the planet, a dragon fought with two immortals, causing quakes and tremors that traveled through space to the stars. Somewhere unidentifiable, the Emperor was exchanging blows with the Cobra. Oddly enough, their fight caused no explosions. The planet was collapsing in on itself, irrevocably set on the path of destruction. Soon, it would explode or shatter or suffer death in some other way. The laws all around them vibrated like strings on a musical instrument, producing music that could literally change the universe. Gravity fluctuated, becoming stronger and weaker with every second. It even started to change its direction. Water turned solid without turning to ice. The ground exploded upon the slightest touch, turning to gas, without losing its solid state. Jeffrey had once tortured a human on Earth called Jackson Pollock, and then killed him when he got bored. The world around him felt like the wyvern had been transported into one of the paintings he used to do. Or maybe that was Lex's intention to begin with. Was this all by design? Lex could no longer hide, so he didn't try to. Wielding Naraka, he honed his sword intent and attacked the wyvern with the intention to kill. Yet before the sword met flesh, he heard the sound of glass cracking. Within the wyvern's mind, his seal finally shattered completely. The heart demon, filled with excitement, slithered into the depths of his mind, but then froze. Within the depths of the wyvern's mind, there were a pair of fierce eyes looking down at him. The heart demon did not even have time to scream before he disintegrated into dust. Lilith, who was connected to the heart demon, suddenly felt a pair of eyes looking at her. Those eyes, as menacing and conniving as they were, did not scare the devil. She merely snorted and let the aura of the eyes wash down on her. Yet nothing happened. Even if she was not a favored daughter of her father, it was no simple task to attack the daughter of a Tao Lord. As the energy faded, Lilith absorbed the last of the wyvern's memories, and her eyes widened. She exclaimed in genuine appreciation before teleporting away. Lex waved his sword, filled with the intent to kill. Yet something unexpected happened. When the seal within the wyvern broke, its aura did not explode. It did not gain higher cultivation levels. Instead, his body disintegrated as if it was an illusion to begin with. Lex's sword only cut through the air. Lex frowned, but before he could try to figure out what happened, he felt a hint of a familiar aura, one he had only felt inside the inn. From the space where the wyvern died, a powerful aura began to emerge as if it was coming out of nothing. It was like a pale imitation of a Tao Lord's aura, as if it was a copy of a Tao Lord's aura diluted to a billionth of what it really was. Just mere exposure to it brought Lex to the verge of death. No amount of strength or defense could save him from this. The heavenly immortal dragon collapsed, the suit on its body evaporating as if it had never existed. The Cobra and the Emperor, who had disappeared as they began their fight, reappeared, thoroughly suppressed and barely managing to stay away. The planet from underneath them disappeared, as if it had never existed. The star extinguished its own light, as if it dared not shine on the space where that aura existed. In a different realm, Jack fell to his knees, losing all strength, startling everyone. The only reason Lex wasn't already dead in the fraction of a moment he was exposed to the aura of the Tao was because within his body he already contained a trace of Tao absorbed from the chaos amber resin. Yet even that could allow him to exist for only so long. It was enough. Lilith teleported to Lex, hovering a hand over his body, extending whatever protection she had to him. "You're not going to believe this," Lilith said, her voice filled with immense surprise, excitement, and heartfelt admiration. "Even I can't believe this. You are either the luckiest or unluckiest living being in existence. Through sheer dumb luck, or maybe through means I cannot comprehend, you have done something impossible. Either the innkeeper is protecting you in secret, or someone else is, because there's no way you did this on your own." Lilith laughed in a mirthful voice, completely ignoring Lex, who was suddenly gasping for air beside her, or the eyes that began to open in front of her. Every other being around them was dead, with the stronger immortals barely holding on, and even that too because the time that had elapsed was too short. Yet Lilith cared not at all. Lex, whose mind was reeling at being exposed to the Tao, tried to understand what had happened. But he couldn't. The only thing that made sense was itself the most illogical. Was there a Tao Lord hidden inside the seal in the Wyvern's mind? But why? In his last moment, when the seal broke before the Wyvern was disintegrated, the heart demon read some of its memories, and then so did I. The Wyvern was a clone, 100 million spread across the origin realm. Considering how many of them there are, it's not so surprising you ran into him. The eyes narrowed as Lilith spoke and tried to focus on the devil, but it was no use. Lilith carried on her the true, undiluted, and genuine aura of a Tao Lord. There was nothing that the eyes, as weakened as they were, could do to her. Each Jeffrey clone has a seal within him, and the purpose of each seal is to hide and contain a billionth of the aura of a demi-Tao Lord. That's the reason they've been conducting terrorist activities across the realm. By causing a tear and disturbance in the fabric of the realm, they give an opportunity for that aura to sneak from outside the realm to within, hiding inside the seal in the clone. That's why it seems like each activity is carried out by Jeffrey, even though they're countless galaxies apart. It's because they're just clones. Each and every terrorist act is conducted by a different clone, ready to absorb and hide the aura of the demi-Tao Lord. Not to mention, there's a reason why Tao Lords haven't been able to locate Jeffrey after he conducted such an attack. Lex wiped the sweat off his forehead, but was alarmed to see that he was sweating blood. Though he had survived, his body had suffered severe shock from being exposed to the Tao. In fact, though Lilith was protecting him from further harm, he was already extremely weakened. But that's not all. There's a kicker, one that I find almost unbelievable. Chapter 1266, Unleashed Rage 2. Chapter 1266, Unleashed Rage 2. The origin realm shuddered under the anger of those eyes, yet Lilith laughed without a care in the world. Or maybe, just maybe, it was shuddering under the weight of Lex's anger. His brain was sluggish and his body was on the verge of shutting down. But even in such a state, there was a faint hiss of recognition within his own eyes. It seemed like the star system had ceased to exist, and the origin realm was holding its breath. Something big was about to happen. The forces that had obscured fate and destiny had begun to move, and an irreversible change was occurring within the origin realm. It was not just the inhabitants who were unknowingly undergoing a shift. It was the entire realm itself. The entire realm's destiny had been changed in a way that should have been impossible. A mere immortal had interfered in the plans of beings of Tao. Yet that was exactly what had happened. Lex himself remained largely ignorant of the magnanimous undertaking he had achieved, but others were not. Yet, for now, they were content to watch. Since Lex had begun, he should be allowed to play out his hand. Can you imagine that? The body of a mere mortal, housing a demi-Tao Lord without a seal, allowing her to exist within the origin realm without suffering rejection? It's unimaginable. Nobody else believed it either, which is why Damien was undertaking the project alone. Lex activated his right eye, creating countless formations around himself to speed up his healing and recovery. But seriously, none of it is as crazy as a mere immortal interfering with a Tao being. Do you realize how crazy that is? It's literally impossible. Beings of Tao will know anything and everything you do to interfere with their plans, even if you don't know you're interfering with their plans. I know you go around telling everyone that the innkeeper tells you to take care of things on your own, but he must be keeping an eye on you, hiding you from view, allowing you to achieve this. Even then, man oh man, the eyes had stopped trying to suppress Lilith by now. Instead, they became impassive once more. A portal opened behind it, and then another. A dozen portals opened, and then 100, then 1,000, and the numbers just kept increasing. One wyvern after another flew out of the portal, in mere seconds forming an army. 1,000,000 Jeffreys suddenly arrived around Lex, all glaring at him with immense hate. This is so interesting, Lilith continued. You ruined the plan of a Tao being. Now the question is, can you survive doing that as well? Will the innkeeper interfere to protect you? I heard he's not even in the origin realm anymore. "He looks like you've gone a little over your head," said one of the Jeffreys in a demented tone, as it turned its head and looked at Lex from an unusual angle. Asked another wyvern, this one as big as a mountain. "You called yourself a king, right? From where I'm standing, you look like a worm to me." The wyvern that was speaking dissolved, and from within his body emerged another aura that flowed towards the eyes, strengthening them. "From where I'm standing, it looks like you're about to die," said 1,000 Jeffreys at once, as their bodies dissolved as well. The eyes became stronger, which caused Lilith to frown. She could stay safe herself, but her ability to protect Lex was quickly diminishing. "Don't worry, after you die, we'll make clones of you too." The wyverns laughed like they had lost their minds as they died one by one. That was because each of them inherited Jeffrey's last bout of insanity before he died, and it would take them some time to recover from that. But they had no time to do that. Their plan was ingenious. Jeffrey's death would not reveal the hidden entity within, for the seal would just shift from one body to another. But by breaking the seal, Lex had interfered with carefully laid out plans. Since the plan had already been ruined, there was no point in keeping the clones alive anymore. After all, since her aura was revealed. Suddenly, Lilith felt it was easier to protect Lex. When she looked over, she saw two humans standing next to him, but they were not really human. Fahad and Noor stood beside him, appearing without any signs. "You have done well. You have completed your part of the bargain better than any imagined," said Fahad. They themselves could not contest against the aura of a demi-Dao lord, but they were under the protection of real Dao lords, so they did not need to fear the eyes. "Who are you?" Noor asked the eyes without care or concern about showing proper respect to a demi-Dao lord. A voice roared, and the cobra which had been suppressed once rose and appeared in front of the eyes, as if defending them. More and more beings began to appear in the area, some of them clones of Jeffrey, some of them members of Sanguis Pluvia, and some of them from the forces of Enali. A grand army was assembling in this place, ready to unleash absolute devastation. The plans of the demi-Dao lord were ruined. How could there be no fallout? Fahad frowned and spoke out loud to Noor. "Her origin is still obscured. If we can trace who she is or where she came from, we can better counter her." The cobra roared and unleashed its power, attacking Fahad. The battle began abruptly, yet Lex and Lilith were not affected by it. The Henali set up protection around those two. Since they played such a critical role in revealing this illegal immigrant, then they deserved all the awards and attention such achievements afforded. During all this, no one was paying attention to Lex anymore, which is why they didn't realize that the reason he was not speaking was because he was still recovering. The moment he recovered, he glared at the eyes that had become the center of the conflict. Lex roared, raising his sword up to those eyes, his voice cutting through the noise of the war. Suddenly, everything stopped, and everyone looked at Lex. The cobra, the eyes, Fahad, and Noor, the emperor, all the wyverns and soldiers summoned to fight, all suddenly turned towards Lex and noticed that something about him had changed. Faced against one of the most powerful beings in existence, after suffering near death just from being exposed to its aura, Lex dared to raise his sword to those eyes, and there was not an ounce of fear in his voice. I saw those eyes every time I crushed his hopes and dreams. Every time I foiled his plan, he looked at me with those angry eyes. Every time he felt hopeless, he showed me those fierce eyes. Compared to those eyes, Lex really was pathetically weak. There was nothing about him that could even survive their gaze without the protection that the Henali were giving him. Yet for someone at the Earth Immortal Realm, which was the lowest realm of anyone in this battlefield, Lex cut an impressive sight. The pride and arrogance of dragons that Lex claimed to be better at, in this moment, oozed out of his very skin and bones. His domination, his sword intent, his tenet, and his domain all synchronized as one. Faced with an overwhelmingly stronger foe, there was no way Lex could claim supremacy. Yet he dared a challenge, nonetheless. When R.A. messed with the Innkeeper destroyed him. When R.A. messed with the Midnight Battalion, I crushed him. When R.A. tried to take over my body, I ended all his hopes. I have fought his manifested clone many times, so I recognize those eyes well. Lex, who had been holding on to his anger for so long, could hold on to it no longer. R.A. had tried to take over Lex's body. This woman, who was clearly related to R.A., wanted to take over Moon's body. An image of sword shone deep inside Lex's eye, resonating with his anger. His heart, which had begun turning into a dragon's heart, began evolving even quicker, as if it was feeding off his anger, and beat for the first time as a proper dragon's heart. The lotus tattoo on Lex's back suddenly recovered, causing his aura to explode. He was still nowhere near the strength of the eyes, but everyone else on the battlefield took notice of him for the first time. From elsewhere, deep in the origin realm, a heavy voice rumbled. Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, you were banished from the origin realm, yet you dared to return? Chapter 1267 Unleashed Rage 3. Chapter 1267 Unleashed Rage 3 Sekhmet, daughter of Ra. The identity of the mysterious being behind Sanguis Pluvia had been revealed, which should not have been as simple as it was. If it were so simple that one only needed to peer upon the eyes and recognize the familial traits the eyes bore, then there were many who should have recognized her long before Lex. As a being of Tao, Sekhmet had naturally taken precautions to protect her identity from being discovered, let alone recognizing her from her eyes. Even if she stood in full view of everyone, no one should have been able to peer into her identity. This was further exacerbated by the fact that when the innkeeper attacked R.A., all information about and related to him was wiped from existence, at least on lower levels. That meant very few beings in existence even recalled Ra's children. At least, they did not recall them as children of R.A. The fact that, of everyone here, Lex was the one who overcame these minor obstacles as well as the powers of Tao, made everyone pay even more attention to him. More and more, they began to truly suspect that the mysterious and enigmatic innkeeper had taken Lex as an heir. There was no other explanation for what was going on. Lilith, who was also observing, wondered momentarily why Lex would be affected by the oppression of the aura of Tao if he was unaffected by other aspects of it. But she didn't think about it for long. Who was she to question how a Tao lord did things? Maybe that was just the innkeeper's way of keeping Lex from becoming complacent. Much more importantly, Lex had now ruined the plans of a Tao-level beings twice, on various levels. It was as if his very existence was expressly pushing the boundary of what was and wasn't impossible. Lex himself, however, was focused on Sekhmet. It seemed that, for whatever reason, he and his family were intimately tied to R.A. and his progeny. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but so many times made him think that something deeper was at play. The very first guest he had at the inn was Batet, while the first great enemy the inn had was R.A. Furthermore, this entire time, his family had been indirectly suffering due to the machinations of another of Ra's daughters, with his sister even being targeted to become a vessel for her. Who knew what the truth of the plans Damien had for Belle and Liz were? All in all, the connections they had with each other were so many that Lex began to suspect that there were secrets to this situation he didn't know. Once again, Lex felt the feeling of some mysterious hand guiding and controlling his life. He once suspected that the system might be guiding the direction of his life for its own purposes, but now he began to think that it might be someone else. What the reasons were, he did not know yet, but within his heart, he had become vigilant. Lex, Velma has sent word. Our cooperation with the Henali is in full effect. They've peered through the secrets of Sanguis Pluvia and are attacking their bases across the origin realm. Within the Midnight Inn, Velma had set up a base of operations from wherein she exchanged live information from her own network with that belonging to the Henali. The purpose was to coordinate their actions and to supervise the movements of Sanguis Pluvia. The Midnight Games were targeting planets that were being attacked by insects, but so far, none of the enemy bases had directly been attacked. There were hundreds of planets that the Inn workers had discovered and marked as having enemy hideouts or bases. But they had only infiltrated them to extract information and done nothing else. The plan had always been to attack them realm-wide at the same time when the Great Battle occurred, so that they had no time to react or reinforce other battlefields. It would be easier to wipe out their forces in one massive attack than to do it one at a time, Although organizing such an attack was easier said than done. Lex had discovered countless bases through Velma's vast and unusual information network. So far, the Henali had been unable to discover any bases at all, but as soon as they understood what was blocking them from discovering those bases, they were able to work around it. The moment Sekhmet's identity was discovered, all the precautions she had taken to hide from the Henali Dowlords failed. Do it. Attack. Within the Midnight Inn, the guests finally saw movement on the window with the Midnight Battalion. They teleported to a new world and without hesitation joined together to form the Midnight Mech before attacking a massive, walled city in front. So far, all the battles in the Midnight Games had been against insects. This was the first conflict against other forces. A guest suddenly gasped in astonishment as he spotted something in the window. Warrior, which was considered immortal and unkillable. Someone else exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?" One after another, the guests saw some of the most powerful and renowned warriors of the Origin realm attack the city alongside the Midnight Battalion, laying siege against an unknown foe. On other planets, outside the view of the guests in the Midnight Inn, armies seemed to appear out of thin air, attacking without warning. Fleets of pirate ships descended from the skies. Swarms of demons emerged from the darkest depths. Monsters from the pits of Garvitz rained from the skies. Angels flew out of the sunlight. Aslan Deathsworn, the celestial blight, made his presence known. Unfortunately, whoever learned of his presence died shortly after. Chapter 1268 Unleashed Rage 4. Chapter 1268 Unleashed Rage. For on a densely populated planet, a tall, muscular human wearing an orange hoodie walked around one of the largest cities. With a certain range of him, random people seemed to suddenly die, though the range was so vast that no one connected him to it. Later on, autopsies of the bodies would reveal that the victims exploded from intense vibrations, yet no one other than the victims ever felt like anything was ever amiss. Z was content sharing his music only with his targets. It was not so bad to hear a pleasant melody before dying. Certain planets suffered beast tides, where every single beast on the planet suddenly revolted and attacked the Sanguis Pluvia bases, even though there was no history of such a thing on those planets. On one such planet, a golden sloth closed its eyes to take a nap, while on another, a deer with large antlers looked out into the distance. There was one planet that was suddenly engulfed by plant life. Trillions of clovers suddenly grew out of the ground, attacking everything in sight, using all other living beings there as fertilizer. There was another planet where it suddenly started to rain fire that tore through everything that blocked its path and burned the very souls of the victims it touched. Luther stood atop a mountain, looking at the world with his hands folded behind his back. Elves, dwarves, sentient beetles, humans, devils, and more, all races suddenly appeared out of nowhere with the intention to kill. The tide of Lex's wrath covered the entire realm, making sure that none of the Sanguis Pluvia could escape, or at least ensuring that the low-level members of the organization could not escape. All the stronger ones, the important ones, had already been summoned by Sekhmet from across the galaxy to fight alongside her, or at least to buy her some time for whatever she had planned. She was a demi-Dao lord, which meant she was still nothing but an insignificant ant in front of a real Dao lord. But the problem lay in the fact that Dao lords could not use their abilities within the realm. Not everyone was as skilled as the innkeeper, who could strike within the origin realm without damaging the growth of the realm itself. They would only strike if the situation became too desperate. Until then, it was up to the celestial immortals to neutralize her through other means. Yet even that was easier said than done, for Sekhmet had summoned all her subordinates, and they were more than just a few of them. Comparatively, the Henali could not blindly send all their forces, for that meant leaving portions of the realm unprotected. Even with all their preparation, the Henali fell short-handed. Fortunately, Lex had left no stone unturned in ensuring that there were sufficient forces to help fight the final fight. Elsewhere, Far away from the star system where the fight with Sekhmet was taking place, there was a golden dragon peering through space, looking at it. Around it was a gathering of countless dragons, completely unprecedented in the known history of the Origin Realm, for the dragons never really gathered together. A few years ago, I declared that the dragons were at war. The dragon's voice rumbled. It was funny, since in size the golden dragon was much smaller than the other dragons gathered, but not a single one of them dared look down on him. Instead, they all looked down at their feet in complete and total deference. But I did not reveal who we were at war with. That was because our enemy was not simple. Today, I will let you know who the enemy is. A short while ago, all of you witnessed through the eyes of the dragonling a human who declared himself superior to dragons in every way. The dragons looked up, and as if they themselves were there, saw the first moment where Lex's dragon heart took its first beat. They saw him raise his sword at a being of Tao, and saw him declare a sacred challenge. As if a lit match had been thrown into an ocean of crude oil, there was an explosion of fire. Except the explosion was within the hearts and minds of the dragons. They felt as if they were not looking at a human, but one of their own. Naturally, since one of their own showed frenzied courage beyond rhyme or reason, they felt inspired. Yes, this is how it should be. When a dragon is crossed, even beings of Tao should fear and tremble. Instead of seeing Lex's actions for the insanity that they were, the dragons took it as the highest, purest, most devout display of the dragonkind's creed. In this universe, nay, in all of existence itself, only the dragons were supreme. The Dragon King declared and opened a massive portal leading to the battlefield. An endless thunder of dragons unleashed their dragon's roar and took flight, blotting out the skies as they traveled through the portal and joined the fray. The dragonkind, however, did not move just yet. He watched his kind take flight, as if a general watching over his armies. Yet his gaze, which was previously locked on Lex, moved to the side just a little. In a corner of the battlefield, Charles Best was undergoing his thunder tribulation, protected from the chaos of battle by the Henali. Naturally, since they were working with Lex, they had to protect his allies as well. Little Charles, it looks like you did not die back then, the golden dragon murmured. The dragon's eyes seemed to lose focus, as if he was suddenly transported into a distant past. Chapter 1269 Tsunami. Chapter 1269 Tsunami War raged all around Lex, destructive on a level that he could not even comprehend. Heaven Immortals alone had a mastery of laws so intricate, while simultaneously so immense, that Lex could not even understand what was happening. Reality was akin to a drug-induced hallucination, except the monsters in this situation were quite real. Sekhmet made no move and continued to consolidate her power, and the Tao Lords of the Origin Realm made no move either. For them, getting rid of Sekhmet, now that they had discovered her, was akin to a flick of a finger. The problem was that the repercussions of that finger flick might extend to a lot more than just Sekhmet herself. One of the reasons why the Innkeeper was never prosecuted for using his powers in the Origin Realm was that he had such fine control over his power that it did not negatively impact the realm at all. Secondly, it was a display of power so immense that it gave the Henali genuine doubt about whether they could handle him or not. In such a situation, considering how amicable the Innkeeper was, it was best to push matters under the rug. But even among Tao Lords, not everyone had such precise control of their powers. It was like trying to use the heat from a nuclear explosion to heat up cold pizza. Theoretically, it was a possibility, given that the circumstances were just right. Practically, no one dared to try it out themselves. So an impasse formed between the beings of Tao, while those below that realm fought desperately, trying to change the tide of battle in their favor. The most frustrating, tragic thing for Lex was that among all those present, he was one of the weakest, so he could not actually go out and fight. He had so much anger bubbling within him, but nowhere to vent it. Lex had just undergone the greatest power-up in his entire life, and then walked into a battlefield where he was the weakest. Once more, after a very long time, he was hit with that same feeling he had when he started cultivating. It was a time where he used to imagine the inn hosting guests from everywhere, but all the guests were stronger than him. It made him insecure, but he found a way to survive. Even now, he was surviving, but the dissatisfaction in his heart had never felt as painful before. He had stepped on the path of supremacy, but as it was, he was too weak to actually make any real claim to it. So Lex did what he had learned to do exceptionally well. He controlled himself. Just because he was angry and wanted to hurt his enemies did not mean he had to do it himself. Everything that was happening now before him was under his direction. As such, he should continue to do just that. As much as it would be satisfying to give his enemies a good smack, he wanted more than anything to just see them fall. In that case, he needed to think about what else he could do to turn the situation around. It was too bad that the dragons hadn't taken his bait. No sooner had he had that thought that an army of dragons appeared behind him, the strength of their roars mimicking Lex's grand proclamation of vengeance. There was no need for a build-up. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. No one, not the celestial immortals, not Sekhmet, and not the Henali had seen the dragons of the Origin Realm band together like this. Heck, it was exceptionally rare for any dragons to band together, let alone all the dragons for an entire realm. That was why no one was prepared for how drastically the situation changed. As if they had been reinforced, the laws around the battlefield suddenly became stagnant and unmalleable. Then, as if it were a domain itself, dragons might spread out. Those enemies below the celestial realm just died. There was no big fight, no struggle, no final throws. One moment they were alive and fighting. The next the dragons had come, and to continue living within range of their presence was an unforgivable sin that could only be punished by death. Even those at the celestial immortal realm who managed to survive felt like they had suffered some catastrophic blow. Then the army of dragons let loose their dragon fire. The eyes suddenly narrowed and used some of their powers, though they didn't rely on the Tao just yet. As long as she didn't use the Tao, the Henali wouldn't either. The moment she tried, she would see a true retribution. So she was limited to using her strength without the influence of Tao. A tsunami of dragon fire swept across the Origin Realm, burning everything hostile in its path. Even a star dared not shine its light on a being of Tao. Yet the dragon fire of an army of dragons targeted her directly. Of course, it never reached her. All those that Sekhmet had protected were also well. But the dragons had only just begun. They raced forward, the single greatest fighting force in the entire Origin Realm. Lex had heard on multiple occasions that the only reason that dragons were weak was because their arrogance did not let them work together. While seeing them work together now, Lex genuinely believed that even the Henali might not be able to tame this realm if the dragons worked together like this all the time. The countless wyverns behind Sekhmet trembled in sight of their superiors, even though all of them were destined for death anyway, which meant there was nothing left to lose. They felt fear nonetheless. The tide was almost completely turned. Just the arrival of the dragons nearly granted them victory. Fahad and Noor were getting ready to trap Sekhmet's eyes. But Sanguis Pluvia was not without allies of its own. The darkness of space rippled, and from within stepped forth a Jorlum. Then there was another. The fight was just beginning. Chapter 1270 Divine Envoy. Chapter 1270 Divine Envoy. The Fugan had made their move. The Jorlum had appeared, and the army of dragons, as impressive as it was, could not overwhelm the Jorlum so easily. A galaxy itself was nothing more than a buffet table for these monstrosities. Fahad, I hope you don't renege on our deal, Lex suddenly said, completely unconcerned about the shift. Yes, yes. In exchange for helping us take down Sanguis Pluvia, you can receive the heart's blood of a Jorlum. Good, Lex said, and turned his mind towards the battle once more. Although he liked to take credit for the arrival of the dragons, he was slightly afraid of claiming credit as well. He knew that his little statement might provoke a few dragons, but wasn't this a little too much? Fortunately, the dragons seemed like they were not concerned with Lex at all. In that case, there was only one more fighting force he had arranged for his backup, though now he was hesitant to call them. He would wait and see how things developed. If the situation seemed bad, he would have to take the risk. Lex asked Fahad. The real Fahad was out there fighting, but he'd also left behind a clone to protect Lex, and now Lilith, who was beside him, giggling like a schoolgirl. Taking care of Jorlum is tricky, Nor said with a troubled expression. Within the same realm, I think it's practically impossible to kill them, but they can be held back. For that, we will personally dispatch celestial-level Henali warriors. But this will definitely mess with our battle plans. So far, not a single Jorlum has been killed in this war. The situation was getting extremely chaotic and complicated. Ordinarily, Lex would have left by now to stay out of everyone else's way. But this was not a fight that would last forever or even too long. Sekhmet was still absorbing the aura from countless Jeffreys, while more than a fair number of them had been captured or killed by others. Sooner or later, there would be a turning point in this battle, and it would likely be when the last Jeffrey clone died. Lex was curious to see what that would be. Lex began to debate with himself if it might be a good idea to summon his final backup when the battle changed once more. A golden dragon appeared at the forefront of the dragon army, and everyone, Sekhmet included, were forced to look up at him. Lex's breath caught as he felt the very same aura as Sekhmet. It was a demi-Dao lord. He also sensed that Fahad and Nor were extremely surprised to see the dragon as well. He must have had an exceptional identity. This was probably the Dragon King. Lex got ready to leave for the Midnight Inn at a moment's notice. In fact, not leaving already might be a mistake. But the dragon never even looked towards Lex. His gaze was locked on Sekhmet's. "You have made a mistake in returning, Lioness," the dragon's voice rumbled through space, even though he did not actually move his mouth. "I do not fear you, Veilgorith," Sekhmet spoke for the very first time, her voice filled with defiance. New figures started to suddenly appear all around them, and Fahad promptly placed his hand on Lex's shoulder, teleporting them both away from there. Lex asked, noticing that the Henali looked incredibly pale. The Dao Lords appeared on the scene. All lesser beings are sent to a separate battlefield. This is bad. This is really bad. What? Because Fahad didn't have time to finish his sentence. An endless plain appeared beneath their feet, and all the Henali, Sanguis Pluvia, and Fugan forces appeared here as well. Then more and more beings started to appear, and in the distance Lex even saw entire planets beginning to appear, floating above the endless plain. "It's too late," Nor whispered. "We've been sent to the Mirage. No one can leave until the Dao Lords let us out." Lex frowned and tried to exit to the inn, but felt something preventing him. This was not like those times that space was blocked or was too weak to support teleportation. He directly felt something restraining him from returning. Lex asked. Suddenly, "Of course," Nor responded. "In fact, everyone still fighting the Sanguis Pluvia will most likely be sent here. The Mirage is a special place, under the control of the Dao Lords. No damage here will reflect onto the Origin Realm. Likewise, nothing happening outside will harm us here. Something very serious must have happened for them to send us here. It was most likely the appearance of that golden dragon. Yup, the situation was rapidly getting out of hand. In that case, might as well truly mess things up. Mary, send my agreement to the Divine Envoy." Within the Midnight Inn, an inn-worker suddenly set off and delivered a letter to a guest in a certain room. Finally, the guest whispered and then disappeared. On Earth, the very same guest reappeared in a lavish castle, filled with noble women wearing the most elaborate pieces of jewelry. First, the same guest put on a ceremonial robe covered in perfect diamonds, before walking into the inner chambers of the castle where a gorgeous woman sat on a throne. "My lady, Lex has agreed to your demands." Alyssa Harmony, the winner of the first Midnight Games, former YouTuber and current divine envoy of the deity of diamonds, smiled. Chapter 1271 Honing. Chapter 1271 Honing. Alyssa dismissed the messenger and then got on her knees in a pious pose, ready to pray. She put on a crown which had a massive diamond, known as the Kohinoor, as its centerpiece. The history of that diamond was one filled with blood, which was apt considering that it was now being used to connect to the deity of diamonds to bring news of war. She performed a complicated and elaborate ceremony, after which she felt the gaze of her deity fall on her. Your Majesty, I have acted according to your will. I have found a means to import the highest quality diamonds from other realms discreetly. A rather smooth, relaxed voice repeated. That's fine, replied Adamus, the deity of diamonds, sounding bored. I will do it immediately. The Sanguis Pluvia will not know what dash. Wait a minute, Adamus suddenly said, appearing in front of Alyssa as a projection. Did you say Sanguis Pluvia? From what I understand, he is the one who orchestrated the whole fight. Alyssa answered, feeling confused. She, of course, had no idea what was happening out in space, but Adamus did. Never mind. I will deal with this one personally. No need to send anyone else, Adamus said, his projection disappearing. The deities of the origin realm were all, to a degree, suppressed by the Henali. They were the most powerful local beings within this realm, and so the Henali made sure they stayed well within their control. That was the reason why Adamus and the other deities did not participate in the conflicts of the Henali most of the time. But compared to other times, this time the deities actually wanted in, but had no proper justification to enter. Now, though, Adamus had proper justification for interfering. It was slightly impolite to turn on one another, but Sekhmet was a banished member of the realm, so if Adamus took a little bit of her divinity and ate it up, it shouldn't matter, right? Back in the Mirage, Lex watched as the plane extended beyond his ability to sense. Countless planets had been shifted to the Mirage, and at first Lex thought that all the planets where a fight was taking place were being shifted here. But soon, he was proven wrong. It was not that all planets that were experiencing a war that were being sent here, but the planets that contained weapons or traps that could harm the origin realm. When one such planet blew up, and another melted into a pool of acidic substance that then began raining down on all who were fighting, the pattern became a little obvious. Yet the absurdity of the situation was that the fight was not stopping. The Jorlum appeared within the Mirage, followed by the army of dragons, and they continued to fight. Only the Golden Dragon was absent. Fahad and Nor stood guard around Lex and Lilith, much more cautious than they had been outside. Now that the Tao Lords have made a move, anything is possible, and the danger has skyrocketed, Fahad said solemnly. If you have the chance to retreat to the inn, don't miss it. Until then, I will try to keep you safe. Lex asked. He'd heard of major and minor realms, not to mention pocket spaces and what else. But he'd never heard of a Mirage. What was incredible was that the laws here were just as sturdy and mature as the origin realm, but they didn't feel exactly the same. A Mirage is a Tao Lord's daydream. Lex was stunned. We're inside a Tao Lord's thoughts? Fahad shrugged. You're asking me, but who can I ask? The only reason we even know anything about Mirage is because it's protocol to know. Lex was about to ask more questions, but he suddenly noticed something. Some of the new fighters who were being teleported into the Mirage had divine energy. When he focused on them, he noticed them wearing bright and prominent jewelry. That meant that the deity, or at least the deity's followers, had taken actions, which was good. Divine energy was one of the most difficult to counter. No sooner had this thought occurred to him that he noticed something else. Some people were using profane energy. Previously, Lex did not know. What was so he never noticed. But now he could sense it. When Lex focused, he found a small group of warriors on a distant planet, controlling the insects that were devouring the planet itself. I'm going to take this opportunity to hone my blade, Lex said, and Naraka trembled in his hands out of excitement. Fahad asked, This is not exactly an organized or controlled fight. We'll want to fight people on their own level. That sounds boring, Lex responded. More importantly, I'm sure. It can't be called honing if I'm in a safe environment. Don't worry, I'll keep myself safe. Even though Lex said that, Fahad and Nor followed him, even if they retracted their protection. As an heir to a Tao Lord, there was just no way they could allow him to go unprotected. Lex didn't care. A moment later, he teleported to the planet with Prophanites. Chapter 1272 Distractions. Chapter 1272 Distractions. Profane energy was a dark, all-consuming energy that ate and absorbed everything into itself. able to corrupt and destroy everything. In comparison, divine energy was a purer energy that could transform into any other kind of energy it needed to be and accomplish miracles. In theory, both energies could not be casually wielded and required very specific circumstances or beings to be able to control. Lex was already beginning to learn about laws, though he hadn't technically spent any proper time contemplating it. The next thing he needed to understand were energies. Different energies enabled different things, and using the right kind of energy in the right circumstances would produce a greater effect. Prior to the immortal realm, cultivators were too weak for the variance in energy performances to matter, which is why they randomly just absorbed energy. Yet what mortal cultivators deemed as spiritual energy was actually just a mix of countless other energies. If, for example, Lex absorbed energies that were more inclined towards laws associated with the cold, and used them to fuel his golden inferno, the resulting effect would not be anywhere near what he would produce if he used energies which had a propensity for fire or explosions. Such a simple concept was easily understood and needed no contemplation. It was the further subtleties of energy that Lex needed to ponder. For example, even energies had hierarchies, and higher, rarer level energies decayed into more abundant, yet weaker and more common forms of energies. Similarly, weak and abundant energies could be fused to form higher levels of energies, but that was too difficult a task and not something Lex could achieve just yet. Moreover, the energies were extremely complex, as different environments would produce the same kind of energy, but different affinities. This was the kind of extremely complex and esoteric subject that could not be pondered or comprehended without sufficient mental power. After all, sword intent was also a kind of energy, yet it was created solely and completely through a wielder's state of mind. How that was possible confounded Lex. After all, if all that was required was the state of mind, then it was theoretically possible for a complete, mundane mortal to have a sword intent that could hurt immortals. Of course, it was only theoretically possible, and for such a thing to actually happen was completely absurd and impossible. The point was that energies were not as easy to understand as they seemed, and required some study. "Hey guys, nice to meet you," Lex said as he teleported right in the middle of the Prophanites. The Prophanites were startled by Lex's sudden arrival, and all attacked him. Not that Lex made any effort to dodge or block. He let their attacks fall onto his body, and then studied how he was affected by them. "Hey guys, nice to meet you," Lex said as he teleported right in the middle of the Prophanites. The Prophanites were startled by Lex's sudden arrival, and all attacked him. Not that Lex made any effort to dodge or block. He let their attacks fall onto his body, and then studied how he was affected by them. What better way was there to study energies than by being attacked by them? The Prophanites' eyes widened in horror as they watched Lex rub his chin as he let their attacks fall onto his body, without so much as flinching. It was not just energy. They were using the complete influence of profane energy to attack his very being and corrupt and destroy it. Profane energy could even corrupt laws, deceiving them into thinking they were something else. Of course, that only happened at higher levels of application of profane energy, but the point was that it was not something to be scoffed at, yet it could do nothing to Lex. Lex scrunched his brows and looked at the Prophanites. "Why'd you stop attacking?" "I was still studying the effects." Lex waved his hand and spurred his tenant just a bit, influencing space all around them, forming a cage. The Prophanites, who were wreaking havoc on the entire planet, suddenly became Lex's playthings. Fahad and Noor, who were observing in secret, felt dumbfounded. Was this called honing oneself through battle? It looked more like bullying kids. Yet considering that Lex's cultivation level was actually below those Prophanites, who were at the peak of the Earth immortal realm, there was nothing that could be said about it. The more Lex behaved nonchalantly, the more the Prophanites fearing him, to the extent of summoning the Defiler, who gave them access to profane energy. As the Defiler took over, the body language of all the Prophanites suddenly changed, and they looked at Lex in unison, as if they were completely in synchronization with each other. They spoke together, forming a chorus. Not really. Lex was distracting himself with his intention to study energies. In truth, he was suppressing a great deal of frustration. As the orchestrator of this massive battle, he had already done what he could. The chips had fallen, and Sanguispluvia was doomed. But Damien was nowhere in sight, and he himself was too weak to vent his anger on the actual people responsible. He could, at most, just fight those random underlings being summoned in this mirage. In a way, his revenge was being exacted, about as much of it as there could be, but at the same time he was left feeling dissatisfied. So he decided to share that dissatisfaction with as many people as possible. When Lex attacked, even with the Defiler controlling the Prophenites' bodies, they could not defend at all. In a matter of minutes, they were dead. Fortunately, Lex took the opportunity to read their memories. He was mostly just interested in learning about their understanding about energies, but he also learned something interesting. The Defilers had since long ago been hunted down to the point of extinction within the Origin realm, with only a very few of them surviving. The survivors were hidden where they could not be found. Yet Lex learned about a special project they were working on within the Champions tourney. He wondered if Giselle would be interested in learning about it. He put those thoughts aside for now, and instead threw himself into another fight. Within the Mirage, that's really all he could do, which was not so different from how he expected things to turn out. The next part of the plan was up to Regis. Chapter 1273, Through the Lens. Chapter 1273, Through the Lens, whether it was honing himself, learning about laws, learning about energy, or getting used to his new realm, all of them could be achieved in the same way, which was to throw himself into the fray. The planets which had appeared within the Mirage were actually like small islands of safety. Since the planets were filled with countless innocent people, the Henali forces avoided targeting them, and the forces of Sanguispluvia did not specifically target them, which did not necessarily mean they were going to survive. It just meant they were the safest places around, relatively speaking. Not that Lex needed to specifically stay in a safe place. The immortal realm had subtleties and complexities he had yet to understand, and the higher immortal realms were no doubt much more powerful than just the Earth immortal realm. But Lex too had his unique advantages. His danger sense was much, much stronger now. It was as if his instincts were no longer sensing danger, but were directly divining danger, which allowed him to grasp a perfectly clear view of how to escape. From a certain point of view, it could be said that Lex was only a hair's breadth away from danger. But for Lex, the breadth of a hair, under the guidance of his instincts, might as well be as vast as an entire realm. Amidst the rippling chaos of the battlefield, Lex flitted about like a kite in the wind, completely unharmed from the surrounding carnage. The irony of the situation was that any of the attacks around him would be enough to cripple him, if not kill him, and would have an effective radius far larger than he could escape ordinarily. But there were so many of such attacks that they constantly canceled each other out, or at least diminished each other. That created the perfect playground for Lex, who fought countless villains, saved countless people, though whether they were actually saved was yet to be seen, and learned numerous secrets from reading people's minds. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of his own tenet. In essence, a battle between two forces was just a struggle for supremacy, regardless of the scale. The scale of the battle was beyond Lex's perception, yet just by being within it, he could sense a subtle, invisible balance forming as a result of a push and pull. Two large forces were fighting each other, attempting to crush one another and gain ultimate supremacy, with countless smaller forces all trying to influence the struggle as well. That was the larger battle for supremacy, the one for dominance over one another. But besides it, there were countless others as well. There were infinite battles that were being fought, not to achieve some larger goal, but for mere survival. Those smaller battles were like a fight between individuals and a force of nature. It was like ants fighting against the rain, where a single drop of water might be the death of a few. That too was a fight for supremacy. They were fighting to survive, and the invisible hand of death was clawing at them, trying to pull them within its grasp. This was a battle for supremacy that began as soon as one was born, one between the living and death, but the struggle became greater in moments of great peril. Something within Lex trembled, as he felt like he touched upon something he was not yet ready to understand. It was only the unique circumstances of the mirage that allowed him to see it. In fact, Lex felt that he was ready to face another tribulation, but that it would not be triggered until he exited the mirage. Even if Lex did not want to continue sensing the invisible forces of the universe, trapped in the mirage, he had no choice, let alone that he was extremely greedy for knowledge and understanding. The laws of the universe were visible to Lex through the lens of his tenet, which revealed to him the obvious battle between two enemy forces. The vast number of immortals dying all around him revealed a harder-to-detect battle, one fought by all living beings. Upon closer scrutiny, Lex noticed another invisible battle for supremacy taking place. It was all those who were weaker than the enemy they faced, yet continued to fight on, and even managed to put up a good fight. The battle of supremacy they were fighting seemed to be against something much more esoteric than death. Lex could not understand it, so he decided to intervene. One by one, he saved those on the verge of death, or gave the slightest helping hand, and watched the tide of the battle change. The more often he saved them, the more he gained bits of understanding, until he finally realized what it was, and something within Lex trembled once more. Lex groaned. Great. Now he had two tribulations waiting for him. The speed of his growth was astronomical. Even when he began cultivation, he was not as fast as he was now. It seemed the level of comprehension his cultivation technique afforded him was much greater than that of ordinary Earth immortals. Since growth in the immortal realms was heavily dependent on comprehension, the more secrets of the universe he learned, the quicker he would grow. Fortunately, or unfortunately, each secret Lex learned was so massive that it automatically triggered a tribulation, pushing him up levels. The battle for supremacy that he noticed with great effort was that of those fighting against fate or destiny. Much less obvious and apparent than death, destiny was like an invisible hand, guiding, forcing everyone along to a destined event even if the path was not determined. Yet it could be fought against, but matter what, Lex never saw a single person succeed against destiny. Each tiny victory, they had just changed the path or route that destiny led them on, but not the destination. Unaware, everyone would stop fighting the moment they stepped onto a slightly more preferable path. For the weak, the path they stepped on in the middle of battle was not dying immediately. If they kept at it, they might survive the whole ordeal. But would they actually survive? For too many, death and destiny were pulling them in the same direction, gaining the upper hand in that particular battle for supremacy. Chapter 1274, Huron Koken. Chapter 1274, Huron Koken. Death and destiny were the two most common forms of hidden battle, and were prevalent everywhere, which is why Lex ended up sensing them so easily. But he got the sense that there were other battles that he was not able to sense, battles that were, ironically, closer to his power level and ability to influence, but were harder to detect. Lex, I have some news. Mary spoke directly into Lex's mind. Once Sekhmet's identity was revealed, whatever means she used to hide her bases across the realm failed. One of Roland's sources, a Civ smuggler, identified a possible high-value base, but we do not have any way of getting to it at the moment. Civ smugglers were something Lex recently learned about. They were basically groups that smuggled entire civilizations or races from their origin planet to another, more habitable one for various reasons. This was a highly lucrative, yet illegal profession due to the immense potential for harm they had. Lex was about to say that she should share this information with Henali forces and use them to explore the base, but something interesting happened. His instincts told him to keep this knowledge hidden, and that it would yield something interesting if he did. Take my identity token and send someone to the Infinity Emporium. I have had them prepare emergency teleportation formations for this exact purpose. Give them the coordinates and send a team over. Be discreet and be cautious. We don't know what we can expect there. Lex had no idea what was happening with the Dow Lords or how long they would be. The conflict in the Mirage extended from minutes to hours to well over a few days. He was kept up to date on the war around the realm by Mary. There was good news, and there was bad news. Within the first day alone, over 90% of all Sanguis Pluvia occupation across the realm was destroyed. No one was interested in taking prisoners, so there were few to no survivors. A majority of all those who were discovered were sent to the Mirage, where the war was being fought with no holds barred, without regard for collateral damage. The problem was that the projected strength of Sanguis Pluvia was actually much greater than what had been discovered. It was not just Damien who was missing, but a few minor deities with affiliations, as well as countless traitors who the Henali already knew of. The obvious answer was that they had taken refuge with the Fugan, but according to reports shared by the Henali, that was unlikely. While the two organizations were acting as allies, they were far from being completely friendly. Taking refuge with the Fugan essentially meant becoming their slaves or cannon fodder. Something was missing. Their Damien and the rest had been sent on submission before all this began, or as soon as the slightest anomaly was detected, they all went into hiding. Considering the fact that even Sekhmet's identity had been revealed, Lex did not think there was any point in the weaker forces hiding. In that case, they were probably on a very important mission. At least that's what Lex thought. It was on the fourth day of combat, right after Lex cleared another planet using only illusions, that there was finally a change. Lex, I have updates on the base, Velma said. It was not a base, more like an emergency safe house large enough for an entire army. It looks like it was recently used and emptied in a rush. They left a lot of their equipment behind, as well as documents and files. Lex asked, 2 things. First is that whoever was here originally came here searching for something called Gladicus Necropolis, and I feel like this was a very important mission. The second is that whoever was here made contact with an organization called Heavenly Overlord Association, or HOA for short. I think the HOA is responsible for the sudden disappearance of whoever was here. As for anything else, the base is still being investigated. Lex nodded, though he was pretty sure he already learned whatever his instincts were guiding him towards. They reacted pretty strongly the moment Lex heard the name Gladicus Necropolis, as if it was exceedingly important. At the same time, his apprehension towards sharing the information disappeared. It seemed like it wasn't that he couldn't share this information with the Henali, but rather that he needed to get his hands on it first. Chances were high that the Henali might not have divulged this news to him, which aroused his interest. What was so special about Gladicus Necropolis that merely the name was to be kept secret? Go ahead and share this news with the Henali now. If they want to search the base, let them. Back in the Origin Realm, from where Lex had been sent to the Mirage, a number of beings had surrounded Sekhmet already. The Tao Lords themselves still had not made a move, but it was also no longer necessary since the pair of eyes were firmly under the Golden Dragon's control. Moreover, Adamus had appeared, and under Henali's supervision, was siphoning away Sekhmet's divine power. It would not be a critical wound to her. This was only a part of her to begin with. But even the slightest reduction in power of an enemy was worth celebrating. A voice suddenly boomed, causing everyone to freeze. The voice was tinged with the fury and wrath of a Tao Lord. The whole reason all of this extra precaution was being taken was so that a Tao Lord didn't use their actual power. Yet now someone was doing exactly that. The voice boomed once more, and a Henali appeared in the crowd, causing everyone save the Golden Dragon and Sekhmet to look down at their feet. In front of them was Huron Koken, the Henali Governor-General of the entire Origin Realm. Many there didn't know what he was talking about, but many did. Either way, this much was clear. Huron was thoroughly furious, and that should never be taken lightly. Chapter 1275, Sudden End. Chapter 1275, Sudden End. Lex was fighting a large skeletal monster the size of a mountain. Quite enjoying himself, actually, when something suddenly changed. It was not just Lex who noticed, however. Every being in the Mirage noticed that the very fabric of reality was trembling. Lex lost the ability to control laws, and his tenant retreated deep within himself, while even his instincts wanted him to turtle up somewhere. His mind began working overtime as he thought, for a brief moment, that some celestial-level being had targeted him. Yet when he spread out his senses, he saw that everyone was affected, just in different ways. For example, the other Henali forces also trembled as they felt an immense power spread across the mirage, while the forces of Sanguis Pluvia were all reduced to dust. All of them, simultaneously. Dust. "The Tao Lords have made a move," said Nor, who suddenly appeared beside Lex and put a hand on his shoulder, protecting him from majority of the aura. "Whatever the cause is, the fight is about to end," said Fahad as he appeared beside everyone. Lex looked around and saw countless immortals, some wounded, some fine, all looking around in fear. All that was needed was for a Tao Lord to make a move, and so many people might not have died. Then again, by making a move, they were compromising the stability of the origin realm, which might kill even more. Morality was a confusing thing, and not something Lex debated anymore for the most part. It was easy when morality was deliberating the rights and wrongs of stealing candy from a baby, for example, but not so much when every action one made influenced the lives and trajectories of millions, billions, or trillions. Instead, Lex looked at the world underneath his feet. Once the mirage ended, it would go back to where it originally came from. Lex looked at the ground and used his right eye to cast a formation deep within the planet itself. Some time ago, Lex got the idea of leaving behind legacies, treasures, and great opportunities for others. He'd left quite a few in the Midnight Realm, but not in the Origin Realm yet. Lex himself had benefited greatly from the legacies of others, as well as a few lucky treasures. So now that he was powerful, he felt like leaving something for others as well. In a few moments, the formation was formed. It was not too complex and not too formidable either, but for the weaker beings on this planet, it would be a treasure. The first formation grabbed all the existing minor realms around the planet and pulled them together. It would not form a larger minor realm. Lex could not do that yet, but the formation would flood each minor realm with a lot of energy, turning it into a treasure land, giving birth to extraordinary plants and natural treasures. Every 10 years, pillars would randomly rise across the planet and lead whoever touched it to a minor realm suited for mortals and body-tempering cultivators, which contained some of Lex's knowledge on cultivation, as well as a few treasures for healing, cultivation, technology, so on and so forth. Every 50 years, the pillars would be different and instead teleport Chi training cultivators to a different, slightly more mature minor realm. The pattern would continue to increase, with every 500,000 years bringing about an opportunity for higher-ranked cultivators. Just like ending this war was nothing more than the wave of a hand for a Tao Lord, leaving behind an elaborate mechanism to disseminate cultivation knowledge, and treasures required Lex to merely look at the planet and use his right eye's ability. He didn't know why he had this urge lately, but it wasn't something fundamentally bad, so he didn't think much deeper into it. "It's ending," Nor said even as her form disappeared. Fahad disappeared as well, and the entire mirage began to fade. Yet Lex did not reappear where he had left from. Instead, Lex found himself in a place with complete darkness. It was not the void, nor the depth of space. It was just a place devoid of everything. For as far as the eye could see, Lex felt his energy recovering, and the little fatigue he had accrued in the past few days fighting, which honestly wasn't too much, disappeared. In a matter of minutes, Lex was back to his peak state. His suit, which had at some point disintegrated, returned to exactly how it was. A simple wooden table appeared in front of him, upon which was a cup of steaming tea. "Please drink the tea," said a figure that appeared beside the table. It was a floating, abstract being that looked like it was put together by layering different cloths atop one another. Its hands, compared to the cloth that made its body, looked like leather sleeves, one black and one brown. The figure looked like it came out of a children's cartoon, and did not feel threatening at all, but Lex was certain that it was much stronger than himself. It was even stronger than Fahad and Nor. "For your fruitful cooperation with the Henali, the Governor-General of the Origin Realm, as assigned by the Henali Confederation, owner of the Origin Realm, wishes to meet with you." "Oh boy," Lex muttered, and reached for the teacup. Governor General of the Origin Realm? That sure sounded a lot like the boss of the Henali, who would no doubt be a Dao Lord. Lex had obviously met Dao Lords before, and was just a few days ago exposed to the aura of a demi-Dao Lord. But that was just it. Simply existing in front of a demi-Dao Lord nearly killed him, without any hope of escape. Now he was going to meet a Dao Lord, and though the tea would protect him, would it protect his secrets? Mary told him that he would be fine. He supposed he would find out. He chugged the tea, which tasted like mint and honey. Not bad. Chapter 1276, Just a Dao Lord. Chapter 1276, Just a Dao Lord, please take a seat, the figure made of cloth said, and Lex suddenly found himself in a cozy sitting room with countless auburn lamps. The room seemed simple and plain, but Lex could feel that nothing in this room was as it seemed. If his tenant had not completely sealed itself up, hiding completely from being exposed to laws, he might have seen the truth of things. As it was, Lex could only use his eyes, and even then the ability of his left eye seemed to have gone dormant. His spirit sense completely withdrew into his body, as if it was exhausted from overuse. In truth, Lex's body was reacting in the most appropriate way possible. Since he was an immortal now, and was capable of being the cosmic weight of some secrets, he inherently knew that he should not, in any way, seek to understand anything about Dao beings. Lex sat down on a sofa and found that the piece of furniture filled him with a reinforcing power. His body became stiff, but at the same time he was aware that it was the strongest, most durable his body had ever been. It also brought him new insight about how amazing the effects of the Yin were, which could allow him to casually meet beings of Dao, whereas in reality, it was a lot of effort. Though to be fair, whenever a Dao Lord would visit, much like his body was reacting by restraining itself, the system ceased most of its functions to hide. Lex heard a door open behind him, followed by a few gentle footsteps, but he could not turn to look. "Please excuse the formalities," a warm voice said from behind Lex. "Unfortunately, due to some unfortunate circumstances, my state is slightly unkempt, and it is not appropriate for me to appear in front of people." If it was the governor speaking, and Lex suspected it was, the man was awfully polite. Not at all. Lex's voice echoed through the room, though he did not speak. His body had gone completely still, incapable of moving, which is why he had to use his spirit sense to speak. Fortunately, anticipating just this, the sofa he was sitting on contained a formation that allowed spirit sense to produce perfect sound, so he didn't need to reach out to the governor with his spirit sense. "I'm glad you feel that way. First of all, I would like to thank you for your cooperation with the Henali." Lex was silent for a moment. He had discovered that he lost the ability to speak lies and half-truths. Anything he said had to be the complete truth, not that he thought for even a second that he could lie to a Dao Lord. "Truthfully, I just wanted revenge," Lex said. "It is completely understandable. I have directed Jotun to help you in this regard. If there are any matters pertaining to your family's security with which you need help, you can reach out to him. In fact, I have also directed him to reveal the origins of your family to you. If you stayed within the origin realm, it would not matter." Lex raised an eyebrow. What's this? More secrets about his family? How wonderful. Fortunately, his sarcastic thoughts weren't projected into the room. "Lex, I confess that there's another reason I wanted to meet you besides handing over your rewards for helping us and simply thanking you for your contributions. I would like you to deliver a letter to the innkeeper." Lex discovered that a table appeared to his right, and on it appeared a simple, plain envelope. He saw some words written on the envelope, but his eyes automatically looked away, as if just the sight of them would be lethal. Besides the envelope was a gold ring in the style of a simple, plain band. "For what I understand, you requested the heart's blood of a Jorlum as a reward for your help. Within that ring, there are 2 entire Jorlum hearts, as well as their heart's blood. Just so you know, feeding a world eater one of those hearts will speed up its growth rapidly, and keep it from needing to eat countless star systems before it was born. There are also a couple of other rewards in there for me, as well as a missive from the Dragon King for someone named Charles Best." Lex heard the governor stand from his sofa and walk towards the exit, Oh, by the way, the governor said just before he left, I hope you do not mention Gladicus to anyone. I'll make sure no one even remembers the name, Lex promised. The governor did not respond, and instead looked at Lex one more time. At a glance, it did not seem like there was anything wrong with Lex, but as soon as he tried to influence Lex's thoughts, a dangerously powerful aura emerged from within his body, as if to warn the governor. If that aura truly belonged to the innkeeper, then Huron was extremely glad he decided to probe the innkeeper through Lex rather than try to silence him directly. That man, was he truly just a Dao Lord? If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 1277 Contemplation. Chapter 1277 Contemplation. After the Dao Lord left, Lex remained seated for a long time. He hadn't realized it at the time, a part of his mind automatically eliminating any negative thought originating from the Dao Lord, but his body had been subjected to quite a lot of pressure while the Dao Lord was there. It was physical pressure like one felt when diving deep into the ocean. It pressed on him with enough force to crush a star, but the reinforcement of the sofa itself kept Lex safe. It'd take a while for the actual reinforcements to fade, though, so he just sat there and thought about things. Much of his plan had worked, and much hadn't. He knew that the Gladicus Necropolis and HOA were his leads to finding Damien and the rest, most likely, but discovering what they meant was not going to be easy. He meant what he said to the Dao Lord. He would take all the staff into the Chamber of Secret and seal away knowledge of the necropolis for now. One could not take half-hearted measures when it came to a Dao Lord's request, and Lex hadn't missed out on the correlation between the necropolis and everything else. As soon as Lex had Mary informed the Henali about Gladicus, the Dao Lord struck and ended the fight. Moreover, he was visited personally by the governor of the entire realm, who literally told him to keep it a secret. Until and unless Lex had the actual backing of a Dao Lord, or the strength of one, he could not look into it anymore. Hopefully, then, the HOA would be a good lead. Lex also thought back to what Lilith had told him. She had said that he had done something that others should not have been able to do, interfere in the plans of a Dao being. That caused Lex to frown. Lex was deeply familiar with all the benefits the system had afforded him, and messing with Dao beings wasn't one of them. Replicating the aura of the innkeeper within the system and on his personal items was about the limits of what it could do. Even the aura of a Dao Lord that he had left behind on the cloning facility he'd discovered, which ended up killing some people, was not provided to him by the system. Sure, he might have been able to use the innkeeper's business card to replicate his aura, but since he was allying himself with the Henali anyway, it was much simpler to negotiate a deal with them to cover his tracks. So he wondered what exactly had helped him do that. The system obviously helped. Planning and plotting everything where it could not be sensed or detected was a massive boon, and knowing who to take advantage of at the opportune time provided excellent results. But that was not enough to explain that anomaly. Obviously, the first thought he had was that this was an effect of absorbing the amber chaos resin. The tiny piece of resin had elevated his body far beyond its level, and even now, as an immortal, he was far stronger than he should have been. It enhanced him in other ways he did not yet know, so it was entirely possible that it had allowed him to touch upon the Tao without severe consequence. It would be similar to how he was exposed to laws before the correct time, but he refused to believe that it was so simple and easy to touch upon the Tao. From the moment he'd started his cultivation journey, he'd seen naught but pure reverence and fear towards Dao Lords, and for good reason. They were the very epitome of cultivation as he saw it, and the absolute leaders of entire universal races and factions. The position of a race on the cosmic ascendant spectrum was also affected by how many Dao Lords they had. The influence of a Dao Lord was beyond imagining. Lex did not even try to imagine. So how, or why, had he done the unimaginable? Even he did not know. The resin might be a part of the reason, but Lex genuinely and seriously doubted that it was all of it. The system may have played a role, but it had never been much of a help outside of its own territory, save to help with teleportation. Everyone thought that the innkeeper was protecting Lex, but he knew that wasn't true. Unfortunately, he did not know what exactly the reason was either. But while Lex had once embarked on his cultivation journey, uneducated and lost, he was no longer as such. He had spent a lot of time in the Midnight Realm studying, expanding his horizons, and learning about new topics. Ever since Cassandra had told him about the Realm Wars, and Lex realized how truly tiny he was, he'd done his utmost to expand his understanding of the universe. The Origin Realm, which was where he had spent a majority of his time, and was the main realm that the inn was connected to, was too small and insignificant to play a part in the Realm Wars which were wreaking havoc across the universe. Occasionally, through the two Rhino Centaurs, he'd also learned something interesting about the other realms. It really put everything into perspective for him. If his life were a video game, then the Origin Realm was the starter village where he got a tutorial on how to play. Reaching the Immortal Realm brought him up to the minimum level needed to explore the rest of the video game, which in this case meant the universe. But being at the minimum level also meant he'd likely die anywhere he went, so first he needed to get even stronger. That started with understanding what was special about him. Mary, can you compile a report for me about the phenomenon that occurred when I broke through the Immortal Realm? Lex asked as he finally stood up from the sofa. Also arrange a meeting with Jotun and give me an update on the battalion's progress. In the Crystal Realm, the Midnight Tavern once received an unexpected gift from the Craven. As of right now, Lex's best guess about what made him special was his cultivation technique. But to be certain, he needed to run a few tests. Chapter 1278, Only a Few Traders. Chapter 1278, Only a Few Traders. With all said and done, Lex prepared to return to the inn. He could no longer visit the site of the battle with Sekhmet, as the cloth assistant of the Tao Lord explained to him. Apparently, the governor was not exaggerating when he said that he was unkempt. He was genuinely angry and disappointed at himself for wiping a piece of the Origin Realm from existence. There were many things to do, but the first thing he did was check his rewards. No, actually, first he had to go through his tribulations. He did that before returning to the inn. Suffice to say, they were completely inconsequential to Lex. Sure, the seventh tribulation was genuinely dangerous and actually charred a lot of Lex's body. But he was then provided with a bowl of water he used to wash his body, which rapidly absorbed all the water, instantly healing him. With that done, he bid his farewell and returned to the inn, ready to check the rewards the governor had given him. His rush to check his rewards was not because in the past he delayed checking his rewards until he forgot about them. Not at all. Instead, he could not believe that he got 2 hearts of a Jorlum. That was a being so massive that a single one of its pupils was equivalent to a star. Its body defied Lex's capacity for comprehension. He could only imagine that a single one of its hearts was probably bigger than the continents in the Midnight Realm, and he was right. For the foreseeable future, they would remain within the ring the Tao Lord had given him. But they represented something extremely exciting. Jorlum blood was perhaps one of the highest quality ingredients one could get below the Tao realm. If anyone tried to absorb it, they would die via explosion. But since when had that been an issue for Lex? He'd found a way to use cosmic erosion elixir to give his workers spatial abilities. He could only imagine what he could do with this. First, he would use it to elevate himself, and then the others. Then he looked at the other rewards he'd gotten. One was a small note, letting him know that he could keep entire planets inside this ring. Not that he was surprised. This was larger than anything he'd ever seen before. It was larger than entire minor realms. The next was a scroll called the 10 Tribulations. The scroll contained a sword technique created by the governor himself when he was in the celestial realm, according to a note. Each strike was stronger than the last, with the 10th strike being strong enough to kill a celestial immortal. Or at least, the governor had once killed a celestial immortal with nothing except that strike. Of course, learning would not be easy, but Lex was quite intrigued by it. It was the most powerful technique he had ever received, so obviously he was going to learn it. That left only 2 more rewards for him, as well as the letter for Charles. As curious as Lex was, he did not pry into the details of the letter. Instead, he looked at the first of his last 2 rewards. One was a metallic token, one that could be used in any realm to seek refuge or aid from the Henali. The other was a guest coupon for heaven. Dumbfounded, Lex immediately withdrew the coupon and whistled when he read it. It was literally a coupon for heaven, or also known as the Seraphim Resort. It was within a realm controlled by angels, and it was a resort that catered to immortals, though its main business was catering to Tao Lords. Lex could not believe that the governor had given Lex, a worker of the Midnight Inn, a coupon to another resort. Was that a jab at the Midnight Inn? New quest. Visit the Seraphim Resort. Identify 3 shortcomings of the Midnight Inn, and then improve them. Quest time limit: 1 year. Quest reward: the Bagandi Violin Quest Failure Punishment, 3 metric tons. Remarks: it's not copying if you do it better than the original. It's innovation. Lex almost burst into laughter. The system was petty, but he had to admit it sounded quite appealing to visit another immortal-level hotel and see how they do things. He put on his agenda. Not beyond the basics. The HOA is an organization of rogue cultivators, and they don't really have too stellar a reputation. The Henali share your suspicions about them being responsible for the evacuation for other high-level members of Sanguis Pluvia. They'll update us when they learn more. By the way, your meeting with Jotun is set in a few hours. Apparently, he will be joined by William, and they're bringing something that'll help Moon's situation. Everything was coming together, which was honestly much better than he expected when he started preparations for this massive war. How is everyone faring? Was the cooperation all right? Demons, pirates, bunnies, peacocks, beasts, and countless other races, empires, and organizations. He did not expect everything to go smoothly. But then again, everyone knew what they were getting into. I seemed quite pleased with the end result. All right, sound good enough. Let me know when Charles recovers from his tribulation. I have a letter for him. Yes, he did, though I expect he'll take a few weeks to adapt to his new realm. Lex nodded, and then teleported to the innkeeper's office and slipped into his host attire. He sat down on the table, then mentally prepared himself to pull out the governor's letter. Chapter 1279, Not My Concern. Chapter 1279, Not My Concern. Outside the Midnight Inn, Lex could not even read the writing on the envelope, though as he pulled it out now, he saw that it was nothing too mystical. The front on the envelope simply read, Innkeeper. Admittedly, the name was written in a deep crimson ink, in the most beautiful calligraphy Lex had ever seen. It was also filled with enough spiritual energy to turn a barren planet, such as Earth, into a 5-star planet, and gave off a pleasant aroma he could smell with his very soul. Furthermore, even with his host attire protecting him, Lex could feel the burden on him increasing, so he quickly looked away and spent a few minutes to recover. It seemed like the effect of the inn to negate harmful auras was not entirely effective on Tao Lords. It was predictable. Once he had sufficiently recovered, Lex pulled out his innkeeper's letter opener and softly and carefully cut through the wax that had sealed the letter. Something told Lex that if he hadn't been using the letter opener, he would never have been able to open the letter no matter how hard he tried. He also wondered if the wax and the letter itself counted as Tao-level ingredients. Something told him that even if they did, he could not use them the way he used the resin. The fact that it was easy to absorb was one of the defining factors of the resin, considering that it could even be absorbed by a mortal. He doubted other Tao ingredients would be as easy to use. Lex also wondered how the governor would feel if he knew that the all-powerful innkeeper he had been trying to communicate with was thinking of ways to scarp his letter and use it as parts or ingredients. Lex could not even imagine what Tao-level ink might be good for, literally. He literally could not imagine it, for the thought of trying to conceive things related to the Tao seemed like a very bad idea to Lex at that moment. Realizing that he was procrastinating, Lex pulled out the letter, which was only a single page and contained very few words, fortunately. Bit by bit, a few words at a time, Lex read the letter, but even taking it slow, Lex found himself covered in sweat and trembling. As soon as he read the letter, he knew that he'd need to go to the Chamber of Secrets and wipe his memory, or he'd never be able to take his host attire off. With trembling hands, Lex scribbled something, then immediately teleported to the Chamber of Secrets and completely wiped all his memory of the letter. He thought that with the protection of the inn, as well as the host attire, reading and responding to the letter might be possible. At the same time, he kept his previous experience with Tao Lords in mind, where even using the innkeeper's business card had failed him. That was why he had all the precautions planned out before he read the letter, and they had indeed been useful. Lex had to make an effort not to collapse onto the ground once the Chamber of Secrets removed the knowledge from his mind. He'd heard that knowledge was power, but that was pushing it. Lex chugged a cup of midnight brew and teleported back to his office. With his eyes closed, he picked up the letter, opened his table drawer for the first time ever, and dropped the letter inside. Then he buried the letter in a stack of innkeeper business cards, so that the aura from those business cards would smother the aura from that letter. It was only after he closed the drawer and the aura finally vanished that Lex allowed himself to collapse into his chair and breathe a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow and realized how long it had been since he actually sweat. After a few moments, Lex picked up the paper he had scribbled on and read his eloquent summarization of the letter's contents. Bribe innkeeper. Forget necropolis. Suddenly, a lot of things made sense to Lex. Anyone else might not be able to decipher his deeply encrypted message, but in essence, the governor was pissed about the revelation of the necropolis and wanted to bribe the innkeeper into staying quiet about it. The part that made sense to Lex was why the letter had affected him so strongly. After all, let alone read a letter, Lex had directly met a Tao Lord within the inn and had been fine. But that was likely because when he met the Tao Lord, he had likely been suppressing his aura. The governor, instead, was likely trying to convey the depth of his feelings through his writing, which is why even with the protection of the inn, reading the letter had been such a burden. The words were infused with the governor's anger. Of course, it was unlikely that he was angry at the innkeeper. Instead, it was likely that he was just sharing the anger he felt with the innkeeper. Probably. Hopefully. In truth, Lex's scribbles weren't quite clear on who the target of his anger was. To be fair, he was not exactly in the condition to write a detailed note at the time. He thought for a moment, then summoned a midnight in letterhead, the inkwell, and the innkeeper's pen and wrote a very polite, one-lined letter. Dear Governor, I do not concern myself with things unrelated to my inn. Regards. He looked at the letter, the words filled with the deep aura of the innkeeper, and thought it perfectly freed him of all responsibility. After all, Lex didn't even want the Tao Lord's bribe. He wanted to meet Tao beings as little as possible. He wasn't at that level yet. Lex sealed the letter and then went and relaxed within the hot tub. He needed to recover before his meeting with the Emperor. They would surely have a lot of things to discuss. Chapter 1280, How to Proceed / Chapter 1280, How to Proceed. He heard a vague, distant sound as he roused from slumber. Confusion filled Lex's foggy mind as he yawned, drowning out Mary's voice once more. He looked around, and for a moment didn't recognize his surroundings. This didn't look like his bedroom. Lex, wake up, Mary said once more, and Lex's mind suddenly snapped, recalling what had happened. He had entered the hot tub to rest and recover a bit after his exertion from reading the governor's letter, but he must have fallen asleep at some point. The unusual thing was that even after that long nap, he felt tired and drained. He made a mental note to avoid anything dangerous until he completely recovered, but then teleported to his room and quickly started suiting up. Sorry about that, Lex said. I guessed as much. I sent word to the Emperor that you were just finishing up treatment for your exhaustion from the battle. Lex suited up and stood in front of the mirror, and, as much as he wanted to see his familiar, youthful vibrance, what he saw looked like a college student who hadn't slept all weekend. He was pale with dark circles under his eyes, though that was the extent of it. I think I need to go to Harry and get a facial treatment done or something like that, Lex muttered. Then he teleported to Jotun and William, who were sitting and chatting while watching the still ongoing midnight games. My apologies for the delay. I was in worse condition than I realized, he said, taking a seat opposite to them. Ever since Lex had learned about the Seraphim Resort a few hours ago, he'd been trying to look at his inn from the view of an outsider to see what it would be like. Did it make a good impression? Was it cozy? They were meeting in what looked like an English cottage far away from the cities, near the foothills of a mountain range. Vines grew along the brick walls, with flowers dangling down above them, filling the air with their sweet scent. There was a brook flowing nearby, so the sound of water accompanied the setting, making it seem like the perfect countryside escape. Lex liked it very much. He just hoped the others thought so as well. Or maybe they didn't think about it as much. Lex suddenly caught himself, realizing his thoughts were wandering. It seemed like his spirit was still affected from reading the letter. No apologies needed. I was informed you had a meeting with the governor. Lex smiled, but didn't say anything. It was not the meeting that exhausted him, but technically it was still the governor who was the cause for his current state, so there was no need to bicker about the details. Before we begin, this is a letter from the innkeeper to the governor. The emperor received the letter with both hands, his casual appearance suddenly gone. In place, he wore the most serious expression he could as he took hold of it, then transferred it to a dedicated spatial treasure. He will get the letter. No, wait. In fact, Jotun disappeared from the inn, clearly in a rush to deliver the letter, leaving Lex and William sitting face to face. Lex turned and looked at the man who was nearly identical to Lex, and tried to pretend like he didn't dislike the man greatly. In truth, Lex more or less developed a dislike for everyone in his extended family these days. Lex asked, skipping the small talk that usually accompanied such meetings. Based on the information we've collected, Damien entered the inner circle of the organization shortly before the attack took place. It is believed that he escaped with all the other high-level members of the organization, alongside the original Jeffrey. Of course, I only know the small bits that Jotun told me about. William sighed as he listened to Lex's polite, yet obviously dissatisfied tone. Was it his fault that one of his descendants, hundreds or thousands of generations down the line, turned out to be a homicidal maniac? Maybe, maybe not. But there was no point in trying to defend himself. Even before this incident, Lex barely learned to tolerate William. There are a few things which fall under my domain. For example, I can offer some guidance in aiding your sister's situation. The Henali also use their own resources to find Liz for you. We have not approached her yet, considering the immense effort she is putting into hiding. Tell me about Liz. Lex asked immediately. He hadn't forgotten that his rather introverted sister had run away after Damien tried to parade her around, looking for the best marriage candidates for her. Or at least that was the story. Considering how devious the man had proved to be, Lex doubted it was so straightforward. Yes and no. She is in good health, but she is on the run. There are some factions who have been hunting her down, and she has been running from them. Once we learned this, we took some precautions to ensure she is not caught, all without being detected. Lex wanted nothing more than to go find Liz right that moment, but it was not so simple. Lex looked at William, a supposed heavenly immortal cultivator, and tried to gauge how much stronger his ancestor was from him. The answer was quite a lot, actually. So the fact that Damien had managed to hide from him meant that he was no pushover either. He recalled Jeffrey mentioning that Damien was a heavenly immortal as well. Chapter 1281 Origins. Chapter 1281 Origins, from what I understand, the Henali were extremely satisfied with your cooperation, which is why they put a lot of effort into this search. When they found Liz, they did a thorough scan of her condition and discovered a few things. She's had extensive samples taken from her body, which has left a mark, but besides that, there was no other tampering with her psyche or body. An analysis of her action for the past few years suggested that her affiliation with the Cultivation Academy Ventura is most likely why Damien actually maintained a distance from her and did not involve himself too much with the matters. Although traditionally Ventura is not too protective of their students, a heavenly immortal bullying a mortal will draw even their ire. That's good to hear, Lex said. You can hand over all the information you have on her. I'll take care of her matters myself. Now, you suggested that you might know how to help Moon's situation. Before William could begin, Jotun returned, and it was visibly apparent that he felt incredibly relieved upon completing his mission. I have delivered the innkeeper's letter to the governor personally. He seems quite pleased with the response, although he did not give me a letter to respond with. I'm glad, Lex commented, feeling genuine relief. He really did not want to face another letter as dangerous as the previous one. Jotun nodded, his expression suddenly becoming serious, as he handed Lex a spatial treasure. This contains notes we discovered belonging to Damien. We discovered these within one of the Sanguis Pluvia bases we raided. They include vague details about a number of his ongoing projects, with a special emphasis on Moon. According to these notes, Damien purposefully kept Moon in a state where her soul was continuously strained. Although it may appear that she has recovered, that is only if she is judged from the point of view of an ordinary human. Based on her physique, which puts special emphasis on her soul, once her soul has fully recovered, within the Golden Core realm, she will directly rival a nascent soul cultivator. Lex took the spatial treasure and looked through it, while wondering to what extent had the Henali learned about Moon's situation and her physique. At a glance, it seemed like Damien had many notes about her, but never explicitly mentioned Moon's traits, which made her exceptional. In that case, even if they learned that Moon had been linked to a planet, the Henali might not pay it too much attention. For the humans, such a feat was beyond unbelievable, but for higher races it was not worth mentioning. That was good, since it meant they would not pay more attention to her than normal. Of course, that was assuming a Tao Lord had not looked into her. That was also why Lex continued to talk about Moon in vague terms, referring to her condition without stating what it was. He did not know how much Jotun and the rest knew, and did not want to tip them off. According to the notes, they were under the impression that she was just suffering from soul weakness, which she very well might be. We have been providing her with treatment for the soul already, but thank you for delivering the information. Jotun shook his head. I'm not here to just bring you information. I'm here to deliver a cure as well. I'm sure that the Midnight Inn is more than capable of getting its hand on the best treasures, but even so, please take this. Jotun summoned a glass vial with a circular base and an intricate design along the stem, filled with a pure white liquid that seemed to be in motion even within the vial itself. This is mythic conifer nectar, a celestial-level potion that I once received as a reward for helping someone out. This is an exceptionally potent potion that can heal and nourish souls like nothing else. Even if a majority of your soul is eroded, and you only have a speck left, a drop of this will be more than enough to help you recover completely. Of course, as your level rises, you'll need more of it, but considering that this is meant for celestial-level beings, there's more than enough of it for you to use 1,000 times over. Lex did not stand on ceremony and accepted the potion. He would test it out, and if it really was as the Emperor promised, then he would be more than happy to give some to Moon. But if it was from his personal collection, this potion is from you? Not the Henali? He asked directly. Professionally, they had a decent relationship, but they were not on the level where they would just give each other such precious gifts just because the other needed it. Think of it as a peace offering. Your history with your family has not been amazing, I know. I will not defend myself, or others either. It's just a fact that once families become as large as ours, there develops a certain level of distance between the heads of the family and its common members. Whether it's tragic or fortunate or whatever else, it is what it is. But then, as a specific member becomes more powerful and more useful to the family, the distance between that member and the head grows closer. Normally, there is no resistance for members to grow closer to their ancestors, and they even look forward to it. How very astute of you, Lex said blandly. I'll be quite frank with you. We have a good working relationship, so I don't really feel there is any need to change our dynamic. Not to mention, you have only just entered the immortal realm, so you... Jotun suddenly paused and wore a confused expression. He turned to look at William, who seemed just as confused. Are you a level 7 Earth Immortal? A few days, Lex responded nonchalantly. Not too many. Jotun looked at Lex silently for a moment, as he absorbed the news that he heard. I see. In that case, it makes sense. The truth of the matter is, no matter whether you acknowledge the family or not, that does not change that we originate from the same family. Furthermore, as you are coming closer to the heavenly immortal realm, traveling to other realms becomes more feasible, in which case you might encounter some issues if you go visiting other older realms. Normally, We only divulge this secret to our family members once they reach the heavenly immortal realm. Yes, the governor mentioned that he wanted you to reveal the origins of my family. Of course, Lex already had a suspicion of what this was about. The emperor's full name was Jotun Marcus Sephor, while all his brothers also shared the Sephor name, which indicated that while all of them had created families of their own to inherit a new name, they all originated from some other family. Truthfully, Lex could only imagine how deep or powerful the background of a family that could give birth to 4 heavenly immortals and 1 celestial immortal was. In truth, I, as well as my brothers, are all refugees who escaped from another realm that was at war. We, who carry the name Sephor, were a last effort from our family to preserve our bloodline and prevent it from being completely extinguished after a devastating defeat that threatened total annihilation. Jotun asked. Lex, of course, knew a few things from his conversations with Cassandra, but if an opportunity for new information presented itself, he was not going to turn it away. It's not surprising. This is a topic that brushes on the history of the universe itself, and is a topic so old that it entirely predates even the birth of the origin realm, which is a few billion years old. Even I do not know much of the truth, though that is because our family was destroyed before we grew strong enough to learn these secrets. Chapter 1282 Sephor. Chapter 1282 Sephor. Lex had already heard of Mother Nuwa, but he was not going to admit that. He was pretty sure that Jotun was talking about her anyway, but he confirmed once the Emperor was done speaking. She has a name, of course, Jotun explained, but just knowing her name can put one in danger. Being a human and knowing her name means that you may have a connection to one of the older families or powers of the human race, and the enemies of humanity have done much to weaken us. So as soon as they discover someone who knows her, they do not hesitate to cut them down. It's a matter of the primary realm, which is the first ever realm to exist in this universe. The history of what happened back then is lost. It is truly, genuinely lost, and not even the Tao Lords know the truth of what happened back then. All we know is that the Mother created all humanoid races in her image. By humanoid, I do not mean those alien creatures which have a torso, 2 arms, and 2 legs. No, I mean very literally and specifically similar to us humans in appearance. The elves call those with such an appearance elvish. The angels call them angelic. The devils call them devilish, so on and so forth. Whatever it is called, it is a fact that all of these races have the same origin. At the time of creation, whether it was humans, elves, devils, celestials, fairies, dwarves, or the countless other such races, most of whom have already become extinct, were all created equally. Or at least, that's what I've been told. In the beginning, there were 13 humans, all of them born directly in the celestial realm, and they were considered the leaders of humanity. To be clear, just because there were 13 humans born at the beginning, it does not mean all of humanity is descended from them. Remember, once a race has been born once, others of its species can be born anywhere. Lex was already familiar with them, as he recalled Z gained the heritage of one of them. That is the origin of the human race, and a lot has happened since then. Most who were born together with the humans have gone extinct, their race not even leaving behind a name or memory of what they were like. Some, much like the humans themselves, fell from grace and became weaker as a whole. Others, like the devils and angels, gained strength, while others, much like the celestial race, attained a position near the peak of the universe, and it has reflected in their race. Too much time has passed, and there are too many secrets forgotten by history. But what is true even now is that the Mother had enemies, just as humans and all humanoid races have enemies. Our enemies, whosoever they are, have worked tirelessly to eradicate the highest potential of the humans. After all, we were born with the exact same potential as the Celestials. It's just that while they prospered, we waned in strength. The legacy of the original kings of humanity is all but lost. But just because they were the first does not mean they were always the best. Our Sephor family was actually the first family of humans to touch upon the celestial realm after being born directly from the universe. It is even said that one of our ancestors once touched upon the threshold of the Tao. Throughout history, our family has given birth to countless geniuses who excelled in their chosen fields. Once, we even had an incredibly powerful bloodline ability passed down from the ancestor who touched the Tao. Unfortunately, as we try to grow stronger, our enemies try to weaken us. I have heard them mentioned once or twice, Lex said. Our Sephor family originally lived in 3 realms. We were spread out so that if one of the realms were to face danger, the family members in the other realms would survive. But who could have guessed that all 3 realms were invaded? Amidst the chaos of war, the members of the Sephor family died one after another, until someone finally realized that these were not casualties of war. Instead, we were being assassinated. With the total destruction of the Sephor family on hand, countless members of our family were sent across the universe to hide and seek refuge so that the bloodline would not extinguish. Moreover, even our fates and karmic connections were severed so that no one could track us. We brothers are the only ones who survived in the origin realm, and we have no idea what is the fate of the others who escaped. What I can tell you is that the Sephor family was truly fallen, for one day, even the bloodline ability within our very blood vanished. To be able to erase an entire bloodline heritage from across realms. I cannot even imagine what kind of power that would require. But even without our bloodline abilities, the Sephor family still has a history of producing geniuses. You yourself are an example of that. You, yourself, represent the potential that the human race possesses, which is why, if you begin to travel the realms, you will face a lot of enemies. It's not just the other races who you have to watch out for. It's the minions and underlings of those races as well. You cannot predict who they might be. The fact that a celestial immortal was so seriously discussing this matter forced Lex to take it very seriously as well. For many things, he treated the Midnight Inn as a refuge. But in truth, it was akin to a paper tiger. A true threat would reveal the sham that it really was. If that was the case, going to another realm and provoking some race that might treat humanoid races as enemies was a genuine danger. What if they too had a formidable background and decided to attack the inn? Since even the innkeeper kept the guise of a human, and so did all of its workers, the inn clearly looked like it was a budding humanoid force. Getting caught in some ancient feud he did not understand did not sound like fun. Lex was reminded of the ridiculous situation of the fairies. Their entire race was cursed to become targets of slavery and to being misused and forgotten, despite their amazing potential. Were they victims of the same people who sought to destroy the foundations of the human race? He resisted the urge to sigh. The Sephor family. He had no feelings towards it, positive or negative, but it didn't feel nice knowing that he could be targeted just for being one of them. Much more importantly, Jotun was of the belief that the original 13 humans had the most potential among their race, which is why their legacies were being targeted. It was not bragging for Lex to say that he thought his own potential was also great, which meant that if the enemies of the human race saw him and detected his potential, then he would be targeted regardless of his family background. One solution was to, of course, just not go to new realms. Lex also didn't feel any rush to explore new realms, for just the origin realm was enough for him till reached higher realms. But Lex knew his luck all too well. If he didn't go out, then sooner or later the enemies of humanity would end up coming to the origin realm as well. The Midnight Realm itself was just begging to be visited by such people as well. Oh, there was also the matter of Cassandra undergoing the tribulation to become a Tao Lord. Her real body was hidden in the origin realm, and her clone was in the Midnight Inn. If such powerful entities were bent on harming humanity, then they would never miss out on a human becoming a Tao Lord. They would have ways to find out about it. So their encounter was only a matter of time. Oh yes, of course. The realm war will finish sooner or later, but the race war has been going on since the very beginning of time. It will not end so soon. Just like we have celestials who are at the peak of the universe, our enemies too have incredibly powerful forces that govern the state of the universe. I'm afraid this conflict will not end until one side loses out entirely. Of course, I'm not qualified to comment on the state of the world. Who knows? Chapter 1283 Overlords. Chapter 1283 Overlords. Even if Lex ignored the fact that the Midnight Inn was literally training its workers inside the Temple of Fasting, which was a temple specifically made to train humans and contain the heritage of all 13 of the first humans, his presence alone would be enough to get them pulled into this war. If the enemies of humanity, whoever they were, operated with the agenda to eliminate anyone with immense potential, then Lex would be at the top of that list if they ever discovered him. No, wait. If any Jeffrey clone survived and had the memories of him from back in the Trial of Eternity, then Lex should operate under the premise that news of his potential had already spread or was eventually going to be spread. After all, that's what Lex would do if he had an enemy he couldn't kill himself. He would make sure that anyone who might seek to harm his enemy would be equipped with the most accurate, up-to-date knowledge. Then there was also the fact that Z had obtained the heritage of Zarek, the 11th human ever born. Then there was the fact that a majority of the staff in the Midnight Realm had undergone countless baptisms of spiritual energy, raising their potential to the absolute limit. Lex was certain that there were very few forces in the entire universe which had as many high-potential humans as the Midnight Inn. Who are these enemies of humanity you keep talking about? Jotun shook his head disappointingly. I myself do not know. If the Henali know, they have not told me either. I only know that the Sephor family was being attacked by beasts when we were evacuated. To be specific, we were being attacked by felines. Lex sat back in his chair and thought about things for a moment. The Midnight Inn sought to be a neutral organization, but there was no neutrality in the universe. By birth alone, he was already within the camp of the humanoids, and had to prepare to be targeted by unknown enemies. He turned and looked at the Emperor, a mighty cultivator in the celestial realm, an heir from the Sephor family. Now he was just a subordinate of the Henali. Celestial immortals, for all the power they held, were still just subordinates to Tao Lords. Why do you say that as long as I stay in the Origin Realm, I'll be safe? Jotun asked before replying. Not much, Lex answered, without revealing any specifics. An illusion appeared in front of Lex of a star system, conjured by the Emperor, who leaned forward and pointed to the world. Let me give you a small refresher about how civilizations are ranked. Though, instead of civilizations, you should think of it in terms of greater powers or organizations. The illusion changed, and small ships moving between the planets became visible. An organization that can move between the planets within a star system is at the sky level. The illusion zoomed out, and two star systems appeared side by side, with ships traversing between them. An organization that can move between galaxies is at the galactic level. The illusion zoomed out some more, and a number of galaxies appeared side by side. It was then that Lex was reminded of the fact that while he was proud of the inn for how large it had grown, it was nothing compared to the Jotun Empire, which spanned multiple galaxies. Lex could not help but ask as he tried to visualize how vast the Jotun Empire truly was. He could not. He simply could not imagine. With the help of the system, he had now built numerous cities all ready to host the hundreds of millions of guests that occupied his inn. He had cheats, and he had a competent staff that never caused internal problems, and even then Lex knew that he wasn't giving his inn enough time to run things properly. That was one of the reasons he wanted to create clones so much. Yet when compared to the Emperor, who was controlling a much vaster empire, it was still insignificant. The Emperor smiled. It was good to know that there were some things which could still impress Lex. The young man had incredible exposure, but that also made it hard to have a normal conversation with him. Considering the fact that he had literally been instructed by the Henali to have a good relationship with the inn, he had never appeared in front of Lex as an emperor, but as an equal. That did not mean that the Emperor was an ordinary person. It's very easy. Be the strongest one around, with no one strong enough to counter you. Lex asked, then realized they were getting sidetracked. That's easy too. Just as there are sword cultivators and formation experts, I have nurtured an army of administrative cultivators. Their cultivation is uniquely suited for managing my empire. Lex shook his head. We're getting distracted. Continue after the galactic level is... Jotun nodded, and his illusion shrunk even more, showing hundreds, then thousands, millions, and then possibly even trillions of galaxies, before they shrunk even more and instead were replaced by a flat board. Beyond the galactic organizations are overlords who control entire realms. Having at least one Tao Lord is the minimum requirement of such a force. But do you know? Chapter 1284 Emperor. Chapter 1284 Emperor, a force powerful enough to rule multiple realms, with a minimum requirement of at least one Tao Lord, was still not at the highest categorized level. It sort of made sense. After all, what if a force had 10 Tao Lords? Shouldn't they be categorized higher than a force that only has one? Lex asked, trying to imagine the situation. From planets to star systems to galaxies to entire realms, one was basically just a collection of a lower level. Did that mean that the level above the overlord level controlled something even larger than realms? How vast was the universe? Was there even an end to it? Of course, the Emperor said, but after a pause, he corrected himself. Of course not. Realms are realms. There's nothing greater in the universe at the moment, but who knows if it will always be like that. But the power level above Overlord has nothing to do with a larger territory. Instead, it has to do with power. The next level is called the Emperor level. I do not even know what the requirements are to become an Emperor level force, but even the Henali have not reached that status yet. They are, however, affiliated with an Emperor level force. As it happens, the humanoid faction in the universe are also affiliated with the same Emperor level force. That is why many of the Tao Lords within the Origin realm who are not from the Henali are actually humanoid. So basically, other than knowing that the enemy won't be allowed in the Origin realm, you know nothing, Lex said, confirming if his understanding was correct. Jotun shrugged. Until I reach the peak of the Celestial realm, I don't need to know. Even then, I don't plan on leaving the Origin realm, so it's pointless for me to know. That's quite interesting, Lex said as he analyzed the situation. He was beginning to grasp at how far-sighted Tao Lords truly were. At face, it seemed like Lex was being warned about dangers he would face if he traveled to other realms. But in truth, he was being gently persuaded to stick to realms owned by the Henali, or at least by realms that fell under the umbrella of the Emperor-level force above. For now, Lex had no intention of spreading to other realms, but if he really needed to, those would be the realms to go to. What's the name of the Emperor-level force? Even I don't know these things, the Emperor said with a smile. These things are too far away from us. In fact, I'm sure that the Innkeeper already knows these things, and will tell you if he deems fit. I have another question, Lex said with a frown as he thought about all the information on hand. His understanding of the larger forces in the universe was really too limited, which was a fortunate thing since he hadn't encountered them much. But it was also a disadvantage since he was struggling to understand the dynamic of things. Lex already knew there was a realm above the Tao Lord realm, since it clearly said so in his quest completion notification when he completed the wedding in the Crystal Realm and got his hands on Plank Protos. Jotun also wore a solemn look, though he did not speak yet, and let Lex complete his question. If that is the case, then how come the humanoids don't have their own Emperor-level force or something? Why are you relying on Henali? With such a strong backer, shouldn't it be much easier to protect the heritage of powerful human families? Or better yet, if the mother made the first 13 humans, why can't she just make a few more the same power level? Jotun sighed. Lex, these are secrets we're just not qualified to know, he said, a rare tone of defeat in his voice. Even Tao Lords do not know the secrets of the mother. How can we know of such things? Maybe the performance of the human race disappointed the mother, so she no longer favors us. Or maybe it's something else. These things are too far away from us. The point of me telling you of our ancestry was so that you're aware that you too have a target on your back now. Your performance within the trial of eternity has gained the attention of multiple forces. If you weren't already a part of the Midnight Inn, then many would try to recruit you. Lex suddenly asked, if the Henali truly have such a powerful background, how come they can't even rout some terrorists within their own realm? The Emperor paused for a few minutes, as if thinking, before he answered, this is a delicate matter which has to do with the history of the origin realm and the Henali. This should not have too much of an impact on you, so it's best we don't get into it. Sometimes, knowing too much can give others leverage over you. Your performance with Sanguis Pluvia was so good that many are already clamoring to forcefully conscript you. Chapter 12, 85 Whims. Chapter 12, 85 Whims. Lex and Jotun continued their conversation for a while, but it was more or less evident that Jotun either did not know secrets about the greater universe, and that revealing the secrets would involve Lex in certain matters that were best avoided. He subtly became aware of karma, and how even knowledge could bind him to some karma. He did not understand thoroughly what karma was yet. Surely it was more complex than the simple explanation for it from back on Earth. Even so, he did not ask Jotun, who knew if learning a little more might trigger another tribulation. It was best to take things steadily and slowly for now. Even so, Lex could learn many useful things from the Emperor. Even if he did not know the many secrets of the Sephor family, he still knew many things that were considered secrets to others. Of course, I've heard of the Zarek family, the Emperor said. In fact, it is said the Sephor family became vassals of the Zarek family for a time, and even that some from the Sephor family married into theirs. Ah, so his ancestors worked for Z's ancestors? How the tables had turned. Eventually, though, their conversation came to a close. They had nothing left to talk about, so Lex excused himself. He had to go prepare to rescue Liz, which was trickier than he expected. Before he left, though, Lex recalled something important and decided to mention it to the Emperor. The Emperor asked, rubbing his chin. Just like I have my sources, he has his, Lex said. Of course, I could be mistaken. The Emperor nodded and promised that he would find and talk to him. With that done, he turned his attention to Liz. Apparently, Liz had some kind of treasure on her that made it very difficult to divine her location or peer into her secrets. Of course, such a treasure was only effective up to a certain power range, but that definitely included Earth immortals. According to the information Lex got, it was suspected that she got her hands on that treasure through Ventura. It was nice to know that Liz had not been subject to Damien's many cruelties, but her affiliation with Ventura made him uncomfortable. As the foremost cultivation academy in the universe, it was practically a given that it was the result of a system. Or at least that's what Lex thought. The owner of Ventura was also probably very strong, and Lex did not want to attract his attention yet. But the Midnight Inn wasn't exactly a secret to begin with, and who knew how many Ventura students had already visited it, so there was no point in avoiding Liz because of it. He sent someone over to the Infinity Emporium with his identity token once more and had a sample requested from the planet she was on. Hopefully he would get it before she moved, since Liz had a tendency to not remain on any one planet too long. In the meantime, Lex went over to Moon and, after confirming by putting it in the gift shop, gave her a drop of mythic conifer nectar. Anything that nourished the soul would not be harmful to her. In fact, it would empower her. Over the past few days, Lex had noticed that Moon's body had started to give off the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. She was already gaining strength, but as soon as she had the drop of nectar, her skin began to blush, and soon her face became red. Her body temperature rose just a little, and the vitality within her body increased exponentially. Lex's limited understanding of healing and treating illnesses told him that her body had begun to recover rapidly. Her aura also began to fluctuate rapidly, sometimes seeming like that of Moon herself, while at other times appearing like she herself was Yildirim Utopia. But for all the positive signs the nectar brought, it did not wake her. Lex frowned. It could entirely be possible that she would wake up soon, or that she needed more nectar. But Lex dared not give her more, despite how harmless the Emperor said it was. Fortunately, there was one person who he could consult for this. He had avoided talking to her for the past few years because he thought she was in a deep, meditative state. It was only after he became an immortal and sensed his condition that he realized that she was just cultivating normally. Lex teleported over to Cassandra's clone. She had sent it alongside Lex, so that when the Midnight Realm was born, she could see it for herself. Apparently, it would help her enter the Tao Realm. Indeed, when she had seen the Midnight Realm form, She had entered a meditative state, and Lex felt like he should not disturb her, and that he would see her next whenever she became a Tao Lord, if she became a Tao Lord. But when Lex became an immortal, he learned that this teacher of his, who had guided him back in the Temple of Fasting, was just cultivating normally. Politely, he knocked on the door to her meditation chamber, and then entered when it opened. Looking at her directly, Lex frowned. Why did it seem like her clone was even weaker than it originally was? Cassandra opened her eyes and looked at Lex. For a moment she seemed dazed, but then her eyes quickly narrowed as she studied Lex. "You've been missing sleep and food again," Cassandra said, immediately judging the state of his body. "You've also rushed your cultivation. Don't you know that, per level, you should spend at least a decade regulating your state before entering the next level? And what's that smell? Don't tell me you've been absorbing profane energy. I already told you not to increase your affinities anymore. Isn't your tribulation difficult enough?" "It's good to see you too," Lex said as he recalled this teacher of his, who was much too serious in his opinion. "My cultivation is a bit of a mess, but it couldn't be helped. I triggered 5 tribulations back to back, and then 2 more a short while later." Cassandra's expression remained unreadable as always, though she continued to stare at him. She had almost forgotten how absurd this student of hers was. How was he so incredibly powerful even without making the most effective use of her abilities? She lamented that she couldn't watch over his training more carefully. But her main body could not spare any attention at all, so she could not control the Temple of Fasting even if she wanted. He was more or less on his own for his training. Lex asked after a few moments when he realized Cassandra wasn't speaking. "My main body has, indeed, sensed the Tao." This clone of mine would have actually dispersed at that moment, but then I recalled that the innkeeper had given me instructions to have a discussion with the human king on the crystal realm. In pursuit of that, I severed the connection between this clone and my main body temporarily. Once I have a discussion with him, as the innkeeper requested, I will reinstate that connection and then disappear. Ah, Lex Remembert. Cassandra had the philosophy of becoming the strongest on her own to support the human race, while Cornelius, the king of the crystal realm, wanted to empower the entire race so that it would not need individual heroes, but would be great as a whole. Their 2 ideologies were so different. On a whim, he suggested that she should meet him. He thought it might bring about interesting results. Who knew that suggestion on a whim would result in Cassandra keeping her clone in the Midnight Realm, which now had benefited him. "Oh, that's convenient. I was actually planning on going to meet Cornelius soon," Lex said truthfully. "Yes, that sounds like a good idea. But you did not come here for this. Tell me, how do you need my help?" "Actually, it's about my sister. She won't wake up." Chapter 1286, If Nothing Pops Up. Chapter 1286, If Nothing Pops Up, quite interesting, Cassandra said as she heard Lex's description of Moon's condition. "From what I recall, when you were scanned back then, didn't the scan also detect you had 2 physiques instead of 1, with the second one being Soul Forge Unity?" In truth, the Soul Forge Unity physique was a result of Regal Embrace, combining his soul with his body and spirit, but it wasn't like he could go around advertising that. Even more interesting is that your sibling has an interesting physique as well. Wait till you hear about my other sisters. Of course your family is extraordinary. Lex shrugged. Apparently my dad has some kind of sword-related physique, and my mom is an enigma. I'd rather not get into that right now. Will you come see her? I've had countless other doctors and experts look at her. Cassandra took a deep breath before letting out a sigh. It seemed like she was making a tough decision. I could take a look at her, but not now. I'll do it right before we leave for the Crystal Realm. This clone of mine has extremely limited energy, and each and every action consumes a large amount of it. Lex paused and thought about everything on his to-do list. There was nothing too urgent. He'd go rescue Liz, hopefully cure Moon in the meantime, go to the Crystal Realm for revenge against the Craven Prince, become more comfortable with his realm, and then return to focus entirely on the Midnight Inn, slowing down the expansion of the inn, and using the Temple of Fasting to train himself and the other workers. They would soon grow stronger. He'd stick around the Origin Realm at least until he became a celestial immortal, and then resume expanding the inn. It was a preliminary plan, and he knew it would be almost entirely impossible to avoid any more problems, but he'd try his best to eliminate all conflicts. As it was, he was not worthy of engaging in a battle for supremacy at his level. During all this, he also wanted to converse with King Cornelius himself as well. He'd heard that the king was exceptionally strong for someone at the Earth Immortal, so he wanted to see for himself what the difference between them was. He didn't mind picking up a few tricks from the king. There was also the quest to visit the Seraphim Resort. He was actually looking forward to that one. But if nothing else came up, and he really hoped nothing would, then for the foreseeable future he was clear to just stay at the inn and really give it some attention for once. Sounds good, Lex said to Cassandra. I'll let you know when I'm heading to the Crystal Realm. Cassandra nodded, and then closed her eyes. Lex returned to his office and waited until he could get items from the planet where Liz was. In a few hours at most, he would finally see her. Empire within the Origin Realm. Calculin stood with his eyes closed, most of his attention focused on repairing the Henali portal and the entire network that spread across the realm. And would instead be carried out by processing planets. Processing planets were basically just artificially created planets that were just one massive computer. I lived within them, treating the planet like one massive city, all sharing the planet as one body. I didn't necessarily need independent bodies. They just required a body with enough processing power and strength to support the size of their soul. But Calculin alone, with his feeble-sized body, did the calculations of an entire processing planet, or even several of them. But this was not something that could be completed overnight. So when he got a notification about the arrival of an important guest, he actually paused all his calculations and focused solely on the guest. If it were anyone else, he would have just allocated a small amount of attention. But certain guests required his full consideration. Soon, a smiling figure was escorted into Calculin's chamber by a guide robot. Bank Versailles is a high-priority entity, Calculin stated without emotion. I'm flattered that you would give the bank such importance, the auditor responded, his enthusiasm particularly prominent in contrast to the cold and emotionless Calculin. It is a must. I myself also applied to arrange a meeting between us. Empire from an entity known as the Midnight Newsroom. No, I can't say that I am, Ripley said with a hint of interest. The intel was regarding tensions between Bank Versailles and the Celestial Court. Empire. While an internal investigation is being conducted in regards to the mutiny, disruptions in your investments in the Origin Realm could create tensions between you and the Henali. Ripley asked, reining in his excitement. No, this is a result of our internal investigation after having the possibility pointed out. The newsroom only directed our investigation in the correct direction. Empire are being dragged into an external conflict, since all our projects are internally insured. Not only do we need to pay for damages to the portal, our credibility is affected, our forces diminished, and we're put on a trajectory towards choosing sides. This is an unacceptable outcome for us. Empire, declare to you unequivocally that we will not abide by being forced into this conflict. Any coercion attempts will result in a complete fallout of decorum and a deployment of the Eternal Swarm into all of your affiliated realms. Please be aware that I have already made a similar declaration to the Celestial Court as well. Having said that, be informed that an investigation has already been launched into the instigation attempts. Ripley smiled at the blatant threats, instead of being out off. He was an auditor. He was used to hearing threats, both veiled and direct. If he was so easily discouraged, he would not have been assigned such an important job. Believe me, Calculin, I share your concerns. Causing a division between the bank and its valued customers is akin to a declaration of war. I will also look into this. I will also remember to personally thank the Midnight Newsroom for their contribution in bringing this matter to light. As for the matter between the bank and the Celestial Courts, it is merely a regretful misunderstanding. I am sure it will be resolved sooner or later. But now, on to the matter I originally came to see you for. The bank would like to invest in a soul chamber large enough to support several celestial-level souls. I would like to commission you to complete this assignment at the earliest. Calculin did not respond immediately, for it was processing what a commission of such level would require in terms of logistics and resources. Let's discuss compensation, he finally said, after determining its feasibility. Chapter 12, 87 Space Battle. Chapter 12, 87 Space Battle. It's here, Mary informed Lex, who was scribbling on a notebook. He did not need to keep a to-do list, but the satisfaction of cutting through them when the task was complete was enough to motivate him to keep a record of his tasks in such a way. Mostly, it was because he did not want to start any task before leaving to rescue Liz. Now that he had received the item he could use to connect to the relevant planet, he suited up and disappeared. Despite his confidence that everything would go fine, Lex could not help but feel a hint of nervousness. The last time he had gone out like this, he discovered Moon in a really bad state. If Vera hadn't urged him to go, he might have missed the critical timing to save her. Although he had no such warnings from Vera this time, he could not help being nervous. He recalled his younger sister Liz. Although technically not a middle child, she suffered from a middle child complex of thinking she did not get enough attention, or at least the version of her that he knew was like that. She was silent, introverted, and hardworking, never making a fuss for anyone else, always a good child. But as a result of that, compared to Belle and Moon, his relationship with Liz was actually a little weaker. They didn't spend too much time together, and they didn't have shared memories. He procrastinated no longer and teleported over, landing in what looked like a massive junkyard. But this was no junkyard. The whole planet was like that. It was the equivalent of a third-world country in a star system with over 9 habitable planets, each of them large enough to support a vast and rich population. This planet, the poorest in terms of environment, resources, and technology, imported the trash from the entire star system and used it to nourish the planet. At least that's what it said in the information booklet Lex had read. In truth, the situation on the planet was drastically different. Lex spread his spirit sense and discovered entire battalions of soldiers running around on the surface, quickly setting up bases, with countless dead bodies everywhere on the planet. There were a large number of prisoners who had been cryogenically frozen just because it was easier to store them till later than to actually deal with them. Up above, in the sky above the junkyard planet, there were 5 massive spaceships maneuvering around the 3 moons of the planet, shooting massive laser beams at each other. Thousands of smaller spaceships flew around the larger ships like guard bees around a beehive, fighting off against each other. Fury rained down on the junkyard planet, a result of crashing spaceships. It seems like a war had broken out in this place, though it must have been recent. Otherwise, Liz would not have been able to make it to this planet. Lex spread his spirit sense far and wide, but no matter what he did, he could not find any signs of her. That was partially expected. Liz had a treasure on her that could hide her from being detected, so Lex did not think it would be easy to find her, but was now more important than ever to find her. Fortunately, most of the smaller ships flying through the atmosphere and even space, fighting each other, were not a threat to Lex. The 5 massive ships, however, were, if only because of the sheer firepower they boasted. It looked like a scene out of Star Wars. Now all that was missing were sabers made of light that could cut through solid steel. Lex used his bloodline tracking ability and got a faint feedback. It was faint because the connection was oddly subdued, but not entirely disconnected. Lex was not alarmed, as he thought that might be a function of whatever treasure Liz was using to hide herself. Instead, he just began flying towards it, which meant he was flying directly up in the air. Unwilling to get involved, Lex camouflaged himself as he flew through the air, observing the dogfights. As unusual as it seemed, there were 3 different groups involved in the fight, each against each other. There were temporary alliances between the 3 groups, but only to take advantage of the situation until they could turn their backs upon each other. What was interesting was that 2 of the races at war were insects, while the 3rd were some kind of strange woolly dog. The aggression between them was deeply rooted into their very bones, and even from afar Lex could sense their hatred. It was odd because he had never heard of these races, yet they seemed fairly powerful and especially technologically advanced. He made observations to their ships, because by now it was fairly obvious that Liz's signal was coming from one of the large 5 ships. It was a round, gray ship with a small indent on one end that looked like the front of the ship. All the other ships were fighting around the circular ship, some try to protect it, and others trying to destroy it. He could not sense anyone with high cultivation levels nearby, so he was not worried. But the level of technology on their ships made Lex wary. His instincts let him know that if he was not careful, he would be discovered, which would not end well. Taking advantage of his superior cultivation, he spread out his spirit sense and began sneakily listening in to the conversations of all the pilots in the ships around him, trying to understand the situation. Predictably, most of them were just focused on mentioning details regarding their fight and the enemies they were facing, until his spirit sense came across a camouflage ship, also heading towards the circular ship. Yabba yabba, this blind owl. I'm making my way to the fake moon ship. Increase the heat, distract their ships. Chapter 1288, What She's Up To. Chapter 1288, What She's Up To. It seemed like someone was planning an infiltration mission on the same ship that he was going to. Lex didn't want to interfere with the war. Not only did it have nothing to do with him, but he had no understanding of the story behind it either. Was there a specific person who was in the right, or was everyone just circumstantially or politically motivated? Regardless, Lex had also decided to stop getting involved in others' problems. He was running an inn, and while on the surface it seemed like he had the power to help others, in reality, he was just creating more problems for himself. Lex looked at the camouflage ship and estimated that it would take it 1 to 2 hours to make it to the moon-shaped ship. It was best to get ahead of it. If they caused a ruckus on the ship, it might be harder to find Liz. Instead of teleporting directly to the ship, Lex blinked there in a series of smaller teleportations. One reason for that was that the response for the bloodline technique was so faint, he could be mistaken about the source, so he needed to keep checking. Secondly, his instincts were informing him that the larger ships were more formidable than the average Earth immortal in many senses, and that such a blatant approach would definitely be detected. For a moment, Lex pondered over whether he could cut through the entire ship in one strike. It was pretty big and had various defenses. Then again, he was an abnormally strong Earth immortal, and he did not just understand the limits of his strength. At first, he thought he did, but soon discovered that his body was still steadily becoming stronger. It seemed that Cassandra was not wrong in stating that it takes the average cultivator 10 years to get used to each level in the immortal realm. That was too long for Lex. He had to discover a way to speed things up. Soon he reached close enough to the ship and realized that teleportation was more difficult. A quick glance with his left eye revealed the problem to him. Much in the way that displaying a domain strengthened one law, displacing others, the ship was somehow strengthening the laws around it. But it was not a random, mindless strengthening. Instead, the laws around the ship were being influenced to remain in a certain state. What was interesting was that Lex could feel that there was nothing directly influencing laws to be that way, in the way tenets direct laws. Rather, it seemed like the presence of the ship itself was forcing the laws to themselves act in a certain way. A gleam passed through Lex's eyes. He sensed that he had stumbled onto another secret, and that learning it might bring him deeper understanding of laws once more. He was hesitant, since he didn't want to initiate a tribulation right here, but it wasn't like he could just give up on such a juicy reward. The thought of tribulations reminded him. What had Cassandra said he might encounter in his tribulation? A farm? Was it the name of the lightning creatures that kept attacking him? He'd have to find out. Although Lex was certain that he could continue to teleport, he didn't push it. Before he was an immortal, he could teleport using only his affinity, unaware of the changes he was causing in laws. Now, technically, he should have been able to do the same. But since he was unaccustomed to his newfound strength and abilities, he often found himself unconsciously influencing laws with his every action. As a result, if he teleported, he might cause a disturbance in the laws, so he avoided it. He was close enough to the ship anyway. He allocated a certain amount of his attention towards controlling his tenet, keeping it subdued. He flew through the vacuum of space, completely unaffected by the cosmic radiation which once required so much effort to resist. He approached the surface of the ship and noticed that the gray material was just a protective outer cover, while underneath, it was a thick layer of metal. Lex entered his soul state and pushed right through it, though even in this state he felt a mild resistance. The protective layer of this ship was quite impressive. Lex almost considered hiring a few of the people who made this ship as workers at the inn. He still wasn't able to properly make use of the ship he got from the Cthulhu since it was too complicated and required a trained staff. He was making progress on it, though. The inside of the ship consisted of countless corridors, carefully structured to fit between the numerous machines that kept the ship operational, and also provided access to each and every part of the ship, in case it ever needed repairs or access. Lex ignored the organizational structure of the cricket-like insects, and instead focused on his bloodline signal. It was slightly stronger now that he was inside the ship, and it was moving. Remaining within his soul state, Lex flew through the walls of the ship, avoiding detection, while at the same time trying to understand how the ship influenced laws. So far, he could not see anything that seemed like it could so much as sense the laws, let alone influence it. It was fascinating how a race, where even the strongest of them was merely at the Golden Core realm, had produced such impressive and powerful machinery. Since he could not teleport, it took Lex nearly 20 minutes to reach the depths of the ship, where the bloodline signal was coming from. Since he saw thousands of cryogenically frozen captives, he was afraid that Liz might be one of them. Fortunately, he soon found her and learned that it did not seem to be the case. But she was definitely a stowaway. He watched with amusement as Liz hid in what was effectively a broom closet for the spaceship, a woolly dog hiding right beside her. Instead of immediately revealing himself, he decided to see what she was up to. Chapter 1289, Spying. Chapter 1289, Spying. Lex did not get too close, just in case she had some kind of treasure which might detect him. But even so, he had to be close enough that she was within sight, for his spirit sense could not detect her at all. Even his soul sense could not detect her. In fact, he highly suspected that if his affinity for glyphs had not drastically increased since he got the Heart of a Dragon, he would not have been able to sense her through his bloodline tracking glyphs either. Now that she was in front of him, though, Lex was not worried. Instead, he wanted to see what kind of trouble she had gotten herself into. After all, of his sisters, he was the least familiar with Liz, so a little friendly spying would not hurt. "Looks like they haven't found you either," she whispered, retaining a thick, authentic British accent. "But we can't continue like this. Look, if you want to track the Gilded Dolphin, then Harriet is your final lead." Liz looked at the woolly dog with hesitant eyes and struggled for a few moments, before eventually making a decision. "If you're lying to me, I swear to God I'm going to personally wax your body," she whispered before taking out a red, crystal bottle and popped open its top. She poured a single drop onto the woolly dog and another onto herself before carefully placing the crystal bottle back. Lex's eyes flashed as Liz became completely invisible right before his eyes, undetectable to any means, including the bloodline signal. Even as strong as he was, with all his various means, Lex could not track Liz at all at that moment. He finally understood how she had avoided capture from whoever was chasing her for so long. Having said that, sometimes one need not rely on advanced techniques for something that could be done simply. He could not sense her, but when the door to the broom closet opened on its own, Lex casually stepped into the next corridor and spread his spirit sense out to check for any more doors that opened on its own. At the same time, any time he passed by an insect, he gently touched their heads, diving into their thoughts and searching for any information relating to anyone named Harriet. As it turned out, Harriet was the name of a high-value woolly dog that had been captured by the insects and had been kept cryogenically frozen with all the others. But at the same time, he also had a lot more attention and security than the rest. With that knowledge on hand, Lex searched for the way to the holding cell where Harriet was placed and walked through the ship towards it. Coincidentally, he often saw doors opening on their own on the way to the cell. As a soul hiding within the walls, though, Lex did not need the doors. In a few minutes, he ended up in front of Harriet and saw how that specific frozen statue of a woolly dog was gently lifted off the ground. A silent alarm was triggered when the statue was lifted, but since Lex had already learned of it, he took the opportunity to access a nearby console and deactivate it using the credentials of a high-value insect whose minds Lex had read. He didn't see what Liz did, but soon even the statue turned invisible. But though invisible it may be, it was a fact that without being specifically kept frozen, the statue began to quickly thaw. While it would take hours, or even days for Harriet to recover consciousness, he did begin to drip water as he was carried through the ship. A single drop every few hundred feet was not enough water to attract anyone's attention, unless they were looking for it. As it turned out, soon after they left, an insect came to inspect the cell and noticed that a statue was frozen. It was about to ring another alarm, but Lex knocked him out before Liz and the woolly dog could make it to the hangar, which is where Lex assumed they were going. Lex noticed that the camouflage ship had secretly arrived within the ship, and a small team of infiltrators had slipped in. They seemed to have certain passcodes which allowed them to not trigger any immediate alarms, but Lex suspected that they would not remain hidden for long. His suspicion was proved true when, 15 minutes later, red lights and an alarm set off in the entire ship. Lex sensed an invisible force spread out through the ship, and while it did nothing to Lex, since he was not invisible to begin with, he was only hiding inside the walls as a soul. Liz and the woolly dog were revealed. "What happened?" she exclaimed. Something else must have triggered on the ship. As it happened, the two of them were running right in the direction of several entire teams of insect security guards. For a moment, Lex pondered about whether to interfere, but then decided to only do so partially. Moving faster than any of the insects could detect, he incapacitated almost the entire team and left behind only one, very confused, completely disoriented insect. A few moments later, Liz and the woolly dog stumbled upon the insect guard and froze. The guard also looked back at the frozen statue. It had no idea what happened to it or its team, but it knew that what was in front of it was an issue. A fight commenced. Lex was quite interested to see Liz's hyped-up, 100% compatible Beastmaster cultivation path, which is why he was completely disappointed when she took out a blaster and shot at the insect. Her aim was good, and the blaster was quite effective, but this was a cultivation world, not a sci-fi one. What was going on? Where was the Beastmaster cultivation he was looking forward to? Chapter 1290 Traitorous Mutt. Chapter 1290 Traitorous Mutt. Lex was disappointed, but he supposed it made sense that Liz used the most efficient way to deal with the enemy. Why do with personal power what could be done with a blaster? But after killing the insect guard, Liz did not let down her guard. Instead, she maintained her vigilance as she looked around with a confused expression. Her familiarity with how the insects operated meant that she knew the guard should not have been alone. At the same time, she could not stay around for long, so she pressed onwards. Now, completely revealed, Lex had an even easier time following them, and continued to help them out by eliminating a majority of the opposition they faced. Liz grew increasingly worried about the abnormality of the situation, while Lex also began to notice a trend. Just as he was helping Liz, there was someone silently guiding the soldiers within the ship, forcing Liz down a specific path. But while Lex was trying to help them, whoever this other person was, their intentions were not so pure. Lex was reminded of the fact that someone had been chasing Liz for a long time, and his eyes flashed. The Henali had quietly taken precautions to protect Liz, but now that he had arrived on scene, they stopped interfering, which meant that there was a chance Lex would come face to face with whoever was plotting against her. "There's something wrong about all of this," Liz said out loud as she loaded Harriet into a ship, though the woolly dog beside her was completely unconcerned. "As long as we can get away from here, who cares? Remember, we're going to the abandoned mining facility off towards the uninhabited moons of the outer planets," Liz reminded the woolly dog. Not only was there no fighting going on that way, but due to how out of the way it was from everything, she expected it to be completely uninhabited. They did not want to attract any attention. Yeah, I got it," the woolly dog said, completely unconcerned. The only thing he cared about was getting off this ship. In fact, How little he was concerned about possible problems once they left attracted Lex's attention. But for now, he did nothing. Soon the ship took off, and they faced no chase either, since everyone seemed busy fighting against the invading force. Liz was the only person who found the ease of their escape concerning. In fact, in a corner of the ship, she secretly began her preparations to escape if things went wrong. Lex was actually quite impressed by the hidden teleportation formation she set up in the ship. It had no presence or fluctuations at all. Her stealth abilities rivaled that of Finra back when he was in her realm, which was quite impressive. The flight took several hours, during which time Lex remained hidden in the walls of the ship, silently observing the various events taking place. In the distance, the war was still going on. But even in this corner of the star system, hidden currents surged. Lex noticed how the woolly dog secretly sabotaged the very ship they were riding. For now it would be fine, but once he activated the machines he set up, the ship's engine itself would break down. It would be impossible to fly without heavy repairs. Liz, meanwhile, made her own preparations by turning the batteries of the ship into a massive bomb that could be remotely detonated. Outside, in the vacuum of space, various ships began to follow theirs, though they remained hidden for now. The mining facility in the distance seemed abandoned, but underneath that facade, an army was getting into position. Lex watched all of this in silence. He had thrown the entire Origin realm into turmoil by launching a war that spread far and wide, just to eliminate the force that dared covet his sister's abilities. So for these people who were planning on acting against Liz, Lex intended no mercy. But he didn't act yet. He wanted all the hidden players to reveal themselves first. Eventually, the ship landed on the mining facility that floated in space. Liz and the woolly dog exited their ship, wearing spacesuits as the outer layers of. The mining facility had been compromised and contained no air. Fortunately, they had already made preparations deep within the facility where not only would there be sealed chambers with atmosphere and gravity, but a revivification machine which would thaw Harriet till he recovered. As the two passed through the facility, all seemed normal. The place was just as abandoned and eerie as it was the last time Liz was here, which was a good sign. But she knew better than most just how cunning her enemies could be. She needed to be on her guard, not that she showed it to anyone. Finally, they reached the heart of the facility which still had power, and they brought the frozen Harriet into the revivification machine. The dog finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground while Liz continued to monitor the facility through the camera screens that could be monitored from her location. Everything seemed normal, but by this point Liz had already decided that the more it was like this, the more there was something wrong. She was adept at running for so long that she was incredibly sensitive to such things. A voice suddenly screamed through the facility, followed by sudden silence. Liz and the other woolly dog suddenly ran towards Harriet and opened the chamber to find a confused woolly dog, looking around at his unfamiliar surroundings. He did not recognize Liz, but the moment he saw the woolly dog, his expression turned angry once You unfaithful mutt. Harriet screamed and tried to attack, but his body was still suffering from the effects of being frozen, and so he had no strength. Are you? I finally got my hands on you. The doors to the facility were suddenly slammed open, and a host of human troops marched in. Chapter 1291 Enough. Chapter 1291 Enough, Liz distanced herself from the woolly dog standing above Harriet, and quickly drew out a blaster, pointing it at the approaching soldiers, and even shot a few warning shots, stopping them in their tracks. She asked out loudly, as she looked warily at the woolly dog who had been her partner a short while ago. But in truth, she did not care for the answer. While the woolly dog monologued, she was already using a secret treasure to communicate with Harriet without being detected. We're surrounded and will be captured soon, she told him. If I tell you the location, you won't need to save me. Fine. But if it turns out that you don't actually know where the dolphin is, I'll dump you out in space, she threatened. Ignoring the nonsense being said out loud, explaining how they had all fallen for a trap, Liz activated her teleportation formation back on the ship. Instead of teleporting away herself, it was the woolly dog standing above Harriet who who suddenly found himself back on the ship. Besides him, there were a dozen other soldiers who had climbed aboard the ship to ensure Liz couldn't take it to head back. They looked at each other with confusion, but before they could actually do anything, Liz also triggered the explosive she had set up using the ship's battery. The entire station rumbled, but the soldiers had no time to focus on that. Liz had sprung into action, throwing a laser grenade towards the soldiers while launching a device at Harriet as well. When the grenade exploded, it vaporized everyone in the vicinity, save Liz and Harriet, who had been marked as friendly by the device Liz had used. "Come on," Liz said as she rushed to Harriet, grabbed his wool, and then activated a second teleportation formation, one she had set up a long time ago. The two teleported away, and Liz was ready to rush towards the command bridge of the hidden spaceship she had left in the vicinity of the station, but she froze. The place she teleported to wasn't her ship. Instead, someone had found a way to move her formation without disrupting it, bringing her to a completely unfamiliar place. Once she got over the shock of what happened, she looked around to see that they were surrounded by hundreds of soldiers in the nascent realm. "My dear Liz, you have put up quite the resistance," said a mature-looking man, his black hair mixed with gray. He stood in full armor in front of his troops, only his face exposed. "You have outsmarted us at every turn, and more than just us. But you cannot hide forever. The time has come. These games grow tiresome." I've seen you," said Harriet weakly as he glared at the armored man. "You're the one who met with the regent. Naturally, if I do not ensue chaos, it would be harder to ensure enough chaos and limit Liz's options. Enough of this farce. As a guest of Liz, I will allow you to live and attend our wedding. Liz, give up your futile resistance." Liz maintained an emotionless expression as she studied the man. She could not say that she even knew his name. There were too many after her. "Are you not afraid of the Williams family?" she asked, delaying as much as she could while she activated her contingencies. Yet they continued to fail. Each teleportation formation, each attack, each escape, all of them had been deactivated. The man scoffed. "Ventura is a school, nothing more. Unless, if for political reasons, or unless our gap in strength is too massive, they will do nothing. The Williams family, more so than ever, is too weak to interfere in anything else. Not to mention, Damien has given a silent approval of your marriage as long as it benefits the family. There will be no escape this time, Liz." The man stepped forward, and with each step his aura at the peak of the Earth immortal realm began to spread out, suppressing everyone. Even now, Liz showed no fear. Instead, her mind only worked towards future plans. She had been in dire situations before. So long as she was alive, she would not quit. She would escape. She was so close, closer than ever before. Harriet would tell her where the dolphin was, and then she would— "Enough," a familiar voice said, and suddenly the room was silent. The countless guards froze where they stood, as if they were statues. The soft breeze in the room, a result of the ventilation, stopped. The Earth immortal, lost in thoughts of a glorious future, halted, his foot still raised to take another step. Neither Liz nor Harriet felt it, but a powerful aura had erupted and enveloped everyone else in the room. The suffocating heat of that presence caused everything to come to a standstill. Lex could tell that Liz was not at the end of her rope yet, which was interesting. Even in the face of such a powerful adversary, she had contingencies. But he had seen enough. Watching how she handled challenges was all well and good, but Lex could only tolerate so much. Even if she had a way of escaping this situation, she shouldn't have to use it. Rather, the measly Earth immortal who dared to eye his sister was the one who should be thinking of escaping. Harriet looked around, trying to understand what was happening, whereas Liz had already caught on. "Lex," she said simply, looking around the room for her brother. The last she had seen him, he was enjoying himself on Lover's Island, surrounded by countless women. He was impressively powerful, even back then, but it shouldn't have been to the point where he could command immortals with a single world. Following Liz had not been a problem for Lex. He merely followed the path of her teleportation. So he emerged from the ground when Liz called him, and turned to look at her. For a time, there was only silence as the two siblings studied each other. Liz looked at him with a wary gaze, a distinct lack of trust in them that Lex easily recognized, as well as doubt at his sudden arrival. It took him but a moment to understand. She did not think he was really Lex, but that instead an enemy was using an illusion to get her to drop her guard. Lex, on the other hand, studied his younger sister. Technically, she was only a couple of years younger than him, though Lex had lived many more years already due to the time difference in their realms. Somehow, though, Liz did not lack for life experiences. Without any support or anything else to fall back on, she had used her own wits to escape the grasp of countless powerful people, traveling the origin realm in search of some unknown objective. "You've been through quite a lot," Lex said after a while. "When I saw Moon, she was over the moon to see me." Liz maintained her cold expression, though he could see a deep hint of embarrassment in her eyes. "How do you want me to react? Bonds of family or siblings are just words to us. Our parents are not the most reliable people in the universe, and a majority of the time we've spent together is fake. You spent more time with a clone of me than actually me. I've never met someone who didn't want to use me somehow." Lex smiled. Liz. She had developed an attitude. Good for her. She had always been a bit of a teacher's pet when they were children. "It's good to see you too, Liz. I'm glad you're doing well. Moon was not doing so great when I found her. Hold on for a minute while I take care of these guys." Lex turned around and summoned Naraka as he walked towards the peak Earth Immortal. Despite the fact that Lex was the one with the lower realm, this immortal was nothing compared to the ones Lex had been killing easily in the Trial of Eternity, which meant that, compared to the elite of the entire realm, this immortal was nothing. While for those immortals, Lex needed to exert some effort, for this one, it would be no effort at all to crush his tenant and kill him. Behind him, Liz took advantage of the moment where no one was focusing on her to run away once more. Chapter 1292, Carefully and Considerately. Chapter 1292, Carefully and Considerately. "So, tell me a little more about how you want to have kids with my sister," Lex said, focusing on the old geezer in front of him. Earth immortals had no effective lifespan, living in perpetuity, and so the only way for an immortal to look older was that if they became immortal at an old age, if they went through significant life experiences which aged them mentally and therefore physically. But even if Lex ignored both those reasons, the fact that he was at the peak of the Earth immortal realm meant that he must have spent quite a lot of time cultivating. At the very least, even if he became an immortal on the day he was born, he had to have spent 90 years to reach the 9th level of the Earth immortal realm. For such an old man to be coveting his sister who was barely in her 20s. Okay, well, maybe she was nearing 30 now, but she was a cultivator, and for them 30 is basically a teenager. The point was that it was gross. The immortal finally felt the immense aura pressing down on him slowly abate, and finally he could react. His pupils constricted, and he immediately tried to summon his energy, but he failed. Lex was pressing down on the area with domination, ensuring that no one could do anything he did not ordain. Perhaps if he had been back in the Trial of Eternity, he might face Earth immortals with the strength to ignore his domination. Maybe if he faced stronger races, such as elves of devils, he would encounter some who might find a way to resist. But a mundane human, even if at the peak of the realm, could do nothing. He tried, but even the energy within his own body was unresponsive, locked under Lex's aura. He tried to use his tenet, but as if the hand of a deity was pressing it down, keeping it from acting, his tenet remained unresponsive. Heck, the man could not even move his body. The only part of him that could move a bit was his face, and that was only because Lex wanted to hear him speak. "Go ahead, tell me," said Lex as he walked up to him. The man began, his voice panicked and filled with fear, but he came to an abrupt stop. Lex plunged his hand into the man's chest, grabbing hold of his tenets. "I don't care," Lex said, and pulled his body closer, using only his grip on the tenet as a hold. "What was it that you said? Accept your duty in place, right? Old man, now it is your turn to accept your duty in your place." Lex channeled his tenet, manipulating the law of physical force, channeling it into his hand that gripped the tenet. A tenet was not a physical thing, But as it cracked, the sound reverberated through even the vacuum of space around the facility they were in. It needed no atmosphere to carry it. Existence itself was the medium through which it traveled. It spread out to Liz, who was flying through space in a camouflaged escape pod. It traveled to the guards of the Immortal, who were busy instigating war throughout the star system. The cracking sound spread out through space, and for some reason it reached all those who were in competition with that Immortal to get their hands on Liz. No one knew what they heard or why, but they got a bad feeling. The man wanted to scream, but under the pressure of domination, he could not even do that. Lex was all but prepared to turn the man into an example, just as he had said, but then changed his mind. He was focusing on the wrong things. Instead of spending time here, working on these arbitrary things, he should be reconnecting with Liz. He pulled out his hand from the man's chest, allowing him to fall to the ground on his knees. Naraka flashed, and the man was decapitated, his tenets crushed, his soul extinguished. Lex was in an awkward position where ordinary Earth immortals were too weak for him, but heavenly immortals too strong. He'd have to work on that. Lex used his left eye, searching for a trace of where Liz escaped to, and then promptly followed her. The next second he vanished, Harriet disappearing with him. The countless nascent level soldiers all around them collapsed. Unconscious, Lex could not be bothered to deal with them. Lex suddenly asked, appearing within Liz's escape pod, which suddenly became quite cramped with the three of them in there. By the way, that old guy won't be bothering you anymore. Liz looked at Lex warily, and then looked at Harriet, who had his gaze fixed on Lex. What do you want from me, Lex? You might feel some connection with me, but you spent time with my clone, not me. Lex snorted. I've heard a whole lot about those clones. Quite frankly, I'm not interested, and also I don't want anything from you. You can go about the universe, doing as you please, looking for dolphins and mermaids. I won't interfere. But I just want to introduce you to the Midnight Inn. I brought Moon there, and I've dealt with everyone looking to use her. Within the Midnight Inn, I can offer you security as well. If you do not wish to live there, that's fine. But if you ever encounter problems, you can come and rest there. Why? Because you feel some faint sense of responsibility due to our blood connection? You do not need to. Thank you for your help back there, but I do not wish to burden you anymore. Lex frowned. Liz's words sounded harsh, but he could see the emotions underneath. He could sense the turmoil within her mind. She truly did not feel safe in his presence. There was anxiety and fear clouding her mind. She did not believe that he was just helping her out. But instead of feeling hurt or offended, Lex just felt more pissed at his parents. How tough must Liz's life must have been for her to become so untrusting of everyone. She was not like Moon, desperate for any connection at all. He could not expect her to jump at the chance of getting help. She had relied on herself for countless years, so now she could not imagine a reality where she could rely on someone else. This was a delicate situation that required accepting the way she felt. It needed to be handled carefully and considerately, so that none of her past trauma would be triggered. I'm older than you, so you have to do what I say, Lex said, doing his best to sound like he did when he was little. He grabbed Liz, who was suddenly startled, and threw her over his shoulder. You're coming with me to see Moon, and then you're going to give me a list of all the geezers chasing after you, so I can kick their asses. Liz tried to resist by beating and slapping Lex, but he was completely impervious. He also softened his skin, so Liz wouldn't hurt herself hitting him. A few moments later, Lex, Liz, and Harriet disappeared, returning to the Midnight Inn. He hadn't completed his bonding of that planet he had visited with the inn, but he couldn't be bothered. Liz, who was thinking of ways to get out of this situation, was suddenly startled when she arrived at the Midnight Inn. Most people were alarmed by the pure spirit energy, or perhaps the amazing environment. Not her. No, she was startled when her body started trembling, reacting to the countless pure-blooded, mythic creatures nearby. She had spent the last few years scouring the Origin Realm, looking for any animal with even the faintest trace of a mythic bloodline, so she could finally activate her 100% Beast Master cultivation path, bringing it close to its true potential. Clearly, she had failed miserably. Yet the moment Lex brought her to, what did he say? The Midnight Inn? The moment he brought her there, She felt her very bones aching to finally get in touch with these beings. "Come on, we're going to see Moon," Lex said, still carrying Liz over his shoulder, though he was pleased she was no longer resisting. "By the way, I don't know what your Beastmaster cultivation looks like, but I guess you like beasts, right? Let me introduce you to Fenrir and Little Blue." Chapter 1293, Casual. Chapter 1293, Casual Normally. Lex could have teleported directly to Moon, but since he wanted to show Liz the place, he teleported a little far away. Also, temporarily, he disabled Liz's permission to leave the inn. After he showed her Moon, told her the situation, and handed her a golden key, he would once again grant her exit rights. It was not like he could actually kidnap her. He just thought showing her everything would be a lot quicker than explaining it to her. Not to mention, she was clearly very defensive because she felt like Lex had ulterior motives. Their arrival inside the inn clearly stopped her attacks on him, which was good. As he exited the building, he arrived in a nice little society, filled with unusual-looking houses and countless people in suits. The inn staff had been given their own realm, which they had developed nicely over the past few years. But Lex had also demarcated a certain plot of land within the inn for them as well, and placed the entrance to their own realm there. This area was where a small society was formed, housing the inn workers. After all, everyone could not return to the minor realm every time they got off work or took a break. There were also countless staff members who preferred to remain in the midnight realm, and so they took residence here. Compared to having a home with no physical access that they needed to teleport to, the original arrangement for the staff Lex had set so long ago, having a small society was much better. This place was also entirely designed by the staff, and the planning division would only pass the design plans to Luther, who submitted them to the innkeeper to arrange. Moon was also resting in a recovery pod in this society, which was one of the main reasons Lex brought Liz here. Of course, he had plotted a few coincidental encounters here as well to attract Liz's attention. They walked over a bridge with a lazy river flowing underneath, within which a school of Magikarpet was swimming. They were no longer the feeble, mundane fish they had once been. After being baptized by the inn time and time again, they had shed their former weakness and become extraordinary. Liz's jaw dropped as she looked at the red fish, casually swimming past some of the staff members lazing in plastic donuts floating in the lazy river. She pointed, but she had no words. She didn't know the species of the fish, but they had already surpassed the basic minimum quality she required of a beast before beginning her Beastmaster cultivation. Of course, she could have begun with any random beast, but the strength of her partner greatly influenced how strong she could become, which is why she had never started her cultivation. Yet here, now, in front of her was an entire school of fish with more potential than any beast she had ever seen. Before her brain could adapt to the sight and filled her with a desire to grab the fish, she saw something flit through the air from the corner of her eye. When she looked up, she saw peacocks flying through the air, their wings a manifestation of breathtaking art. The vibrant colors mixed with the air, leaving behind a shimmering trails of rainbow glitter that seemed to vanish after a few moments. More importantly, though they were not pure-blooded mythic beings, they gave off a similar aura anyway. "Wipe the drool off your face," Lex said as he threw a towel at her. She was actually drooling. She asked in a whisper, as if raising her voice would wake her from this dream. "This is my home and the Midnight Inn," Lex said as he squatted down to pet one of the bunnies hopping by. "Ow, how can there be so many powerful beasts here?" It was an unfortunate reality that beasts with strong bloodlines served as extremely potent ingredients for many treasures, potions, and pills, not to mention that many rich and powerful beings like to have them as pets. Unless in certain beast empires, it was rare to find such powerful beasts just roaming around. Like I keep saying, this is the Midnight Inn. Of course, no one is going to go around hunting animals randomly, not unless they want to die. Not to mention, the animals here aren't so easy to kill either. I'll introduce you to Fenrir later. He's the pack leader of this place, and all these beasts have joined his pack. Since Lex had become an immortal now, Fenrir too was able to break into the immortal realm. But unlike Lex, he could not zoom through his levels, nor could he adapt so easily, which is why he was still recovering from his tribulation. Not that he had been hurt much by it. Instead, it was the growth of his body which he was taking time getting used to. Lex acted completely nonchalantly as he continued to lead Liz and silently sent a message to Pell Jr. The amount he could move was extremely limited, so he continued to serve as Lex's cultivation mat most days. Now, though, the ground suddenly trembled, and Liz turned to look in the direction of the disturbance when her jaw fell for the second time in a minute. A dragon, a massive dragon wearing a suit, was casually walking around, though each of his steps caused a minor quake, as if he wasn't used to walking with such a heavy body yet. "Hey, Lex," Pell Jr. said, waving one of its massive claws as he passed them by. "Hey, Junior," as if their conversation was completely normal. No one else around them so much as raised their head, carrying on with their activities as normal. A fly flew into Liz's open mouth. Chapter 1294, Guilt and Shame. Chapter 1294, Guilt and Shame. Liz, a golden core cultivator, nearly choked to death on a fly, because the fly, too, was in the golden core realm. "My sincerest apologies," said the fly, bowing repeatedly in front of Liz. "I became a little too distracted watching the midnight games. I forgot to see where I was flying." The fly tried to offer Liz some MP, but Liz herself was too embarrassed to accept. "Not at all," she said, also bowing to the fly, completely aware that the body cultivator fly could have ripped through her neck when it got stuck if it so wished. "It was my fault for leaving my mouth open." A few steps away, Lex watched his sister and the fly bow to each other, his hand covering his lips lest he reveal how hard he was trying not to laugh. Just a few moments earlier, she was so skeptical and treating everyone as a potential enemy. Now she was bowing to a fly. He didn't stop her either, and just watched until the situation reached a deadlock. Eventually, he was forced to intervene. "Dear guest, I hope this small event does not reflect on your experience at the Midnight Inn. To make it up to you, please enjoy a complimentary hot tub session to cleanse yourself and relax from the tribulation of this occurrence." Upon seeing that the inn would compensate them both, the fly finally relented and let Liz leave without some compensation. Lex asked. Actually, he didn't need to ask. He could tell, even without a detailed investigation, that Liz's physique was in play. Liz, who was greatly stumped by the situation, still did not completely drop her guard. In fact, a part of Lex felt like she would never drop her guard. Perhaps that's the kind of paranoia one naturally gained when every single person they encounter might want to have their kids. Regardless, Liz explained a little. "All races other than humans will naturally be more friendly towards me," she confessed. "Sounds like you would make an awesome pet owner," Lex said, and finally brought Liz to Moon. As soon as they entered the room, Liz stood still. She could not move past the entrance of the door and just looked at Moon from afar. Lex asked, looking at Liz. "Moon is not hurt, I assure you. She's just been asleep ever since she fused with Yildirim Utopia. We're nourishing her soul, and soon I'm going to have an expert come take a look at her." Yet, even as Liz heard his explanation, she could not step in from the door frame. Lex, extremely sensitive towards others' emotions, immediately picked up on the guilt and regret that began to fill Liz and sighed. Liz said finally, her voice low and solemn. What she hadn't mentioned to anyone was that her ability made her extremely sensitive to other living beings, and so she could immediately identify that this was, in fact, the real Moon and not some clone or copy. "Almost everyone," Lex said. "Damien ran away. There's a Demidao Lord hiding him, so it's hard to get my hands on him." "You know, we all knew that there was something incredibly wrong going on with Moon," said Liz. "But no one asked what exactly she was going through, and she never mentioned it. None of us were strong enough to do anything about it." Lex's expression soured. "Don't talk to me about them. It doesn't matter what happened in the past, Liz. I was abandoned on Earth. Moon was abandoned on Yildirim. You were abandoned elsewhere, and Belle was left to fight wars. We're the abandoned children of parents who clearly got their hands on secrets they should not have. But we're not children anymore. Here at the Midnight Inn, I can protect us. I'm not going to force you to stay, nor will I force Moon or Belle to stay. But I do suggest you give this place a chance. The inn is so massive that a lifetime is not enough to explore it, and there are countless people here. A person could spend their whole life here and never miss out on anything. Anything you can get outside, you can get here. Whether you want to live a normal life, or to cultivate, or to grow stronger, or anything else, you can find it at the Midnight Inn. Most importantly, no one here will harm you. No one here can harm you. But if you want to leave, if you have things you cannot leave behind, then that's not an issue either. Liz continued to stand at the door, looking at Moon. For a long time, she said nothing. At least you had the luxury of not knowing. Lex. But I abandoned her too. You cannot face her because you feel guilty, Lex said. But the only thing she desires is her family. She spent too many years alone. She spent too many years feeling lonely. Liz bit her lip as she continued to stare at Moon, her mind furiously working. She wanted an easy answer, but there was none, and her guilt would not allow her to so easily forgive herself for all that Moon had suffered. Despite herself, she turned around. Maybe by the time Moon woke up, she'd be able to muster the courage to approach her. But as it was, right now she could not. You said that over here I can get anything I want. Chapter 1295 Devourer of Dragons. Chapter 1295 Devourer of Dragons. The question seems so cute to Lex. If I suggest to you, and it's not at the very least an entirely pure-blooded, authentic mythic being, then that would besmirch my reputation. Follow me, and tell me what your requirements are. Liz thought for a moment, holding the golden key to the inn that Lex had handed her, and then disappeared from the inn. Lex raised an eyebrow. Was asking for details of her cultivation too much? Before he could give it much thought, though, she reappeared. Convinced now that she could come and go from the inn as she pleased, Liz felt a little more comfortable as she followed Lex. The Beast Master Cultivation Path is an offshoot from the Beast Taming Cultivation Path, which is focused on taming and controlling numerous beasts with immense power. To be a Beast Master, one must first tame a beast and then form a bond. Once the bond is formed, the Beast Master can then fuse with the beast, absorbing all its strengths and adding them to their own. Theoretically, I can change which beast I fuse with later on, but the first time that bond is formed, the advantage I'll gain will be immense. The 100% affinity I have for this cultivation path means that I can achieve the perfect fusion with whichever beast I form a bond with. Considering how many rare and powerful beasts there are in the universe, the potential for this path of cultivation is actually greater than traditional cultivation. That's because the powers of my fused beast will be added to my own, multiplying my power. So that means alongside traditional cultivation, which will allow me to climb through the realms, I will have the power of the mythic beast I fuse with. Even if the cultivation of the beast itself lags behind, as long as it is fused with my power, the outcome will be great. For example, if I become an immortal, yet I fuse with a beast in the Golden Core realm, as long as that beast has good enough potential, my power will skyrocket. That's why I was looking for the Gilded Dolphin. It has a bloodline ability that they were so rare that one might not be seen across 100 different realms. The only reason Liz even knew about it was because of her education in Ventura. Her brain stopped working so that when Lex gently used a finger to close her hanging jaw, she did not even notice. Liz stopped talking and tried to resist her jaw dropping once more, but failed when she saw what Lex was waving at. They had walked to an opening nearby and climbed up on a large boulder when Lex whistled and waved at the clouds. At first, there was nothing, yet when the clouds broke free, Liz laid her eyes on a beast out of legend. Dragons themselves were beasts of absolute power and influence, known far and wide across the universe. So then Kuin Peng, the only beast that actually considered dragons as a part of their regular diet, were of another level. They were so rare that one might not be seen across 100 different realms. The only reason Liz even knew about it was because of her education in Ventura. Her brain stopped working so that when Lex gently used a finger to close her hanging jaw, she did not even notice. Instead, she only had eyes for the magnificent whale, swimming through the skies as it gradually made its way to them. This is Little Blue. I tell you to fuse with him, but he's kind of a mascot for the inn, so it won't be appropriate. But don't worry, I'll find you something else just as good. Of course they count as beasts. Why would you ask such a... This time, as her gaze fell on the towering mountain in the shape of a man in the distance, Liz managed to resist her jaw dropping. Or maybe she was too frozen to drop her jaw. I can't fuse with something so big, she said, suddenly out of breath. Huh? Oh, don't worry. I wasn't going to ask you to fuse with the mountain man anyway. That's a guest who fell asleep and hasn't woken up yet. Little Blue was taking its time in coming down, especially when it saw how Liz was stunned by its appearance. It wanted to show off a little more, especially since everyone here was already used to its appearance. Unfortunately for it, Kuan Peng though it might be becoming, a devourer of dragons it may evolve into, but a neglecter of Lex it would never be. Lex waved his finger once more, summoning the whale down, and, as if a lasso was caught around its neck, the whale was pulled down. Don't waste so much time. We have things to do, Lex admonished the dragon devourer, and then stepped onto its back, then held out a hand for Liz. Come aboard. Little Blue moaned in discontent, but it did not throw any tantrums. Lex had once threatened to pull out the feathers on its wings and use them as a quill when he was bothering Lex too much. Although Little Blue was certain Lex was just joking, he didn't have the courage to test it out. Once Liz climbed aboard, still a little dazed, Little Blue finally gained a hint of courage and flapped its wings with all its might, suddenly dashing through the sky. Although Little Blue was far off from it, Kuan Peng could fly through the stars, going from one star system to the next with a flap of the wings. In comparison, Little Blue still needed a little effort to break the sound barrier. But when it was feeling particularly mischievous, wanting to scare those riding on its back, it could go supersonic in just a few flaps of its wings. Today, though, it managed to do that in a single go. Chapter 1296 Fainted. Chapter 1296 Fainted. Liz did not fall off since Lex was keeping an eye on her. Little Blue also did not mean for her to fall off. It was just like a little baby, throwing a tantrum and being mischievous at the same time. As they flew above the landscape of the inn, and Liz laid her eyes on entire mountain ranges made entirely of spirit stones, her brain ceased functioning. She could not imagine such wealth. Even seeing it before her, she could not entirely comprehend what kind of immense monetary value a mountain of spirit stone would end up being. But then again, when one literally had a mountain made of spirit stones, what was the point of money? Money was probably what they burnt to fertilize the ground with ash. She saw lakes of liquid spiritual energy, that would be called spiritual elixir in this form. She saw natural steam vents blowing out heated, misty spiritual mist. She saw trees and insects straight out of legend, which had become extinct in most realms according to her academy, and she saw beasts that she didn't even know were real and imagined as old stories. Lex asked, waking her up from her gawking state. Liz was too stunned to be embarrassed, so she simply nodded. I heard you went to the Ventura Academy. Liz pursed her lips as she recalled some unpleasant memories, she asked before answering the question. Well, it truly lives up to its title of being the best academy in the universe, Liz said. But that doesn't just mean that they only take the best students. No, they take geniuses, talented, untalented, and even complete failures. As long as one is willing to work hard, they'll take you. As long as you're willing to grind, they're willing to show you the way to become stronger, become smarter, or achieve whatever your goal is. They can take a cripple and help him reach the very peak of the immortal realm, if that's what he wants and is willing to work for it. But at the same time, everything comes at a cost. Taking just their tuition is manageable cost-wise. Taking their unique and specific resources costs more. Overcoming your limitations, or in the case of people like myself who have very high potentials, even meeting your potential is so expensive that it's often impossible to meet. There are a few ways to resolve the issue. The first is to just pay up. If you pay, then you can continue to get what you want. But realistically speaking, it's not possible. So then comes the option that most people actually opt for, which is to work for the academy. This is when things get tricky. There are levels to joining the academy. At the first level, you could be a regular employee, but then your pay and benefits are limited. That'll work up until the nascent realm. At most, But if you want to continue using the academy for growth at a reasonable pace, beyond that level you have to more closely tie yourself to the academy. It never really gets to the level of slavery, but at the highest levels, your life is basically all just about the academy and nothing else. In exchange, they invest in you and allow you to become stronger. So then you can imagine my situation. To make the most of my beast master cultivation path, I need to fuse with a mythic beast. The cost for that was not something I could afford, nor was it something the William family wanted to pay. In the end, all I could do was rely on myself. I could have, of course, gone for an easier or weaker option, but Liz paused, not completing her sentence, but Lex could guess what she was feeling. She was not satisfied with her life, and unless she became as powerful as possible, she had no hope of escaping Damien or those who wanted to marry her. The fact that someone might rescue her and save her from this predicament was not something she considered at all. In that case, if she couldn't reach her utmost potential, the life she would live would be one of constantly running away or as someone else's prisoner. If that was the alternative, she preferred not cultivating at all and accepting death rather than compromising. Lex resisted the urge to sigh and instead pointed to the planet visible above them. By the way, since you're so afraid of a mountain, I thought I'd let you know that up above us that is not a planet, but a beast. Actually, I don't know if it counts as a beast yet. That's an egg called a world eater, and it evolves into a Jorlum. By saying he couldn't do such things, Lex made it look like he was just an employee working under restrictions. But in truth, he did not need to take such considerations, mainly because Liz's brain had stopped working. That mountain was a beast. Sounds good. The planet right above us is a beast. No problem. She was certain she could take anything. I wouldn't even be surprised if you told me this realm itself was a beast, Liz said, showing the expression of cracking a joke. Oh no, it's not a beast, it's a plant, and I'm already fused with it, so that's off the list as well, Lex said casually. Liz finally fainted and almost fell off Little Blue. Chapter 1297, Some Kind of Freak. Chapter 1297, Some Kind of Freak, Lex chuckled as he caught Liz and kept her from falling. He asked Little Blue to land while he used a small rejuvenating technique to help alleviate the stress on Liz's mind and help her cope, allowing her to wake up. The truth of the matter was that Liz hadn't slept in days in preparation to save Harriet from that ship, faced near capture from an immortal, and was finally rescued from her brother, who she hadn't talked to in years. It was a bit much, Lex asked as they stepped off the whale. He could tell just how mentally and physically drained she was, though she didn't show it. No, I'm fine, Liz said as she summoned an inhaler and took a puff. The next moment, she seemed completely recovered, as if she was ready to fight a battle. Lex shrugged and continued to lead her, though he made a mental note to skip much of the showing off he had planned and get right to the matter at hand. He quickly considered the best options for Liz in case his first choice didn't work out as he led her to see Fenrir. Even though he canceled most of his other plans to show off, he still had to introduce Liz to Fenrir. They walked into a meditation room and found Fenrir in his actual, full size, curled up in the middle of the room. Without shrinking himself, Fenrir was actually much larger than Lex. He was approximately the size of 1.5 school buses. The sound of their steps alerted the pup, who looked up and winced as it saw Lex. Although the tribulation was over, Fenrir had suffered quite a few burns during the process. Regardless of how strong he was, for his own race he was still a pup, and so the grievous wounds had caused it to act like a wounded child. He turned his head, showing Lex where he wanted to be scratched. Liz, this is Fenrir, Lex said as he floated up to be able to reach the middle of the pup's head where he began scratching him. Liz stood a small distance away, mesmerized by the sight of him. Her body was reacting strongly to Fenrir's presence, which was an indication of how powerful the pup's bloodline was. Normally, Fenrir would have gotten up and greeted Liz, but he was not yet used to his new body, and he was still in pain besides, so he just winced once more and looked away. He's majestic, Liz exclaimed. The purity of his bloodline is incredible. He has a mythic bloodline from a deity. Do you know what that means? It means his ancestor wasn't born a deity, but was a mythic being that became a deity through worship. Yeah, he's a good boy, Lex said as he continued to scratch him. as if that was all he took from Liz's statement. In truth, Lex understood that this was supposed to be a big deal. But then, at the same time, as Lex's partner, it was more or less expected of Fenrir to be completely epic. All right, well, it looks like Fenrir still needs some more time to adapt to his realm. In that case, let's move on. For you, I have a couple of options. Lex led Liz out and began introducing her to the beasts he had selected as options for her when he ran into Giselle. Giselle had just exited from her small meditation session to learn what she could about the law of time. Small though it may have been, the session was incredibly fruitful, and not only did she feel stronger, she felt ready to face her next tribulation at any time. She was on her way to the nearest tribulation room when she saw Lex. She had just waved at him when she saw another woman exit from the same meditation room as him. For some reason, her hand froze in the air where it was when she saw Liz. Liz, on the other hand, was listening to Lex's explanation when her eyes locked with Giselle, and she froze as well. An unspoken, uncommunicated tension suddenly built between the two of them, one that Lex also sensed but did not understand. "Oh, hey Giselle," Lex said in his casual tone, hoping to break the tension. "How was your meditation session?" "It was quite fruitful indeed," she said, a hint of formality entering her tone. "My mastery over the law of time has increased manifold." Normally, she would not have revealed such sensitive information, but at the moment, she found herself unable to hold back, her gaze filled with open challenge as she looked at Liz. Liz, on the other hand, was only just beginning to warm up to her brother, and even that just barely. But the moment she saw Giselle, she suddenly felt incredibly protective of him, as if she did not want to share her brother with anyone else. After all, he was the only one who had shown her any semblance of familial warmth in many years. Just as she was about to introduce herself to Giselle, Lex spoke. "Oh wow, the law of time. That must be impressive. I had to seal my own time affinity away before I became an immortal. It was too strong. But I'm sure that by the time I become a heavenly immortal, I'll be able to unseal it." Both Liz and Giselle turned their gaze towards Lex, as if they were looking at some kind of freak. Giselle narrowed her eyes as she realized something. Had his realm increased again? Chapter 1298, Finding Nemo. Chapter 1298, Finding Nemo. By the way, Giselle, meet my sister, Liz. Liz, this is Giselle, a friend of mine. It's a pleasure to meet you. If you can fight side by side with Lex, you must be quite strong, Liz said, putting on her best fake smile. In truth, Liz had no proper reference for how strong Lex was. She didn't even see the fight he had with the other immortal. She was judging solely based on how quickly the fight ended. Based on her education from Ventura, immortals' fights tended to last days, not hours. "Thank you. I'm sure with a brother like Lex, you yourself are quite formidable," Giselle responded. Before another awkward silence could fall between them once again, Lex thought it best to take the lead. "I ran into some more of those prophanites. Belonged to a different defiler, though. They were up to some really interesting things." "More prophanites?" Giselle asked, surprised. "The Henali has done a good job of rooting out all defilers so far. If they're becoming so common now, then that could be a problem. You're right, we should discuss this, but it will have to wait a bit." "Oh, that sounds wonderful." After saying farewell to the siblings, Giselle finally left, and Lex pretended like he didn't notice the inquisitive look Liz was giving him. "Like I was telling you, I have a few options for you. One of them is the shadow talents. I've noticed you have a strong affinity for stealth. Their ability to enter and traverse the shadow plane allows the talons a great deal of stealth, not to mention excellent maneuverability. Your second option is either an 8-legged horse or a Pegasus. They're both authentic, genuine mythic beings born in this realm, but they have a bit of an attitude problem. I've never met a beast that I didn't get along with," Liz said with confidence. "That's great, because all of these are your fallback options." Lex turned and looked at Liz, locking eyes with her. His casual demeanor that he had carried so far dissipated, and in its place, he adopted a resolute one. "Your physique is unprecedented among humans, Liz, which means you're going to go try something no one has done before. Since that's the case, I'm going to help you try and bond with a beast that's a billion times stronger and rarer than mythical beasts. But for that, you have to convince it yourself. Don't rely on your physique, it won't work. Liz, slightly apprehensive of Lex's sudden change, only nodded. Ordinarily, she would have dismissed his claim about a beast much stronger than a mythical one. The only ones stronger than mythic beasts were primordial ones, and those were all at the peak of power in this universe. For a beast to have been born in the beginning of the universe, billions of years ago, and for it to still be alive, it had to have achieved a level of power Liz could not even imagine. Even a Midnight Inn, as impressive as it seemed, could not come close to that level of power. So then, what else could it be? Mary asked, appearing on his shoulder. There's no harm in trying. You're right, there's no guarantee, Mary said. But if it does work, you know you'll be painting a massive target on Liz, right? Sovereigns, as impressive as they are, able to control the universe at their will, are still not completely invincible. In fact, most sovereigns are actually killed long before they can reach the peak of power. You remember amber chaos resin? It's only formed during the birth of a new realm. Can you imagine how difficult it is, then, for other kinds of new Tao-level ingredients to be formed? Compared to finding them in the wild, it's much easier for a Tao lord to find a sovereign still relatively weak and use their bodies to nurture Tao treasures or create Tao-level ingredients. After all, even if sovereigns can control the universe, technically, so can the Tao lords. Lex pursed his lips. Other than the galactic sovereign turtle, he had one more sovereign within his inn, which was Nemo. The massive fish had a very friendly personality and was extremely childlike, not to mention quite lonely. Unfortunately, it was destined to die as things stood, for once the Chaos Sea was used up in the development of the inn, Nemo would have nothing left to sustain its life. It's an opportunity, Mary. Like my system is an opportunity, so is bonding with a sovereign, and no opportunity comes without risks. I'll let them decide on their own what they want to do. But until then, since the distance to Nemo was a little far, Lex placed his hand on Liz's shoulder and teleported both of them to the shore, far away from the inn. Waves from the cosmic sea crashed into the ground in the distance, its aura intimidating Liz. Suddenly, she had a very bad feeling about this. Liz, allow me to introduce you to another friend of mine, Nemo. But stay close to me throughout. Suddenly, a head popped out of the waters, and a curious fish turned to look at Lex. Chapter 1299, are you sure? Chapter 1299, are you sure? Lex asked as he waved his hand. Oh, I was fine. I was getting ready to take a nap. It's been a few years since I last slept, so I thought it was about time. Nemo looked curiously at Liz, with a hint of excitement as well. Lex usually didn't bring many people to meet Nemo, mostly because the system refused to temper the aura of a sovereign, and Nemo had not learned how to do that himself yet. Nemo, this is my sister, Liz. Liz, this is Nemo, a sovereign. Lex had his domination wrapped around Liz, protecting her from the intensity of Nemo's aura. Even so, she stood completely bewildered. Even without feeling its aura, Nemo's majesty could not be denied. More importantly, her physique was going crazy. In one instant, it was longing for Nemo, as if the very purpose of its existence was to bond with Nemo. The next moment, it was as if to even be in the presence of Nemo was a blasphemy to all that was good and wholly hitherto unseen by the universe. Amidst that raging battle against the instincts of her physique, she had a struggle with her own brain, which was telling her that this magnificent beast, which was beyond anything else she had ever seen, was looking at her like a curious little child, looking at a new toy. How was that possible? She had to be hallucinating. Hello, Liz. Will you be coming here often? Lex could have given Liz more of a warning about Nemo, but that would not be genuine, which Nemo could probably sense. The only way this would ever work was if everything was authentic and genuine. Now, it was up to Liz to see if she could get Nemo to bond with her. First, however, he needed to give both of them a warning about the associated dangers. Nemo, Liz is here to talk to you about something. But before that happens, I just want to talk to you both about something. Nemo is a sovereign. Liz, you might not know what that means, and Nemo, you might not understand its significance. In essence, what that means is that Nemo is very special and very powerful, but he is not invincible. Because of how special he is, Tao Lords are very interested in capturing him. Within the Midnight Inn, no one bothers him because this is the territory of the innkeeper. Liz's eyes flashed in understanding, though Nemo still did not seem bothered by it. He did not have much of a concept for what it meant to be powerful, or to be hunted, or to be in danger. Save loneliness, he had scarcely felt anything else in his long life. Well then, I will give you two some privacy, Lex said, and walked away. He did not go too far, for he still needed to cover Liz with his domination to protect her. He did not know if it was even possible for them to bond together, but Lex had a suspicion that it would work. Liz's 100% affinity for this path, if combined with Nemo's intention to make the bond happen, would be enough. After all, even if Liz's physique was not actually enough to bond with Nemo, so long as Nemo wanted it to be enough, it would work. A sovereign's ability was completely broken, truthfully speaking, but Lex was jealous of it. Instead, he aimed to achieve such a level of power on his own one day. According to Mary, it required a Tao Lord to achieve a similar level of power. Did that mean that sovereigns touched upon the Tao, or was the source of their power something else? For a brief moment, Lex was tempted to look at Nemo through the power of his left eye, which could see and understand the laws of the universe. But his instincts immediately warned him that was not such a good idea. Lec chuckled and sat down. He did not know how long to expect the conversation between Liz and Nemo to go, but after an hour went by and they showed no signs of concluding their talk, Lex began to focus on other things, namely, the report given to him by Jotun, which included details of everyone who had been targeting Liz. Curiously, they were human forces and families from the Origin Realm, but outside the domain of control of the Jotun Empire. Although the Empire was the largest human force in the Origin Realm, that did not mean there weren't others. The distinction was in the presence of Jotun, a celestial immortal. The other forces, no matter how large they were, at most had heavenly immortals as their leaders. Since they were not a part of Sanguis Pluvia or some other terrorist organization, Lex could not just have them killed by the Henali. Sure, the Henali might help out Lex by getting rid of them if he asked, but then he would owe them a favor, something he was trying to avoid. One by one, he made note of the ones he could deal with currently, and planned out how to deal with those who were too strong for him at the moment. It was actually 4 hours later that Liz signaled him to return. Nemo has agreed to bond with me, Liz said in a solemn, almost slightly fearful voice. That's good. Are you sure you want to do this? It's a lot of power, but it's also an immense risk. It's only death if I fail. What's the big deal? Lex nodded. What do you need? Honestly, I have no idea. Lex looked at Nemo, who was practically jumping with excitement. And you? Chapter 1300, a few months. Chapter 1300, a few months, Nemo said excitedly. I'll travel around with Liz, see the world, fight bad guys, save good guys, and make lots of friends. Lex froze. Z had given Nemo a collection of anime to watch, which had no doubt affected how he saw reality. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that Nemo could face off against a Tao Lord using the power of friendship, as the anime characters did, but thankfully at least Liz had a steady head on her shoulders. The incredible foresight and caution that she showed when Lex was following her set his mind at ease. Even if she went out, she would be incredibly careful about displaying her power and would not attract undue attention. That put his mind at ease. Besides, he was genuinely glad that Nemo would no longer feel so lonely, and that Liz would grow stronger as well. The stronger his family became, the less he'd have to worry about them. All right then, you guys go ahead. It's just a normal bonding process. It doesn't take long, said Liz, unaware of the massive flag she just raised. Lex, too, did not point it out to her first because he did not believe in such things, and second because he had no problem with Liz spending a long time inside the inn for whatever reason. All right then, before we start, we need to go somewhere secluded as there could be no disturbances. Liz had not even completed her sentence when an entire building appeared all around her, completely isolating all sounds and distractions from outside, leaving only a small opening where Nemo was sticking its head out of the cosmic sea. This was not a result of Lex using his host attire to summon a room. Rather, it was him using his right, to set multiple formations around them. Most of the formation was outside the sea, since the cosmic sea would erode and eat away anything within it. Maybe once he got stronger, he'd find a way to figure things out. You can begin. No one will disturb you, Lex said casually, fully aware that he was showing off. Unfortunately, Liz only had eyes for Nemo at the moment, though internally she compared Lex to all the immortals she had seen back in the Williams family. It seemed that none of them were this capable, right? Liz cut the palm of her hands and began her Beastmaster cultivation technique. Lex, careful not to look at Nemo, activated his left eye as he studied Liz. He had never heard of the Beastmaster cultivation before, nor had he encountered someone who used it. Maybe that was because it was an unorthodox cultivation method, or perhaps the benefits were not as great as traditional cultivation. He wanted to understand what it was all about, because based on what Liz had told him, it seemed like she would fuse with her bonded beast whenever she needed to, achieving a stronger state. She could literally go around saying, "This is not even my final form," without lying. Lex saw as several laws began to act all around her. This was not her influencing laws, but was the normal operation of laws when any kind of change occurred. Water freezing would induce such a change from associated laws, just as a glass breaking would as well. Strictly speaking, this was a manifestation of the laws maintaining the standard operation of the universe. Everything in existence was mired in laws, and it was only through the corresponding changes of various laws happening at the same time that brought about the exact day-to-day occurrences that people normally experienced. Although Lex still had no foundation in Beastmaster cultivation, he was studying the underlying principles that allowed it to happen. Who knew? If he mastered them, then maybe he could fuse with Fenrir too. But Lex was actually not interested in fusing with Fenrir, or any other beast for that matter. He just wanted to understand what was happening. Still shrouded by domination, Liz was able to approach Nemo without issue. But the next step, which involved touching the fish, would bypass the protection of the aura. Aware that the influence of Nemo's body might stun her, she prepared the technique as best as she could. Before making contact, in truth, she was supposed to complete the technique after making contact. But the moment Liz touched Nemo, her mind blanked out. Though she was awake, she completely lost the ability to think and became akin to a waking vegetable. The technique, however, continued to operate on its own, as if she was still driving it. After all, Nemo wanted the technique to operate properly and come into full effect. So how could it not? Lex had to disable his left eye's analytical ability at that point, and just watched as both Liz and Nemo began shining in white. He was reminded of an anime he used to watch that had animals similar to beasts that underwent evolutions. Every time the beasts in that anime evolved, their body was covered in a white light, leaving only their outlines visible. Liz and Nemo were in a similar situation. Based on his extensive experience messing with things he definitely shouldn't, and putting universal scale treasures inside his body, Lex estimated that it would take at least a few months for the bonding process to finish. He teleported away to his office, and then put up countless barriers all around the area Liz and Nemo were. Once everything was done, Lex teleported over to Cassandra. He was a busy man. It was important to keep up with all his tasks. Although going to the Crystal Realm wasn't an urgent task for him, the fact that he kept thinking about it meant that his instincts were guiding him to it. In that case, it was best to make haste. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.